Victory! Yes, sir! Here comes, they score! Quarterback run up the middle! Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
Most expected some growing pains for Michigan football after last year's run to the national title and the ensuing departures of so many key players and coaches. However, this month has been a shock to the system. Michigan has lost back-to-back games for the first time since 2020. The Wolverines are definitely out of the Big Ten race and in really, really grave spots in the playoff conversation. So, 2 team goals are likely out the window, yet 2 others remain. Those simply beat the rivals, and the first rivalry game on the schedule is upon us. Last season, the Wolverines overwhelmed Michigan State 49-0 up in East Lansing. That was Michigan's most lopsided win during a dominant 15-0 campaign. For MSU, it continued a rough season that ended at 4-8. Candidly, few would have predicted that just 371 days later, both teams would be 4-3 when they met again. The Wolverines need a win, and it feels like they need to avoid a loss even more. It is a pivot point in the season, and Michigan hopes to avoid it being a pivot point in the rivalry. Michigan State, under the lights at the Big House. Time to get ready for it right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Now, with former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Well, do you agree, Jack? I mean, there's always a lot to gain in a rivalry game, but it has felt all week to me like there is more to lose for Michigan today if things don't go their way.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think, Michigan State came into the season and didn't have high expectations at all. They knew it was a total rebuild, first-year head coach, and trying to reestablish a program. For Michigan, we knew we probably wouldn't be in the national championship again, that there would be some rebuilding when you lose that many good players and coaches and all the above. But we didn't think it would be this. And so when you find yourself in this situation, this is a game early in the year that I don't think people anticipated was going to be maybe a toss-up and a battle that you're going to have to find a way to beat your rival. That it's not guaranteed, and we might have thought early in the year it was. And then, you just tack on to the fact that you always know in this game you're going to get Michigan State's best, and they're kind of on the climb now. They've looked good over the last couple of weeks, better than they were at starting the season. And the same can't be said for Michigan right now. So I would agree with that. I think that for Michigan State, they're in a position where it's all upside, and we're not quite there right now.
It is the 117th meeting in this rivalry. Here is the head coach, Sharon Moore, on the matchup.
Means a lot. Ever since I've been here, my first year in the rivalry was the all-weather game, and it was rain, it was snow, it was sunshine, it was cloudy, it was the Devin Bush fiasco. I was holding them back with that whole craziness. So I got a glimpse of it early, and I've always seen it from afar and had a lot of respect for it. But it means a lot to me, and we're going to take a lot of pride in how we prepare and what we do to try to keep Paul here.
What's this game mean to you, Jack?
It's a lot. It means a lot. It's a state championship, no doubt about it. This is a rivalry that I think for the fans means a lot, right? Obviously for the players it does, but for the state of Michigan, house is divided. You can go back. This has been a great rivalry for a long, long time. You had the little brother comment. Mark D'Antonio probably comes before the fall. Michigan State gets good, goes on a run. We've been on top of the rivalry for a while now. Obviously, the incident in the tunnel a couple years back, it's been heated. It's been a heated rivalry. It means a lot to people, to the alumni basis, to the fans, and to the players and coaches. A lot of guys from the state of Michigan on the field that want to prove that they were right in the decisions they made to go to those schools. And it's bragging rights for a year around the state of Michigan. There's a pride factor that comes into this game. I always remember from my days here that it's really chippy out there. Yeah. It's intense and it's personal, and you feel that. You feel that energy in the stadium. You feel that energy right now walking around outside with the fans, and, busting on each other. That it means a lot. There's a little bit in this game that's personal. And
it's interesting because there wasn't a whole lot of conversation, at least not as much leading into it. But yeah, walking around town today. It has the juice that you would anticipate, you would feel like is fitting for this rivalry. And you mentioned Michigan not playing very well right now. To me, last week's loss had a different vibe to it than the first two on the year. Week 2, it really felt clear going into and certainly after that game that Texas was elite. They are a national championship contender. At Washington, rough start. Then the Wolverines had some real momentum. Huskies just took advantage of a couple of key turnovers. Yep. Those are going to happen, right? Like, it was a disappointing loss, and certainly with how Washington has not really been able to catapult through that game either, it makes it frustrating. But a road game, kind of a close matchup. Odds makers thought it was close.
And there were moments in there that you felt good about, right?
Totally.
There were some flashes and some points you said, okay, we can build on this. There's some things to work with, absolutely.
I mean, you felt it in Husky Stadium. That there was some nervousness there. Champaign, though, just 7 points, fewest in 10 years. Yeah. Illinois, they're good. They're probably not great, and we're seeing that right now in Eugene with Illinois and Oregon. Yet it just never felt like Michigan was even a threat in that game, and it's been a while since that's been the case.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think last week's loss is much more deflating than the prior two because you felt like leaving that Washington game, although disappointing not to get a win, you take the bye. You feel decent about maybe what Tuttle can do. He can be a serviceable guy in the back half of the season. And if they were able to go get that win at Illinois, put some things together, play good, and get on the right trajectory, okay, we're still in this thing, right? And it's respectable. But coming off of a bye to play, that poorly, particularly offensively, special teams did not play great. I know we'll get into the scout later. That's where the deflation in the season comes in. You go, look, we had our chance. There was a spot of like, hey, if they can get on the right track, we can maybe climb up and get better as the season goes on, give ourselves a chance to win some big games and make it, a great season still. And that after Illinois, you said, well, that's probably not the case now.
Yeah, no doubt. Plenty to do here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We will talk about some of the issues as we delve into our scout of the Wolverines over the next 20 minutes or so. Also talk about the quarterbacks and reports out there that it'll be Jack Tuttle, or not Jack Tuttle, but Davis Warren here. After certainly early in the week, it sounded like Sherrone Moore was trending toward Jack. We will hear from freshman tight end Hogan Hansen around 5:25. John Jansen will be here in a little bit less than an hour. Talked about the big game, top 20 matchup in Eugene. Rob Joyce will keep us updated on that and other games going on here right now. It's Ducks 21, Illinois 3. That game still has a lot of time in the first half, but still a ways to go. Then just before 7 o'clock, I'll visit with junior defensive lineman Kenneth Grant, and right before kickoff, Doug Carr sits down with the head coach, Sherrone Moore. Plus, here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, every 10 minutes we will update you on traffic and weather. Our first update on the 8s is right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will talk about the week that was for Michigan football. It was a tough one as we prep for Michigan and Michigan State. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
Just the same as always, ever since, whatever win or whatever loss we have, had that 24-hour rule. So, just treating it no different. And, all these losses are lessons for us. So just trying to, learn off those and be better next time.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
That is Kenneth Grantz, Michigan's junior defensive lineman. Yeah, when we talked about the 24-hour rule here for so long, it was, big win, got to try to bounce back into next week's preparations. Right. You said it. You've said it since you joined this broadcast to soak up what happened over these previous 3 seasons. So is it harder to flush a loss in 24 hours or get over everyone telling you you're awesome and wonderful and tremendous after a win in 24 hours?
I don't know if it's that simple. I think it might be the way that you lose or the way that you win. And so I think last week, a loss at Illinois, there are losses. I know, maybe there's no such thing as moral defeats and that type of stuff, but there can be games where, boy, you play your heart out. Sure. You play as good as you can as a team, and sometimes the ball doesn't bounce a certain way and you lose a game. And then there are times where the expectations are one thing and you deliver way under that. And that's what happened last week. And I think it was probably a stamp towards you were at a fork in the road. And so which way are you going to go for this season? You're going to get back on the right track and start doing things the right way, get better, and give yourself a stretch down here into November, or you're going to go the other way. And they can still affect that tonight, but that loss at Illinois is really, really tough to do. I don't know. I think when you're winning, the confidence that comes with that makes it so that the good parts of winning are, hey, we're doing the right things, we're on the right path, we see a future here. So if I had to give you a firm answer, I think it's harder maybe to flush a loss, particularly where we're at in the season right now, with the way that the Illinois game went.
I think the way you put it, of depending on how it goes, is incredibly important, or who you play, right?
Yeah, right.
That's important too. Now listen, the quarterback position, that's far from the only problem, but when you are going from J.J. McCarthy 27-1 as a starter here at Michigan to 3 different starting quarterbacks in 7 games, that's going to be at the top of the conversation and probably at or near the top of the list. This was Monday, head coach Sharon Moore discussing the plan at quarterback this week.
Right now, we're just going to go through practice. We've got a plan, and I think the biggest thing we need to do with the plan is keep it simple. Not too simple where the defense just knows everything, but for us, just keep it simple that our guys can execute a plan and let those guys compete, let those guys go out there and show who's going to execute at a high level and take care of the football.
Now, again, that was Monday. There were reports out that it'll be Davis Warren today. On Monday, it certainly seemed like Sharon was leaning toward Jack Tuttle, but non-committal, and frankly, I don't think any quarterback has earned a commitment to be the starting quarterback for this team at this stage. You certainly, though, get worried when it's take care of the football, simple, execute. When you're into week 8 Yeah. And that's what you're talking about with the most important position in sports. It's a tough spot to be in, and certainly not what you would expect how practice would go at this point when you're hoping you're adding layers and different things to your offense to try to throw off teams down the stretch.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't have anticipated or hoped that you were here at this point in the year. And honestly, people asking what do you think they should do during the week? You're in between a rock and a hard place. Yeah. I mean, there is no good answer. I haven't seen a situation like this before where you've shuffled through quarterbacks, none have performed the right way, all for different reasons, primarily driven by turnovers, but just a lack of being able to get the ball down the field and execute on the passing game. And so what do you do? And I appreciate Coach's remarks about, look, we're gonna go practice. We're gonna figure out who we think gives us the best chance. Obviously, that interview was Monday. Things have changed over the course of the week. The reports are that it'll be Davis Warren tonight. And so, if you're a Michigan fan out there right now, you just say, you have hope and you remain optimistic that he can get out there. He had some time. There were some good things. Let's not lose track of that. There were some good things. There were some bad things, but there were some good things that he did in the first couple weeks. And so maybe the opportunity to sit and watch the other two quarterbacks have their opportunity and not really capitalize on it. Maybe he was able to learn. Maybe he's in there studying, right? There's still a little bit, there's still a reason to remain optimistic that, I don't think that, he's going to go out there like the world on fire, whoever it is. But maybe the opportunity to sit down, self-reflect, figure some things out, watch some other folks go through the same thing, make mistakes. Totally. It's a learning opportunity to come out and be, a new man, so to speak, tonight. And that's the mindset that you have to have. Now, will that end up happening? We'll see. But that's certainly the mindset that whoever gets to start tonight is going to have.
And obviously, as we mentioned, it's not all the quarterback. Offensive line has been shuffled in and out. Seems like that Michigan will get Miles Hinton. Sharon Moore called him probable. I haven't heard probable by a coach in a long time, so that was cool to see and hear. Jeff Percy started the last couple games at left tackle. We saw Andrew Gentry get the call at right tackle last week. And then the wide receiver side of things. If you just go based on averages per game for the guys who have played the most, the guys who were expected to be at or near the top of the depth chart with regard to receivers. Samaj Morgan is averaging per game 3 catches for 18 yards. Tyler Morris, slightly more than a catch for 12 yards. Fred Moore and Kendrick Bell, a half catch for 6 yards. There was always going to be, I don't think Michigan was expecting to win any awards or have a wide receiver compete for a Heisman Trophy. But boy, that is alarming considering some of the flashes we saw from those guys. It just has not translated.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at all the different statistics you want. We're certainly, if not the worst, we're one of the worst passing teams in major college football right now. There's a lot of reasons for that, and it's primarily driven by the quarterback. That's the hardest position in football. You have to have everything else come together to be successful at that position, and so everyone's got a hand in that, no doubt. But when you can't throw the ball, because the interesting part is, and I've said this on a lot of the post-game shows, is we have done enough on the defensive side of the ball and the running game offensively to win football games. Yeah. And special teams too. Zavada's been great. And so the rest of it has all been good enough, not elite, but this is the ultimate team game. And when there's a crack in the armor, it doesn't matter. That'll get exposed. You'll be held responsible and accountable to that. And we haven't been able to do that. I've been very hard on the wide receivers throughout the course of the season thus far, but I will say that I thought they played a better game against Illinois. We just weren't able to find them down the field. Just the timing was off. And that's what you should expect in Week 7 with your third quarterback.
There are several cracks in the armor, and Michigan's trying to stick some stuff together with some super glue and go out there. And it's a big one today, rivalry, Michigan and Michigan State. We'll talk more about the defense and the special teams with Jack as we continue, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
It is a 7:40 kickoff for Michigan and Michigan State under right now. Bright sunshine. The shadows have already almost worked their way over the field here high atop Michigan Stadium as we gear up for the in-state clash, the battle for the Paul Bunyan Trophy. Wolverines and Spartans. More coming up here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available through Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're enjoying a craft beer or RTD at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
Basketball season is here, and both Michigan programs just launched some exclusive promotional ticket packs that include a game ticket and a special item or experience. We're talking holiday mugs, themed sweaters, a sneakerhead t-shirt, and a whole lot more. Head over to mgoblue.com/tickets for full promotional, pricing, and availability details. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for your Wolverine basketball tickets and promotions during another exciting season at Chrysler Center.
It's a Michigan game day.
I thought it's been good. You know, the biggest thing we talked about is just controlling our rush lanes to make sure that guys, quarterbacks can't get out, and that'll be huge this week. But I think our guys have done a really good job of, coaching staff-wise, of doing different things to help the players, put them in the best positions to be successful, and guys playing hard the whole time and playing, at a high level. They scored 21 points, but, two of those are ones off of after a 3-and-out off of a fake punt, and then the other one's off of a turnover.
That is the head coach, Jerome Moore, on Michigan's defense last week. The 4 scoring drives for Illinois spanned 46, 24, 51, and 55 yards. I mean, for what it's worth, Michigan had 4 drives offensively of 55 yards or more last week. They only scored on 1 of them. The Illinois starting field position last week average was at its own 36-yard line. Certainly not an A game from Michigan's defense, but it did feel pretty close. It was one of Michigan's best defensive performances of the year to me.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought there was definite improvement, particularly in the secondary. The secondary got exposed a little bit in that Washington game. And, we talked about it on the broadcast. I know John and Doug and Jason talked a lot about, the defensive backs playing off too much. There was too much of a cushion. They were able to find the soft spots and zones. We weren't really pressing those wide receivers and playing physical. And we did that last week. And that's a sign of a good team, or at least, good half a team, good third of a team in defense, is that, they were able to find that and get better doing that. They didn't have a lot of help from the other two-thirds with the offense and the special teams.
Star cornerback Will Johnson on the sideline for most of that game. We will get the availability report here in less than an hour to see if he can't go. Certainly there was a lot of positive film for Michigan to go off from the secondary because Will is so important to what Michigan does. Yep. It's so important to what teams scheme for or against when they go up against Michigan's defense. I mean, Luke Altmaier, who put up well over 300 yards of passing and more than 400 total yards in the previous game. They barely knocked off Purdue in overtime. He was just 9 of 18 for 80 yards. Yeah. It was a very positive step forward for that Michigan young, inexperienced secondary.
It was, and like I said, coming off that Washington game where there were question marks surrounding that, that was a performance against Illinois that you felt better about. You saw improvement from guys. You saw them adjust to what hurt them the week or 2 weeks with the bye, but the game before, and then correct that, get better at that, not let the same things. People talk about that in football all the time. It's okay to make mistakes. Don't make the same mistake twice, right? Keep improving, find other things and other reasons that you're going to get beat or get exposed. They were able to do that. That defense played a good game. Again, special teams did not help with field position and obviously the fake punt, and there were a couple other things. And then the offense. The defense eventually, it's just, in major college football, if you give an offense enough chances, they will figure. I say this and I'm thinking about us. We can't figure it out with enough chances, but most schools right now will be able to expose something and figure it out down the stretch because the defense wears down. It is, as an offensive lineman, I can't remember what the stat was. Somebody told me one time, and it might have been a complete fabrication, but I know for a fact it is harder to rush the passer than to pass block, right? It's more tiring for the defense to be on the field running around, trying to tackle, chasing people down. And eventually, by the time the fourth quarter, comes around, if you're on the field all the time, you will wear down. The defense has to get some help from the other two, from special teams and the offense to be more effective. But that being said, they still played a pretty good game.
It's truly shocking that you're not sure about a stat or a trend of, the offensive linemen, they would be much stronger. Their stamina is much greater than those weak defensive players.
I don't know the actual, data on it, the empirical science behind it, but just
science.
But from playing enough football, I can tell you it is more tiring to be rushing the quarterback than it is to be pass protected.
Your empirical silence is just a seagull floating around looking for its next meal. But we'll go with empirical on it. One area of concern: Luke Altmaier had 6 rushes of 5 or more yards. That was not part of his game until the previous week. Right. He had a few of those. And when you look to this one, Aiden Childs, someone who can do it with his legs, with his arm, he makes mistakes, but if you leave an avenue for him to run, he's going to take it.
Yeah, and I think they're just going to have to game plan for that tonight. That would probably, with Altmaier last week, wasn't something that they thought a whole lot about, that they have to make sure, hey, let's make sure we have to stop this. And good on Illinois. They found a way to expose that and find some success doing that. Certainly Aiden Childs is a different type of quarterback, and they know that coming into this game. So I would expect to have spies on him. I'd expect more zone coverage that way, because when you're man, you can't see the quarterback. You don't know what's going on. So they'll adjust for that. That's certainly a threat that they have to be prepared for today.
I don't need to say special teams in this game. We all know. But, boy, the biggest play for Illinois last week, yardage gained, was that fake punt.
Right.
It's got to be buttoned up today.
It absolutely does. It's something that, the special teams is something that you just really take for granted. When it's going good, you just assume that it should, and you're happy. Maybe not so much with field goal, but particularly punts and kickoffs and things of that nature. It's just, this should happen. And when it doesn't, you realize how costly it can be when things go south. This is a game, between the rivalry, between both teams not being, elite right now, I'd say, that it's the type of game that special teams can absolutely affect. It can get you another possession. It can get you points that you wouldn't have had elsewise, and it's going to be critical. I don't think that this is going to be a high-scoring game, so anything that leads to another chance to score or points itself is a big advantage tonight.
Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Time now for another check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's take 10 seconds for station identification. You're locked into Wolverines football from Learfield. We will talk about the team coming from East Lansing, the Spartans, in our opponent scout next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
You saw her crush on the Tom Brady roast. Saturday, May 24th, 2025. See the hilariously honest Nikki Glazer live at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
You always dress like a 9-year-old who just found $1,000 on the sidewalk.
Tickets start at $62 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. Saturday, May 24th, 2025 at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Don't miss the unfiltered Nikki Glazer.
That is the look now, Dewey. That means you've been left out overnight.
More at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
I definitely felt it upon arrival. I think I got asked about him even with my introductory press conference. And so, no, I felt it since getting here, understanding this is an important game, most important regular season game we'll play. And the passion for it, which I love being a part. I've been in multiple in-state rivalries. And so, no question, it's been well received on my end that this thing is important.
That is the first-year head coach of the Spartans, Jonathan Smith. He had been with his alma mater, Oregon State, for 6 seasons before making the move to East Lansing. Led the Beavers to 18 wins over his last 2 years there, turning around a program that had been one of the worst in the now very different Pac-12. He has Michigan State 4-3, impressive win over Iowa last week. And in particular, Michigan State really controlled the ground game on both sides. Defensively, they held Iowa's Caleb Johnson, one of the most productive running backs in the country coming in, to just 98 yards on 14 carries. I know that sounds still pretty good, but there was a 75-yard touchdown run. That was his last carry of the game. That was basically it. It was only the second time all year he's been held under 100 yards. And offensively, MSU ran for 212 yards, more than 5 yards a carry. Smith said there was some more variety to their sets, their game plan after some bye week analysis. And out of that bye week, I think they played their best game of the season against the Hawkeyes.
They absolutely did. That's a game that I don't think many people anticipated they'd win or play that well. And that's what's, I think, concerning from Michigan's standpoint tonight is Michigan State's climbing the right way, getting better, putting pieces together. Michigan doesn't seem to be doing that right now. We thought, kind of looking at this game prior to this week, prior to that Michigan State-Iowa game, hey, things aren't going great here in Ann Arbor, but we're better up front. We should be able to control the line of scrimmage, be able to run the ball. That's what we want to do anyway, and that's how you win games that you should and shouldn't. It's always going to come down to that. I think the stat is, they always talk about it in this game, that I want to say 48 out of the last 51 matches, whoever runs the ball for more yards wins this game, right? And so for Michigan State to go out against an Iowa team that wants to play the same style of football, loves to run the ball, doesn't have exactly an air raid offense like us, for them to shut that down is very impressive. Now, I'll say Iowa didn't run the ball all that much. They abandoned it. They tried to get, a little cute and went through the air, which is even more important today that Michigan just commits to doing that, because over time, eventually you break down a defense. It's 3 yards. By the fourth quarter, it's 5. It's a 5-yard run. By the fourth quarter, it's 8. 8 goes for 15, that type of thing. They have got to stay committed to that. Don't try to – I think every game that we've gone, and we've been talking about this anemic passing game for a long, long time, and every single time the next week, they try to almost prove a point, like, hey, we can do it. We're going to throw – you saw it last week with Illinois. First play, we're going to throw the long ball.
Didn't have a chance.
Yeah, don't be too proud. Don't be too proud to accept who you are and find an identity in what you want to do. Run the football. Michigan State looked good stopping it last weekend, but it will come down to that.
Yeah, I mean, the one scoring drive for Michigan last week, the pass game got going because the run game got established.
Exactly.
Simple as that. Quarterback for Michigan State is Aiden Childs. He played sparingly at Oregon State as a true freshman, then joined Smith in their journey here to the Big Ten. Childs, 59% passer, 1,468 yards, 6 TDs, 9 interceptions. As a runner, 56 carries, 166 yards, 3 touchdowns. Now, he has 15 sacks, so it's 41 real carries. He's averaging better than 5 yards a tote on real carries, not the sack carries included. The thing, though, is he has 1 or more turnover against every FBS foe this year. Your thoughts on him? It has been a roller coaster with him, but the highs are pretty high, even though the lows are very low.
Yeah. Thoughts on him overall, if I had to use one word, I'd say dangerous. Has potential, is kind of coming into his own. Can extend plays, is a great athlete playing quarterback who can also get the ball down the field. Young, inexperienced, that's changing. We're in week 8 now, so that's changing a little bit. A guy who can do flashy things and a guy who's prone to make mistakes. For Michigan tonight, if they can get him to make those mistakes, you got to honor what he can do. You're going to have to watch him running. You're going to have to get pressure on him, try to disrupt him. He's a young guy still trying to figure it out. If you can get in his face, that's the easiest way to make him make those mistakes, and you're going to need that in order to get a win tonight. So a dangerous guy that they're certainly going to have to account for. He is their weapon. Everything in that offense goes through him. If they shut him down, you're in good shape tonight.
Defensively, Michigan State comes in 29th nationally in yards allowed per game. Just 283 given up against Iowa. Best showing for MSU in Big Ten play. Some guys to watch for, listen for. Number 7, Jordan Turner, their best linebacker, 43 tackles, 7.5 tackles for loss, and 3 sacks. Charles Brantley wears number 0. He has 3 picks, 5 PBUs, both leading the team there. Impressions of a defense that showed it can slow down a run-first attack last week against Iowa.
Yeah, until that, not all that impressive. A little outmatched, it felt like all the time. Not big enough, not fast enough, not strong enough. But they kind of get a pass because it's just one of those years that, in East Lansing, they knew they were going into.
You want to be ascending. That's the goal.
And now they feel that way, right? Yep. And that's why tonight's dangerous because they're starting to click. They're starting to gel a little bit. Look, they're not some elite team by any means. But all you can do is try to get better from where you were the week before. They're doing that. They did that on offense to shut down. I don't care what year it is. We can fast forward 40 years or go back 40 years. Iowa can always run the ball, right? They can always play physical at the line of scrimmage and run the ball on teams to some extent. For this defense to be able to come, last week and shut that down is truly impressive. It's a sign of a team that's developing. It's a sign of good coaching, and it's a sign of a team that, because of that good coaching, has a good scheme. They don't really need to have a good scheme tonight. We all know what it is. Every fan in the stadium is going to know what it is. Load up the box, dare Michigan to throw the ball. That's why this offensive line, hopefully Miles Hinton is back tonight. They can get back to some normalcy there, commit to the run, and it's going to come down to that.
Keep in mind, on special teams, they have 2 great specialists. Jonathan Kim, a school record 6 field goals last week, 4 of them from 40 or more yards, had a 55-yarder. He is 15 of 16 on the season. And their punter, Ryan Eckley, 2nd in the league, 48 yards per punt. Remember, when Michigan won a grinded-out defensive run game type of a performance, they had Tommy Doman deliver his best game of the season. They're going to need that here today. Rob Joy standing by with some out-of-town scoreboard updates for us. But first, we've got another check of traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Spartans coming up, 7:40 the kick, so we're about 2.5 hours away. Stay tuned here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show for all the coverage you need. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal Beef Franks, a certified halal concession option at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
Hey, Michigan fans, the best football deserves the best Bloody Mary mix. Zing Zang, Michigan's favorite. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, Worcestershire sauce, and a bold blend of spices, Zing Zang delivers a taste that's as legendary as our team. And for those who love the heat, try Zing Zang Blazing. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Find Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix at local retailers. Go blue and go Zing Zang.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
And we will do that with Rob Joyce, who's standing by here in a moment. First, though, it's time for the Tailgate Tip, brought to you by Meyer. Spend less time playing bartender and more time with your friends and family by making your go-to craft cocktails in single-serve mason jars the night before. Today's Tailgate Tip brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. And as promised, we have Rob Joyce, and Rob, we'll start with the game going on in Eugene. If you are a Michigan fan who believes in transitive property, please turn off your radio for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, number 1 Oregon, playing like number 1 Oregon, just took a 34-3 lead on Illinois. Ducks are about to kick the extra point to make it 35-3 with 29 seconds to halftime. 363 yards of offense for Oregon, 82 for Illinois. So Oregon, you know, if you remember after the first 2 weeks, well, they only beat Idaho by, I think, 10. They needed a last-second field goal to beat Boise State. Well, what's wrong with Oregon? They're peaking.
They are. And I remember talking about that Boise State game in week 2 from the Boise standpoint, because the Broncos just beat UNLV at Allegiant Stadium. Was it yesterday, I think, right? I think it was a Friday night game. So they have won out since then. They could have gotten a bye in the college football playoff had they won that game. Now, who knows if Oregon would have continued on. Maybe they did really get a boost from kind of getting fortunate to get out of there against Ashton Genty and that Boise State offense. But, yeah, I mean, I think we all thought Oregon was going to win, but 35-3, that's eye-popping.
Yeah, they look good. And Rob, you said it, they're ascending at the right time. It's that time of year. Good teams are starting to pull away. They're getting better week by week, starting to come together and gel and play really effective, productive, efficient football. And you're seeing that with Oregon right now. They look like they're the number 1 team in the country, no doubt about it.
Oh, man, if only we could talk about the Big Ten West race here with this Iowa-Northwestern game, Rob. What else is going on and what else is to come?
12-7, Iowa leads Northwestern at the half. Northwestern's 7 came off a pick 6 off Cade McNamara. And then Minnesota is taking it to Maryland. It's 31-9 Gophers late second quarter in Minneapolis. Max Brosmer with 3 touchdowns. And then earlier today, scare. Ohio State ultimately survives Nebraska 21-17. That got hairy in the fourth quarter. And then Indiana, with a backup quarterback, is able to handle Washington 31-17. Hoosiers largely kept the Huskies at arm's length the whole game.
So it's Ohio State, Penn State next week. And Penn State is in Madison tonight. A big one, 7:30 against the Badgers. Nittany Lions around a touchdown favorite. If Penn State takes care of business today, it'll set up a top 5 clash, Penn State, Ohio State, that in a lot of ways could be Ohio State's playoff hopes on the line just because, boy, if they don't win that, they're not going to have the type of win that really jumps off the page at 10-2 compared to there's a bunch of one-loss SEC teams that are chomping at the bit to get an at-large bid.
Yeah, they don't have the luxury this year of being able to play a game like they did today against Nebraska and survive and barely get by. Their resume is not going to be impressive enough at the end of the year. And it's going to be a tough one for them. We'll see tonight. I'm really interested. Wisconsin's another team who's certainly not, an elite program right now, but playing better football, seemingly starting to figure out some of their things, throwing the ball pretty well the last couple weeks. Going to be a test against Penn State, and we'll see what that Penn State team looks like heading into what's going to be an awesome game to watch. That's going to be a great matchup next week with Ohio State and Penn State.
No doubt. All right, Rob, top 25. Give us the rundown.
Games going on right now. Alabama leads Missouri 13-0. That's a top 25 tilt. They're about to go to halftime in Como. Also a top 25 tilt. Texas and Vandy.
Yeah.
The Commodores ranked 25th and hanging in there. Texas leads 14-7. Just pinned Vanderbilt deep. That's midway through the second quarter. And then BYU picked 13th in the preseason in the Big 12. Well, they're the Big 12 leaders right now, leading at UCF 24-10 at the half. And then earlier today, top 25 matchup, Notre Dame handed Navy its first loss, 51-14, the final for MetLife. So the Bids no longer unbeaten.
Yeah, BYU and Iowa State are unbeaten in the Big 12. Kansas State's the only other team that has fewer than 2 losses. They are 3-1 in the league, 6-1 in the Big 12. That is a cluster in that league. I want to turn our attention to tonight, LSU and Texas A&M. I think people would probably be a little surprised to know that both those teams are unbeaten in SEC play. It goes to show you what happens now. You can lose early in a non-conference game and still have everything in front of you where there's some pressure, of course, because you gave up one of your free spaces, if you will.
Yeah.
But both those teams, you're playing right now, they have a real chance, the winner of that game, to play for the SEC championship.
It's funny. The theme of the show today seems to be about teams that are either on the climb or going the other way. It didn't always feel that way in college football because of what you said. When you lose early in the year, back in the day, last year and years prior, it kind of was like, look, it doesn't matter. We're not even paying attention to these guys anymore. Now you look at LSU, who drops to USC in week 1. We now know what happened with USC. They've gone down. They've gone the other way. And now LSU, all of a sudden, if they keep getting better and playing well throughout the year, they will. They'll be playing in the SEC championship game, it looks like. So it has created a dynamic. We're far enough into the season at this point to start to really take note of all these changes and what they mean. And I just think it's funny that we've stumbled into this whole who's on the rise, who's not, and how important that is right now versus just what it was the last few years, which is just make it till the end of the year and then win the big one.
Yeah, the reality is if the winner of that game basically has one more true massive test still to come against a rival, LSU will have a bye week next week before they host Alabama. And if LSU wins this week, they will be favored in that game against the Tide, who have not looked elite. And for Texas A&M, if they win, their next 3 are at South Carolina, home against New Mexico State, a 7:45 kick, SEC Network, if you want to put that on your calendar.
I'm all set.
And then at Auburn before Texas A&M and Texas, the final week of the season. Again, who knows? That could be potentially for a spot in the playoff. And the winner could be in the SEC championship game. The loser could be sweating it out on, what is it? Is it going to be called Selection Sunday? Do we know if that's going to be how?
Maybe you just coined it.
I don't think I have the rights. I bet it's probably trademarked. We'll ask the committee chair, Ward Manuel. We'll see what he calls it. Well, he's got the authority.
Well, he didn't have the authority to get the 2-minute warning. We have to call the 2-minute timeout. I still stumble over that.
Do not say it again, and we might get in trouble. So come on. All right, that's our check with the out-of-town scoreboard with Rob. We will hear from a member of the Wolverines offense, a true freshman, Hogan Hansen, making an impact here in a bit. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Hogan, Hansen, Michigan true freshman tight end, joins us next as we get you ready for the Wolverines and the Spartans. This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show as you're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
For Michigan games, you don't do anything halfway, and that should include wings. Detroit Wing Company makes wings that are as big and as bold as the Wolverines themselves. Order yours now for your tailgate or watch party. Or, if you're attending the game, get to our spot in the big house. Just go to DetroitWingCo.com to order ahead, or see us at the game, because a U of M game is the perfect time to really get saucy. Detroit Wing Co. How Detroit wings.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Touchdown!
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
We love it when two football teams that really don't like each other get to battle for bragging rights. And today's the day. Michigan versus in-state rival Michigan State. I can't wait, and I'm sure that goes for our regular Tailgate Show guest, Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Brian. I'm glad to be with you today, and you're absolutely right. I can't wait for this next chapter of this great rivalry.
Andy, we talked recently about a Blue Cross program that's celebrating its 20th anniversary of changing health care for the better throughout the state of Michigan.
Yes, Brian. It's called Value Partnerships, and it's a movement toward value-based care that's driven by collaborative efforts between doctors, hospitals, and Blue Cross.
And it's a movement that has led to improved quality and safety. More than 20,000 doctors, 40 physician organizations, and 100 hospitals participate in value partnerships.
A whole lot of people rowing in the same direction, and it's great to see. And I want to talk about one important part of the program today. Funding from Blue Cross gives doctors and hospitals the resources they need to gather, analyze, and share data in more than 20 critical areas of healthcare. And that partnership is leading to improvements in the way healthcare is delivered, not only here in Michigan, but across the country and around the world.
Andy, that partnership has produced dramatic results, and it's in the news again. This time, it's about making blood thinners safer and more effective. That's a big deal because millions of Americans take blood thinners to prevent blood clots that cause heart attack and stroke.
Brian, over the past decade or so, oral blood thinners have become very popular. But in more than 10% of cases, they are either under or overprescribed, and these issues can have life-threatening consequences.
I read that in most cases, issues occur months or years after those oral blood thinners are prescribed. That's due to changes in how a person's body processes the medication or interactions with other drugs.
That's right, Brian. But that Blue Cross funding we talked about has helped our partners at Michigan Medicine establish a process for monitoring patients who are taking oral blood thinners. And participating hospital systems are leading national efforts now to implement teams of doctors, nurses, and pharmacists who monitor for issues. The goal is to ensure that patients are always receiving the safest and most appropriate blood thinner possible.
For more, head to valuepartnerships.com. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show with Michigan freshman tight end Hogan, Hansen,
The winged helmet, the Wolverines nickname, that's well known for you for a while. You played for Bellevue High School out in Washington, and they were the Wolverines. Did that help in the recruitment? What a coincidence. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might have helped a little bit, just like subconsciously, just because, I mean, I love the blue and gold. I grew up playing youth football in the blue and gold. I've never really worn a different football jersey, so, I mean, yeah, I think so. Then also I saw similarities in the way my high school program is run and the way Michigan ran. So, I mean, it just all fit together.
Has everything lived up to expectation for you as you've gotten acclimated to the community, to the program? And where have you grown during this time?
Yeah, I think it's what I thought. I mean, the culture is still just great, and that's why I came here. And, I mean, I think I've just grown just being around mature people and mature leaders, especially in the tight end room. I think I've just grown to learn how to carry myself more as a college football player and just be more mature.
What have you learned from Colston, who's talked about trying to pay it forward like many guys did for him 2 years ago when he was a freshman and played himself into a role kind of in a similar trajectory to you? How has he helped you?
I mean, he's just given me advice whenever I need it, and I mean, he's the best like role model or example to follow from like at all times. He does everything. He's very consistent in his craft, and he's consistent through practice and through the game. So I mean, he sets a really good blueprint on like what needs to be done to be successful at the tight end position at Michigan. And I mean, he's been helping me since the day I got here, and that's my guy. So he's done a lot for me.
Take us through your first career catch, a touchdown against Arkansas State. I'm sure it was a whirlwind. What do you remember about that sequence before, during, after?
Yeah, I mean, it was a whirlwind. That was my first game traveling, so it was first time really getting involved in the game plan. And I mean, I knew there was a good shot I was going to get out there and get a few plays, but I mean, I've had my first play of my college football career, like a drive before, and then my coach just like, next thing you know, it's like, get ready, next drive. Have a long run. I was supposed to run the play after that, get a long run, get in the red zone. I'm like, oh, shoot. The back of my mind, I'm thinking like, oh, shoot, okay, maybe. But at that point, the ball just got snapped. I just blacked out. And, I mean, I ran that play a lot during practice. So, I mean, it was just – I just blacked out. And then I remember scoring and celebrating with all my teammates.
Awesome. Because you're from the state of Washington, obviously you haven't lived in this state, in this rivalry for very long. What have you heard about it, learned about what's to come here tonight?
I know it's real. And, I mean, I've been a Michigan fan for the last few years, so I've seen the rivalry, and I got Max Bredesen in my room, so he's always telling me, like, no, like, this isn't just another game. This is different. Like, this state championship, like, there's real bad blood. So, I mean, I know how much it means to the state, and I know how much it means to the players in the program, so excited.
What stands out about them on film defensively? What will be some of the challenges that they present for this offense?
I think they're a good defense. They got some big ends, some good defensive ends with experience, and I mean they have some experienced linebackers. So I mean I think they're a solid defense. So just talent on the D line and in the secondary too.
Lastly, it's a night game at the Big House, rivalry. How much can a crowd affect a game like this?
I think a crowd will be electric for sure. I think if we can get the momentum, which we should, I mean, it's at the Big House, going in our direction will be good. And I mean, it's a really good game to have coming off of a loss because it just, like you said, how much it means to this state and how much it means to our team. So I think it will be electric environment.
First-year Michigan Wolverine, but longtime Wolverine, Hogan Hansen. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It was a fun one. Hogan Hansen, boy, he's got a chance to be a good one here at Michigan. Wolverines and Spartans coming up. It's the backyard brawl. We've got a traffic and weather check for you right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Well, It's the Michigan-Michigan State game, and it's kicking at 7:40, so we will get the 7-second delay on for John Jansen, who joins us next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Welcome to the Pretzel Bell, where Ann Arbor unites to share meals, memories, and maize and blue pride. Alumni-owned and in downtown Ann Arbor, the Pretzel Bell serves up your favorite comfort foods, soft-baked pretzels, varsity burger, or mac and cheese, plus Michigan's finest craft beers and signature cocktails. The Down Bar has 32 TVs, and you can catch pub trivia on Wednesdays, country nights on Thursdays, and live music Fridays and Saturdays. To learn more or book a private event, visit thepretzelbell.com.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
I love watching my child grow through football, learning values and life skills that extend beyond the playing field. Now, there are more ways to play than ever before, from flag to tackle and beyond, with opportunities for boys and girls at any age. To find the right team, explore FutureForFootball.com's new League Locator tool and explore nearby leagues. It's never been easier to get your family involved in the game.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
Now you've got these two programs coming together. It's a rivalry game. It's a game that's a statement game of where both programs are in this moment, in a snapshot that is 2024 season. And, yeah, this is going to be a huge moment for both programs.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
And as we do every week, we welcome John Jansen to the Tailgate Show. His first segment is brought to you by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix. No Bloody Marys.
Nope.
Though at times, I think we've all
needed a
one.
few.
Yes.
I could use one.
Yes, but we aren't. We're getting ready for a 7:40 kickoff. John, we just heard from you. This was from the podcast this week, that clip. Yeah, it's a pivot point for Michigan's season. And really, it's Michigan's job to ensure that this isn't a pivot point in the rivalry.
It is, and it's been an emotional week in the building because it's one of those weeks where these guys understand what this game means. They also understand what this moment means for the season. Now, the Big Ten, college football playoffs, that ship has sailed. But if you want to save any of your season, if you want to make a statement about who you are, this is the moment to do it. And so the emotion was, I don't want to get too high too early. You need to play. You need to have practice with a certain amount of emotion. It's going to be a little bit more amped up than normal. But you also have to make sure that you take care of all the details, like the pre-snap issues, snap count, making sure you're on the ball if you're supposed to be on the ball, you're lined up. If you're supposed to be 7 yards from the tackle, that you're 7 yards, not 9, not 5, because that matters in the execution of a play. And all of those little details will matter. The ultimate detail that will matter is going to be protecting the football, whether it's wide receivers, running backs, center quarterback exchange, quarterback, tight end, doesn't matter. You've got to protect the football. That is the number one issue with this offensive football team.
Yeah, and you talk about the importance of this game, not just for the season, but for the rivalry. It's the first time that both schools have had new head coaches since it was Nick Saban and Lloyd Carr back in the day. And if we remember when Mel Tucker came into Michigan State and was able to eke out that win, that rejuvenated that athletic department, that football program, to think that they could end up, getting back on top of this rivalry. Obviously, that didn't work out. But talk about a big night and a big opportunity to kind of shut down that that thought from the fan base from Michigan State, from the players, from the coaches, right, about like, hey, look, we're down, but we're still in the driver's seat of this relationship, right? Because otherwise, this is, if Michigan State, if you would have told them, hey, you're going to lose every game, but you're going to beat Michigan this year, every single one of them would have said, okay, sign us up for that, right? So the importance of this rivalry to with new coaches and a new era of college football, all the above, it's not just a huge game for the season for Michigan. It's about their rivalries and what those look like going forward, too.
I mean, things change very quickly in college football. Oregon, Illinois was a big game in the Big Ten today.
Right.
Indiana's
Before
undefeated. Yeah, you're correct. Correct. Yeah, for about 4 plays, it was a potential to be on Big Ten Network for years as a classic. Offensively, we've seen the reports about Davis Warren being the starting quarterback. Obviously, that's going to be something to monitor as we get closer and closer to kick. We'll get the availability report here any minute now. Your thoughts on this whole situation? Because, I mean, last week, that was as rough as we've seen a Michigan offense in quite some time.
It was. And when you start off with the pass that they threw to Amarion Walker, and you basically signal we can't throw the ball deep, that it doesn't bode well. Now all of a sudden, hey, let's load the box, let's move the safeties up a couple of yards because we don't have to worry about getting beat over the top. Now with Davis Warren and with Alex Orji, because we're going to see him as well tonight, you're going to get an opportunity to see a little bit more the style that we saw last year with JJ and Alex Orji. The question I have is you can't just send Alex Orji out for run plays. Now, you may ultimately only end up running the ball with him out there, but it can't just be we're going to send him out there for one, run the ball, and then he comes off. Yeah. If it's Davis Warren for the first set of downs, the first series, and then Alex Orji comes in, it needs to be for a series or two. And maybe it's one guy starts this drive, another guy starts the next drive, and then they just ride it as long as they can, and then feel out who has the hot hand. Yeah. And honestly, you don't want to have a two-quarterback system, but right now they've got to find something that works. And whatever it is that's going to work tonight, they've got to figure out what that is early in the game.
And to do all that, John, I know you've talked a lot about this. You have to be good on first down. Otherwise, you don't have options. And they back themselves into that corner.
You listen to my keys to the game, looking ahead, doing a scouting report.
Actually, I didn't, but look at that. We're on the same page. I love it.
What a jerk.
But you
subscribe, rate, and review, Jack. Do it now.
You know what? All right. Yeah. Keys to the game. Let's skip ahead. Let's go. Let's get to it. No, but it gives you options, right? And then you have the element of surprise. Otherwise, they've painted themselves into a corner on offensive series where it becomes predictable. You know what has to happen because there aren't enough options out there. To be good on first down allows you to bring both those guys in and can, make the defense have to think about what's going to happen.
If you're 2nd and 5, you have the ability of deception.
Yeah.
If you're 2nd and 10, sure, you could run a draw. You could run something with Khalil Mullins, but chances are everybody knows it's a passing down. You want to be 2nd and 5, 2nd and medium, and you want to be 3rd and short. That opens up the playbook to be able to be deceptive and to use, whether it's the run, the pass, the play action, whatever you want, it allows you to do that.
And let's face it, Michigan's one scoring drive last week, the pass was set up by the run. Michigan had success through the air because they did such good work in their own territory on the ground. It'll be certainly a key in this one. This segment presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix, proudly served at the Big House. Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. We'll have the availability report here coming up in our next segment. We'll also have a traffic and weather check right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Spartans, Michigan starting to be begin pregame warm-ups here at the Big House for meeting 117 all-time in this rivalry. We'll go in the trenches next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Can you believe these seats?
I know, right? 50-yard line at the Big House? Are you kidding me?
Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, soft pretzel, some dog food?
Yeah, I'll take...
What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything?
What are you talking about?
I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in.
Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd. Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
And 100% renewable energy by 2030. And DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need. And will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Halloween is almost here, and we have some spooktacular treats for you, but only if you subscribe to the Michigan Insider, the official email of Michigan Athletics. Those deals include discounted tickets for upcoming volleyball matches and men's and women's basketball games. So, if you're subscribed to the Michigan Insider, check your email. If not, what are you waiting for? Head to mgoblue.com/insider to subscribe. That's mgoblue.com/insider. Happy Halloween from Michigan Athletics.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. Let's go in the trenches.
Before we do that, the availability report is out. And unfortunately, it kind of felt like this was probably going to be the case, but Will Johnson is indeed out today for Michigan. Some other notable names, Amorion Walker, who was the target on that first pass attempt at Illinois last week. He's out. Jack Tuttle out. So we know it won't be Jack Tuttle at quarterback for Michigan. Rayshon Benny out, and questionables, Kendrick Bell, Eno Etta, and Quentin Johnson is questionable. Guys, reaction to that, again, it kind of felt like Will Johnson, the vibes were not good there with Will Johnson playing in this one.
No, and that, obviously it's disappointing. But it's not surprised. I know it was going to be real close, but I've always, and I will always, my reaction will be, if your starter is out, no matter the level of play, it creates opportunity for Jair Hill, Amir Hall, Keyshawn Harris, insert any other player. And I really hope that these players will see that as such. Like, it is an opportunity. And you don't know how many opportunities you are going to get in moments like this. And whether it's Colston Loveland being down for the USC game and all of a sudden Marlon Klein gets a chance to show a little bit more.
Hogan Hansen.
Hogan Hansen gets a touchdown. A young player. You never know when your number will be called, and you better be ready. And tonight is another opportunity for these guys to be ready and to show out.
John, you had a long NFL career, but most guys don't. To your point about getting opportunities, like the window is so small, the time frame is so narrow on opportunities to propel your career, not only for college but for the pros, right? And so to your point, this is a chance for those guys to go out. I was impressed with the way those guys played last week. I thought they made improvements from the Washington game. Will only played a little bit last week, so those guys were put to the test, and it felt like they took what happened against Washington and said and corrected that and said, we're good. You can make mistakes, don't make the same mistake twice. They got better at the things that they struggled at against Washington, and I thought played a pretty decent game, all things considered, last week. Now an opportunity to continue to propel themselves individually and as a unit to get that secondary back together. And yeah, it's going to hurt not having Will out there, but those guys are capable of getting the job done.
They're here for a reason.
Yeah.
And this is where, Jack, you know this. Having played and worked out at Schembechler Hall, practiced, you've run the stairs, you've done all the work, and it is Did you do the work? Some guys have a warning. All right, hey, this guy graduates, and now all of a sudden you're the next in line. And so you have all off season with planning that I'm going to start, I'm going to get a lot of time on the field. Other times you don't know that that's coming. Somebody goes down. Maybe it's 2 or 3 guys. You might be 6th on the depth chart, and all of a sudden, boom, you got to go in the game. If you're not preparing as a starter, if you're not preparing in the offseason, like I don't care who's in front of me, some point they're going to call my number, and I'm going to be ready.
And even for the guys that start, you get 12 guaranteed days a year to do it. All the other, the 350 other days of the year, the workouts, the film study, the practices, all of that, it's all for this, right? I mean, and you have such a limited time window and opportunity to enjoy the fruits of your labor. These guys are getting their opportunity. We'll see what they do with it.
The other thing to note on the availability report, no worries for Miles Hinton, so he'll be back. That's huge because go ahead.
No, it is, because when we watched last week the Michigan offense, I think part of the problem was protection, and Jeff Percy did a fine job. But there were times where Jack Tuttle, from behind was getting hit, was getting pushed out of the pocket, where in weeks prior to that, Miles Hinton had done a really nice job. He's kind of been that guy. Somebody asked me the other day, who's been the best offensive lineman of the group? And I think, Brian, you might ask me that question. And I thought it, through, and Miles Hinton to this point has probably been the best offensive lineman. And so to get him back and have him next to Josh Preeb, 2 guys that worked together through training camp and really developed a good relationship, they're going to be back together. That's a positive. Now you've had a 3rd game in a row where Greg Crippen has been starting. That the more consistency you have up front, the more opportunity you have to build chemistry, camaraderie, and build a good offensive line.
And Andrew Gentry, from all accounts, I think represented himself well in his start last week for Evan Link. I do want to get into a clip from the Monday radio show, and a reminder that on Go Blue podcast, you can get the radio replays for all sports-specific shows. We got Defend the Block recapping last night's men's basketball exhibition win over Toledo. Conquering Heroes this week, talking about the new Look to Michigan campaign with the head of Michigan Development, Brian Kegler. But Monday's radio show, tight end Colson Loveland, our player guest, he delved into potential areas of improvement for that Michigan offense.
I think it's just taking what they're giving us, like the easy completions, you know what I mean, quick game maybe. There's the easy stuff, get us going, get us in rhythm. And obviously not turning the ball over will help that as well, but just getting in rhythm, chunk plays, mixing up the run and pass game. Just doing, I feel like we just get a good game plan, not an overly big game plan, just a good game plan, and master those plays this week, and master how we do those things, splits, etc., assignment keys, and then just execute. I mean, hit the throws that we need to hit, make the catches we need to make the blocks we need to, everything's crucial, so we just need to hit on everything.
I mean, that clip is a continuation of what we've heard this week. Easy completions, quick game, 11 is 1, simplicity.
And when you listen to the players, and they're not trying to give away any game plan, but you get really honest feedback on what they feel needs to happen with the offense. And it's getting back to basics. It's running the football. How does that set up the pass? Quarterbacks taking what is there, not trying to overextend themselves, not trying to do something out of their skill set. And I thought I took a lot from that quote and listening and talking to Colston Loveland in regards to just kind of where their mindset is. We're not as advanced as we were last couple of years. And we, as fans, we're not expecting them to be as advanced. But we do expect that they go out and execute the basics of the game plan.
Well, and that should be enough. There's still a lot of talent on the field. That's the thing. They can win and they can beat the majority of teams that we have to face because there is enough talent if they just execute at a high level. And how do you do that? You skinny it down. You get really good at the fundamentals. You get really good at a few things in your game plan. Say, we're just going to rely on this and go to it. And tonight's an example of a team that we are the more talented team. If they're able to find efficient, productive football with that game plan, they can get out here with a win, no doubt about it. They're good enough to do all those things.
All right, more with Jack Miller coming up on our pregame show about 7 o'clock. With John, he and I will break down the matchup, the emotions of this rivalry as we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Spartans a little bit less than 2 hours away from kick, expecting it at 7:40 tonight. We'll come back and talk about the rivalry with Michigan native, former captain, someone who knows this well, John Jansen. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to creative and flexible tooling solutions for a quick turnaround of your product launch, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Hey Michigan fans, it's offensive lineman Miles Hinton. It is time to step up. The 2024 Cycle Bowl is scheduled for Saturday, November 2nd. We'll count every plastic, paper, and aluminum product put in recycling bins in and around the Big House. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material. November 2nd is our chance to take this title, and we need your help. Michigan Stadium has a tradition of recycling and is committed to diverting recyclable material from landfills. Remember, when we all recycle at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, it's the planet that wins.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
This is Michigan football.
I think it's my motivation this week. I mean, I have a lot of things that motivate me, but you don't want to ever let them have the happiness. The Coach Harbaugh would say, especially being in the Big Ten, you win twice because, we win, but then they also lose. So that's the goal.
Jim Harbaugh is there from center Greg Crippen. He said that on Wednesday's episode of In the Trenches. And before that, he mentioned the memories of the 2021 game up in East Lansing. I mean, we've heard that experience, that as a motivational factor for a ton of guys in the years since. But, hey, there aren't that many people who were on that trip within that travel party here anymore. The last 2 years, Michigan seized control of this rivalry back, and winning today would go a long way in righting the ship for this team after a couple of tough games.
It would, and this is kind of one of those rivalries, too, where in one of those games where you remember the wins, but the losses stay with you forever. And they're impossible to ever get over. And that's one of those things for the guys that were here. They need to make sure that they're sharing that experience. And it's never like a lived experience, but you want to make sure to share that experience with the other guys and hope that they never have to live through a moment like that.
How would you describe playing in this game?
Like I just mentioned, in terms of this, it's one that I was 3-1 in this game, and the one haunts me to this day. Same thing with Ohio State, 3-1, and the one absolutely haunts me to this day. It is going to be, this one and the Ohio State game are the most physical games that you will ever play in here at Michigan. And yeah, there's other great games and there's great moments and great opponents, but because of the emotion that is in this game, everyone is going to go a little bit harder. They're going to hit a little bit harder. They're going to run a little bit faster. The moments are going to be a little bit bigger, and the emotional swings are going to be greater. So the team that can handle those emotions the best, along with possessing the football, will be the team that most likely wins this game.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard from several guys this week, controlled emotion. That's how Sharon Moore put it, controlled emotion. Hit until the end of the whistle, maybe
a beat after.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. You got to test the officials and see what they're willing to let you get away with.
Correct, and then sometimes they'll push back, and you see the second, and hey, there you go. But
that's right.
That is a component to this. It's not just coach speak. You really do have to make sure that you're not going too far when this rivalry is as fierce, as physical as it is.
And there's a fine line, too, because you don't want to be holding back the emotion that could be pushing you forward.
Sure.
Like, I mean, that's where, you've got to – that's where experience in this game matters. Experience in big moments, in rivalries, and there are plenty of guys on this team, even though they won the last 2 years, even though they've beaten Ohio State, they've won a national championship, all of those things are what builds experience so that you can come into a game like this and excel.
Impressions of the Michigan State quarterback, sophomore Aiden Childs. The highs are high, but the lows are low. He really is a roller coaster, isn't he?
Yeah, you got to force him into the lows, and he's a guy that builds on confidence. So if he gets a big run, if he completes a big pass, you can almost feel it. You can even see it in his body language, how he handles being in the huddle, calling the plays, or calling it from the line of scrimmage. You've got to force him to be a pocket passer. He is a guy that is a tremendous athlete. He's a dual threat, triple threat, he's got all the tools. But you've got to force him into what he doesn't do best, and that's throw the ball accurately time after time after time. He will eventually throw you a ball, so you got to keep him in the pocket. And I heard Sharon Moore talking earlier this week. I've talked to the guys, the rush plans that these guys have. We've discussed that throughout the course of this year. They have to be in conjunction. Like Derek Moore rushes in conjunction with Mason Graham, so that there's not a clear passing lane, but those passing lanes also turn into exit routes. So you've got to make sure that you guys are on the same page and that you are playing good team defense so that you don't let a guy like Aiden Childs get out, gain some confidence by being able to pick up first downs and yardage with his feet.
And Aiden Childs, every FBS foe he's gone up against, he's turned it over at least once. We all know about Michigan's issues with turnovers. It might not be as simple as saying don't turn over the ball. It might just be, hey, don't turn it over more than once, because it just feels like these two teams, that's part of their game, unfortunately, this year. And you can't compound the issue and have it happen over and over.
Well, in 21, you had two 7-0 teams. Going into that game, it felt like, okay, who's going to make the biggest plays?
Yeah.
In this one, it feels more like don't make the most mistakes.
Yeah.
Okay, it is what it is. These teams are who they are at this point
Nothing
of the season.
you can do about it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're dead on. Boy. It's kind of a bummer how you put it. You're right.
I hate to be honest, but
yeah, you're right about that. Wolverine Nation, we encourage you to recycle at every game, but especially during November's second home game against, right now, the number one team in the nation, Oregon, as we try to set a new world record. Remember, when we all recycle at home, at the game, or at the tailgate, it's the planet that wins. Before we continue, let's take 10 for station ID. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Wolverines and Spartans coming up, expecting a kickoff at 7:40 in this one. When we come back here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, we will relive a great moment in this rivalry. John Jansen was there. We'll also get updated on the latest around college football. Not a lot of really exciting games, as there are a bunch of blowouts to talk about, but some intriguing ones later. We'll preview first another check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Excited for the 117th meeting in this rivalry. Michigan and Michigan State coming up from the Big House. You're locked into Wolverines football from Learfield.
Hello?
Where are you? The party started an hour ago.
I got, delayed.
Wait, are you at the casino again?
Casino? No, not at all.
If gambling is getting in the way of your priorities, self-exclusion from the Detroit casinos might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get out there and have some fun in a new Toyota truck. Now through November 4th, get 1.9 APR financing or $2,000 customer cash on a new 24 Tundra. Excludes TRD Pro. Or lease a Tacoma SR Double Cab for $319 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Nobody builds better trucks than Toyota. Let's go places.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Michigan has 8 men up on the line of scrimmage. Schultz back to throw. He's being pressured by Hall. Scrambles out of there. Now has Fizel in his face. Throws. Unbelievable. Made a spectacular interception. And somehow landed with a foot in bounds at the state 21. What a grab by Woodson.
As we visit this day in Michigan football history presented by Buddy's Pizza. We just heard one of the program's iconic plays, iconic calls. Not quite on this day. It was the 27th anniversary yesterday of that Charles Woodson interception, the Michigan win in East Lansing, 23-7.
27 years?
Don't worry about that part, John. It's just focus on 23-7 victory. 23-7.
Yeah.
Sorry, just yeah, it's all good. What do you remember about that? It was just a few years ago.
I remember looking down. Obviously, defense was on the field. We were on the sidelines, and watching Charles. It felt like he reached into the sideline, and obviously, way above everybody's heads to catch that ball, and then all of a sudden, it like he somehow got a foot in bounds, and we were kind of all stunned, like. Didn't think that was physically possible. Yeah. But then on the flip side, and having thought about that play now for 27 years, it's not even the best plays that he made. The best plays that he made were all in practice. And, like Jack was talking about earlier, you got 12 opportunities, now 11 at that time. And he made some spectacular plays. But we were given a great gift as teammates of Charles Woodson of being able to see moments like that in practice on a regular basis.
Was that his best in-game play?
Yeah, his best individual effort, sure. I mean, his that one, the interception in the end zone in the Rose Bowl is another iconic one where, you see the snapshots of those pictures. First of all, when you see the snapshot of this picture, you can't believe that he got his foot in bounds. Yeah. And then it's so iconic, the one of the interception in the end zone against Ryan Leaf in the Rose Bowl. It's another just iconic moment.
Yeah, no doubt. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's knows all about being the best in the game and has been since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to score your original Detroit-style pizza. Let's get into our check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Let's talk Big Ten, Rob Joyce. Things have certainly gotten out of hand at Kinnick Stadium. Tell us about that and the other games going on in the Big Ten.
Iowa has scored 21 unanswered, including a special teams touchdown at a halftime, now lead Northwestern 33-7. The story there, Cade McNamara got benched. Brendan Sullivan, the quarterback for Iowa, has come in 8 of 11 passing for 83 yards. He's also a rusher for a touchdown, so we'll watch that. Other 2 blowouts, Oregon still leads Illinois 35-3 late in the third. The Illini have first and goal, but we've seen this from Oregon a few times. They'll run out to a big lead and then kind of sleepwalk through the last 2 quarters. And then Minnesota all over Maryland 41-10. So Minnesota will likely be 5-3. Finals from earlier, Ohio State narrowly escapes Nebraska 21-17. Indiana has a few issues with Washington with the backup quarterback. The Hoosiers 8-0 anyways, 31-17 the final, then still to come. Penn State at Wisconsin at 7:30, the only remaining game besides ours.
Yeah, Taven Jackson for Indiana, 11 of 19, 124 yards, a touchdown and a pick. He added 17 yards and a touchdown on the ground. That one for me, John, felt like it was really important for IU to get that early pick six to kind of give the offense, because the offense didn't get a whole lot going, and they had been bludgeoning teams offensively with Curtis Rourke.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you think of what they did last week to Nebraska. I mean, that was an absolute beatdown, and that was a team with a winning record. Everything up until that point had been, teams with losing records, so you were wondering what they were going to be. And, but here's the sign of a good team. When you lose your key player, their quarterback, and you can still come away with the win. All right, they're well coached. They're disciplined, and it didn't look great. Didn't look like it had for the first 7 weeks, but they're 8-0.
And normally when you have this team that comes out of nowhere to contend, it feels like if there's a big injury or two, that's super deflating because there's not a lot of depth.
Right.
Clearly they've built some depth there, which is impressive. Takeaways from Ohio State eking past Nebraska.
It's one of those games where do I think that Ohio State's bad? I don't think they're as great as the salary,
as the price tag,
as the price tag what might entail, but they're still a good team,
yeah, sure.
and this could be one of those where they didn't wake up, and they still beat a team not waking up.
Tonight, 7:30, Penn State at Wisconsin. Do the Nittany Lions get the job done?
I think they do. I don't think Wisconsin, obviously without Tyler Van Dyken, they've been able to win some games without their quarterback. I don't see them beating Penn State. I think it's going to be a close game. I think Penn State does what they can to give the game away. But I trust Alar, Singleton, Katron Allen more than I guess I trust that Wisconsin offense.
Yeah, I agree. And
and it's not a top 5 matchup, so James Franklin has a chance.
But next week, I bet you Penn State will be favored in that game.
You know what?
Isn't that crazy?
We were discussing, in that game, and we'll talk about it more next week, but who do you want to win that game? James Franklin or Ryan Day?
I think most Michigan fans would say they want Penn State to win, but you have a unique level of James Franklin despise.
I do, and having said that, and everybody understands that, I think it would be amazing if Ryan Day lost to the pathetic James Franklin.
Ooh.
Can you imagine 2 losses for this high-priced free agent class that Ohio State was able to bring in?
We were talking about this off air before the show even started. If they do lose next week, their best win will be Nebraska at this point. I mean, right now their best win is Nebraska, but they only have one loss, so it's fine. Let me bring it all full circle here and tell you another program you don't really like a whole lot. With that loss today, Nebraska, since the start of 2021, is now 4-19 in one-score games.
Oh, hold on. Let me get my handkerchief out to wipe away my tears.
And that stat brought to you by Scott Frost.
The fighting Scott Frost.
Certainly some other contributors, but certainly Scott brought it to the forefront.
Yes,
all right,
we
brought it all full circle there, but we will have plenty of time to dissect that one.
Thank you, Brian.
Coming up next. Hey, I got you. All right. We have plenty to do here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We'll come back and visit with Doug Karsh on this rivalry, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines coming up here against Michigan State, an hour and a half from kick. We'll hear from Doug Karsh next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You saw her crush on the Tom Brady roast. Saturday, May 24th, 2025, see the hilariously honest Nikki Glazer live at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
You always dress like a 9-year-old who just found $1,000 on the sidewalk.
Tickets start at $62 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. Saturday, May 24th, 2025 at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Don't miss the unfiltered Nikki Glazer.
That is the look now, Dewey. That means you've been left out overnight.
More at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's the Detroit Wing Co. Tailgate Report, reminding you that you don't have to just wing it for the Michigan game. Not when Detroit Wing Company is ready to play. The tastiest way to watch the Wolverines win is with our delicious brined wings and chef-created sauces. Find your wings at a DWC near you, or visit us at our new spot, Hatched in the Big House. Kick off the game right. Go to DetroitWingCo.com. That's how Detroit wings.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Happy game day, Doug.
Hello, Brian. How are you, bud?
Doing all right.
Good.
How would you describe the intensity of this rivalry, and how does that kind of play into this game, especially early, where we see that the intensity, it's palpable, whether it's here or East Lansing?
Well, there's been some weird stuff that has happened in this rivalry, and I think it speaks to the intensity, which is bordered on unhealthy, and it's led to things like fights in the tunnel and things like that, where in the wake of that, I kind of took a position of the adults need to take the temperature down a little bit, because, the kids feed into it, and it's one that doesn't seem, it seems to have a nasty edge that I'm not going to say isn't there with Ohio State, but I feel like Ohio State, there's sort of a two-way respect, and I feel like while there is some respect, I feel like it's overcome by that nasty edge in this one. And maybe, I will give these two coaches credit. I don't think Sharon Moore or Jonathan Smith did anything to fan flames. But since you brought it up, I mean, it wasn't going to be really one of our storylines in a game.
The only thing Sharon referenced, and it wasn't bringing it up, was just talking about the intensity of the rivalry, because his first one was the Devin Bush game.
Right.
And again, another one of those things that happened in this game or before this game.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, hopefully this is a, controversy-free game.
Yep.
And that
has a chance to be a very exciting game.
No, I mean, looking back in the last couple of years, it wasn't particularly close. I think the combined score was 68-7, something of that nature. But coming off 3 straight Big Ten championships, a national championship, we didn't think this game was going to be a battle. But here we are, and it is.
It is, but it doesn't have to be. And if Michigan, I really think that even though, Michigan State, it feels like the trajectory of that team is on the rise. The way that they played against Iowa, and that Aiden Childs was able to play a mostly clean game, the sense is that they're a team on the rise. And the sense is for Michigan, coming off of 2 losses, that maybe their trajectory is going the other way. This is an opportunity for Michigan. I still believe Michigan has more talent. They have to go out and play like it. They just haven't played like it. And it doesn't mean that they will. And even if they do, it doesn't ensure a victory. But I do believe that if Michigan goes out, they run the football, they play a clean game, not turning the ball over. Don't let, if you get Michigan State backed up, don't have a roughing the passer call or something of that nature and let them out of jail, this is an opportunity for Michigan to reset the barometer for this year.
And I will say, as we have gotten into this 12-team model, the super conferences in the Big Ten and the SEC, what makes the NFL so interesting week to week is that it does feel like there are 18 different seasons because you can't really draw a whole lot from the previous week into the next week. And I feel like we're seeing more of that this year in college football to where, yes, it is alarming the way that Michigan came out of the bye versus Michigan State putting together its best performance of the season. But I don't know how indicative that necessarily is these days in college football.
Well, you know, there's definitely more parity than there has been in the past. Yeah. It's portal and NIL. You no longer have 4 and 5 stars stored deep in your depth chart that are going to have to wait their turn. They'll go elsewhere and they'll get playing time. And next thing you know, you got Pitt and Indiana putting together the seasons that they're putting together.
Vanderbilt is ranked.
Yeah,
yes.
That's exciting in its own way. But under the old model, it was a lot easier for blue bloods like Michigan to operate. Look, this team has been caught up in a void left by the national champion.
Sure.
The national championship team was great and had so much success that many players either ran their eligibility to the finish line, which is great when you can do that. And in the day and age of NIL, Michigan was allowed to keep some of the guys up front, number 2 in the backfield. Those guys were able to stick around and probably did stick around because of NIL. And then you had players that got good quick and left with eligibility left. And this team feels like it's trapped a little bit in the void left by that. Sherrone Moore took over January 28th. Go back and look at the commitment dates of all the top portal quarterbacks. It's mid-December, early January, mid-January. And when Sherrone took over, there wasn't the cream of the crop left. And so, you know, the good news is it's the quick fix era, and they know what needs to be done down there. Trust me. The bad news is that this might be a tough season to endure, but getting a win in a rivalry game tonight would be a great feel-good, and it could put some juice into the week. Next week leading into number 1 Oregon coming to town.
Yeah, and it's really, I mean, we talk about the turnover battle. It's playing a clean game in all facets. I talked about the rush lanes earlier with the defensive line. When you're lining up as an offense, if you're supposed to be 7 yards outside the tackle, you line up 7 yards outside the tackle so that a throw isn't too far for a quarterback. Or if you're supposed to have a route that crosses the safety's face, now all of a sudden you run that right route, and it's a completion versus an interception. And we're not blaming the quarterback. We're not talking about receivers or tight ends that aren't open. It's about playing a disciplined game so that the receivers are in conjunction with the quarterback and they're operating with an offensive line all on the same page.
No doubt. Speaking of number 2, Blake Corum here tonight with the mini bye for the Rams. Great to see him here at the Big House.
What a great win for them on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't it a great win?
It certainly did help local teams, didn't it?
It did. Yep.
Blake Corum doing it all.
Yeah.
Well, not at all, but
and he did get a couple of reps.
He's getting more, yeah. No doubt.
One thing I want to say is just to remind the fans that'll be at the game that there is a good portion of this roster down there that helped bring Michigan a national championship.
Yep.
And a good portion of this coaching staff helped bring Michigan a national championship. I hope the fans get behind the team tonight, and because special things happen in college football. The truth is, we saw it last weekend.
Yep.
Illinois was pouring everything into that Red Grange game, the 100-year anniversary. And after that game, a member of the Illini staff was making his way to the elevator. It was about 45 minutes after the game ended. And he said to me, and I don't know that I believe this, but he said to me, this win means as much to this program as that win 100 years ago did. And I was like, wow.
Well, that they did not pack that for Eugene this week.
No, they did
not. Should have worn the throwback helmets again.
Yeah. Hey, the helmets, yes. The pants, burn them. All right. Those are Doug Karsh's thoughts. Let's do traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
If the Wolverines defense records 2 or more sacks today, our friends at Big Boy will give Michigan fans 50% off all appetizers Monday, all day. They're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy at participating locations only. Blue Cross Blue Shield, the Michigan Tailgate Show, almost done, but we got John's Keys of the Game next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show is almost done. But before we go, let's get John Jansen's keys to the game.
Before Michigan and Michigan State 7:40 kick here at the Big House. Let's get into it, John. A lot of people want to see more from that Michigan offense. How does it happen here today?
Well, it's on both sides of the ball. It's all about getting back to the basics. It's the blocking and the tackling. It's alignment. It's snap count. But it's, number one, it's possession of the football. Don't turn the ball over. And that is, I think tonight in this game will be the deciding factor. The team that turns the ball over the least will win this game. So that's number one. Number two, I alluded to this earlier with Jack. Be consistent on first down and be good on first down. Give yourself a chance to have the whole playbook at your disposal on second and medium, third and short, and even a second down. Doesn't mean you can't get a first down out of second. You don't even have to get to third down, but you can do that when you're at 2nd and 4, 2nd and 5, even 2nd and 6. I'll take that. So it's being good on first down. And number three, this is a shout out to the offensive line. It's a call to arms. Impose your will on the Michigan State Spartan front and run the damn ball. Establish your identity. You're 8 games into the season. I hate the fact that people say, well, what is the identity of this Michigan football team? The easiest thing to go out there and do is hit somebody in the mouth. And the offensive lineman, you get a chance to do that on every stinking play. So go out there, you smack them in the mouth on the first play, you let them know what they're in for the entire game, and you let that be the identity of this football team, at least tonight.
Defensively, a lot of that same intensity has to carry over. Michigan showed some good strides defensively, but without Will Johnson, it's a tough assignment.
It is, but I tell you what, the strength of this Michigan team is getting after the passer, but it needs to be disciplined in getting after the passer. So, number one, keep Aiden Childs in the pocket and force him to be a passer. I don't think he's a true passing quarterback. He's got the talent, he's got the ability, but he is inconsistent. He will throw you the ball, and I don't care if Will Johnson's out there or not. He's going to throw the ball. It's going to be available for the secondary, so keep him in the pocket, discipline rush lanes. Number two, get off the field on third downs. And, I mean, I feel like I'm a broken record, but as many times as we back teams up into third and long situations, anything that's more than 3rd and 7, there should never be a conversion after that. And so keep them off the field, get off the field, take the ball away. If you're going to make Aiden Childs be a passer, then when he gives you the opportunity, don't let us sit up here and say, well, that's why they play defense and they're not receivers. Catch the damn ball and turn it into opportunities for this Michigan offense.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, last week, Luke Altmaier, Illinois quarterback, he didn't throw for 100 yards, but he had a handful of 5+ yard gains, several of which gained first downs. Aiden Childs is a better athlete. Can't let it happen. We all know how important special teams are in this game, and Michigan special teams units coming off a pretty rough outing last week.
They are, and you can't allow big plays, and you can't allow punt returns. You can't allow fake punts. We've seen both of those. We've seen blocked field goals, blocked extra points. But the number one thing I think for me is no big plays. One big play per game in terms of maybe you do. It's 3 games in a row that they've had a blocked field goal or extra point. Let's keep that streak going, or a kick, we blocked a punt earlier in the game. Field position. We talk about turnovers. You win that battle. You win the field position battle. Just as like I called out the offensive line, I'm going to call out Tommy Doman. You have to be better. Last year, it was, 45, 46 yards that he averaged per punt. Earlier in the year, I forget which game it was. There was a game where he averaged about 43. It's
USC,
33 since then. And you must be better at punting the ball. We know he can do it. We've seen it. We just need to see it tonight.
Yeah, USC was the game where he was a special teams player of the week. And he was, genuinely, without Tommy Doman, Michigan might not win that game. It was that close. And
flip the field, pin him inside the 10.
Yep, no doubt. Got to happen. All right, those are John's keys to the game. And that is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. Got a lot to do on a loaded pregame show. Wall-to-wall analysis from Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant, and Jack Miller. Interviews with junior defensive lineman Kenneth Grant, the head coach Sharon Moore. Some thoughts from offensive coordinator Kurt Campbell and defensive coordinator Wink Martindale in our scouting reports, all in preparation for a kickoff at 7:40, the 117th meeting between Michigan and Michigan State in football. Wolverines will be without Will Johnson, no Jack Tuttle, no Rayshawn Benny, and we will see how the Wolverines utilize the quarterback duo Davis Warren and Alex Orji. Michigan State, a little bit more than an hour away. Stay tuned. Our pregame show is next as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for more analysis from the crew and comments from the locker room during the pregame show, which starts after this 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Left point of three. Yes, sir! It's up. They score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
The whole entire state is excited for this football game.
This is the state championship.
It's a statement game. This is a trophy game.
Being able to keep Paul Bunyan.
This isn't just another game. This is different. They all count the same, but these ones mean more to us.
Every game's big, but especially when you're facing your rival.
This game means absolutely everything.
And trust me, we're chomping at the bit to go out there and play at home, too, which is nice. Have our energy, have our fans.
It's going to be a physical, tough, hard-fought football game.
Play the game with controlled emotion.
And we go win this game for 365 days. We stay state champs.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan athletics. The Michigan Gaming Control Board. Learn how to play it smart when you're gambling. Visit don'tregretthebet.org. Absolpure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. And by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
There is a wood replica of Paul Bunyan awaiting the winner of our state championship. The last 2 years, Paul has gone from rent to own here in Ann Arbor with a pair of relatively easy victories. But this year, well, we expect a battle tonight here in Ann Arbor. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. Michigan, 3 straight Big Ten titles, 3 straight college football playoff appearances, a natty. And, John, we didn't expect this game to be in doubt when the schedule came out. But let's face it, this Michigan team, which is capable, but they're going to have to fight hard tonight.
Yeah, they've underperformed to this point, and there's no way to go back and get any of those losses back. They are what they are. This team has to learn from some of those losses. It should motivate them. This game in and of itself should motivate, and listening to that montage at the beginning, there's a lot of things said about this. There's controlled emotion. It really should be controlled aggression. And you have to go out there at the very first snap and set the tone on both sides of the ball. This is a tone-setting game, and if you don't set that tone early, it's really hard to recover later in the game.
For Michigan, it's really been about the offense. The numbers are what they are, and there's all the talk about keep grinding, keep grinding. Will the grinding net some results?
It has to, and I really do think it will in regards to, we've all heard the reports that Davis Warren is going to be the quarterback. Alex Orji is going to be, sifted in there a little bit. But this is an opportunity for this team to reset against one of their big rivals, and it's an opportunity to set the tone for the rest of the season. There's 5 games left, including this one, and you've got to go out there and be disciplined. You've got to line up where you're supposed to line up, routes, protection, snap count. Everything has to be disciplined. It's about getting back to the basics of football.
Well, John, you mentioned Davis Warren. He will get the start tonight. He completed 67% of his passes in his 3 starts earlier this year, but the 6 interceptions were the problem, and that seems to be a product of trying to do too much when a play wasn't there. Throw the ball out of bounds or take a sack.
You know what? Colston Loveland joined me on the Inside Michigan Football Show Monday night, and one of the things he talked about was a simplified game plan, but he also talked about just, taking what's there. Whether it's the run game and not trying to extend a run too much where you might fumble the ball, or it's running the right route. For a quarterback, it's just simply taking what's there. It might be an out. to a Donovan Edwards, or it might be a pass to Colston Loveland. Heck, you might find a receiver.
And run the damn ball. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
This offense has had some success. Run the damn ball.
Yeah, and I trust Khalil Mullins. I think every Michigan fan trusts Khalil Mullins. He should be the guy that gets the bulk of the carries, and whether it's, hey, you run him 20 times, it's 25, 30. Heck, I don't care. Set the new record at 53 times in this game. Hand the ball to Khalil Mullins and let your offense loose.
So Michigan State, a talented quarterback in transfer Aiden Childs coming over from Oregon State with the head coach, Jonathan Smith, but he is turnover prone, and we know what that's like. But coming off a pretty darn good game last week against Iowa.
Yeah, that was the best performance of the year. It was disciplined. They fixed some things in their bye week. It was Aiden Childs' best game as a Spartan. He was dynamic, and he's a guy that if you get confidence early, he's going to be a problem all game long.
We know special teams need to be buttoned up. Last week, Michigan blocked another kick. That's 3 games in a row, but they also gave up a blocked field goal, some short punts, and a fake punt that really turned the tide in that game. But for the most part this year, special teams have been good. They have to be once again tonight.
They've got to be good to great, and that goes from being disciplined in your rush lanes if you get a chance to block one, or it's kick cover. Whether it's punt cover, kickoff cover, being disciplined, and it's also Tommy Doman. I think we've all expected more from him this year. I know the coaches have talked about it. Coach Morris challenged him in practice this week. So it's got to go out there and win the field position battle.
USC Tommy Doman averaged 49 yards a punt. That's the Tommy Doman that we know he's capable of. College football, the other thing, there's magic in the air. We saw it last week on the 100-year anniversary of the Red Grange game in Champaign. And now the Big House, night game, rivalry game. It can matter.
It can, and it will matter. There is nothing, absolutely nothing greater than the atmosphere of college football, and you can hear the Spartans take the field right now. The boos are raining down on them. It's about to get really exciting.
We will preview today's opponent, Michigan State. Also coming up, scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We'll also hear from our guys, former Wolverines Jack Miller and number 8, Jason Avant. He'll be down on the field. And later, Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. We kick off at 7:40 tonight. It's Go Blue versus Fighting with a Vim. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Low snap, quarterback run up the middle. Yeah! He's not going to make it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Get out there and have some fun in a new Toyota with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else. Like America's best-selling car, Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time with available all-wheel drive. Now through November 4th, you can lease a Camry Elite for $299 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. We're live for the in-state rivalry between Michigan and Michigan State. Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Intensity, physicality, a pretty strong dislike, no doubt. Michigan State brings some unique emotions to the table. Players and coaches from both sides have talked about the importance of this game all week. For first-year Michigan head coach Sherrod Moore, a key is managing all that goes into this game on and off the field.
Play the game with controlled emotion. So you're going to be emotional about it. You're going to see the helmet. You're going to see the jersey. You're going to get all hyped up. But at the end of the day, when they blow the whistle, it's football, and you got to go play your technique. You got to do your job and be the best you can be.
That is a little easier said than done in this game, John Jansen, isn't it?
Well, it is, but you've got to be able to trust your preparation. Trust not just the preparation going into this week, but what did you do in the offseason? How much film did you watch on the Spartans? And yeah, there's a lot of new players out there, but there's some commonality between what they saw last year and this year. And then throughout the course of the year, how have you built up your book, the scouting report on these guys? But it's really coming down to more about how do you execute and do what you're supposed to do in the game. And if Michigan does that, it will be enough.
To our offensive scouting report, it was a tough go for Michigan's offense last week in Champaign. The Wolverines only mustered 7 points, the lowest total for the program since September of 2014. Lone scoring drive for the Maize and Blue came at the end of the first half. 12 plays, 72 yards, largely on the ground, with Kalel Mullings leading the way at running back. So what must carry over from that drive to tonight and beyond? Here's offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell.
Yeah, we played 11 as one for almost every snap in that drive, and we protected the football. I mean, those are the characteristics that lead to success. I mean, you got to have good early down success. That's by, playing 11 as one, as a team, as a unit, as with coaches and players, and then holding on the football, and that will lead to more success.
Taking care of the football, finishing drives with a successful kick, things we've talked about for weeks now. But Michigan had 2 first-half fumbles before the touchdown drive, and in the second half, a 65-yard drive for Michigan ended on a blocked field goal. Then a 69-yard drive ended on a red zone interception. Those things just can't happen.
No, they can't. And you've got to have that drive that was the scoring drive. It was 4 Kalel Mullins runs that set up easy passes to Colston Loveland, that set up another, couple of easy runs for Kalel Mullins. You get down to the 1-yard line, you punch it in. Like, there's a rhythm to the offense. There's a reason why you're doing things. So it's 11 acting as one, but it's also a coaching staff that's calling plays that set up something down the line, and you see what the results are.
As for the assignment today, Michigan State coming off one of its best defensive performances of the season. Spartans held Iowa to 283 yards, its best such showing in a league game this year. Star Iowa tailback Caleb Johnson failed to rush for 100 yards for just the second time this season. Before his 75-yard touchdown run in the fourth quarter, Johnson was at 13 carries for 23 yards. Here's Kirk Campbell on that Spartans defense.
They're big up front. I think they got a really good front seven. They're physical. They tackle extremely well, and they run the football. So it's a great challenge for us, and we're excited to embrace that.
And Michigan will be without Jack Tuttle. He's listed out on the availability report. Davis Warren to start. Alex Orji, you figure there will be something in there for him in some way, shape, or form. How is the matchup with this probably now 2-quarterback setup against a Michigan State defense that very clearly performed well last week?
Well, they did, but I don't really care what they did last week. All it does is give you some film to watch, and they may be big, but I think it's really important that Miles Hinton is back. And you go out there, you set the tone, and you tell them, hey, that's a nice performance that you had last week. Too bad you're not able to have that 2 in a row. And you establish the run. You control the line of scrimmage, which sets up the pass. And I do hope that in the 2-quarterback system that we're hearing about, Davis Warren's going to get the start, but that they don't just bring in Alex Orji for a token run or two. It needs to be he's going to be in for an entire series, maybe even an entire drive. And until one of them shows I'm the starting quarterback, you're going to continue to rotate those guys through, but it can't be telegraphed what you're running just by who the quarterback is.
You heard John mention Miles Hinton not on the availability report at all. Great news there. Amorian Walker, Michigan wide receiver, someone they wanted to develop as a deep threat. He's out today. Kendrick Bell, another Michigan wide receiver, looking to get going. He is questionable. Michigan State coming up. We'll get into our defensive scouting reports. We'll have interviews with Kenneth Grant and Sharon Moore. A whole lot more to come, including a strong claim from Wink Martindale about Michigan State's wide receivers. Paul Bunyan Trophy on the line. Michigan State. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Need plastics? Alro Plastics is your source for cut-to-size performance plastics. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We cut and ship many orders the same day. Since 1987, Alro Plastics has provided value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, we will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
We are less than an hour from kick. Michigan and Michigan State under the lights here at the Big House. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage on that Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Defensive scouting report now. Michigan's D, clearly its best last week in terms of the 3 units of play, and that was without cornerback Will Johnson for much of the game. Johnson suffering an injury in the first half. He never returned. He is out again today, so the Wolverines will need to lean on other components of a secondary that impressed defensive coordinator Wink Martindale last week.
They competed in, really well, actually, and our coverage was a lot tighter, in zone coverage and had them play man quite a bit there, especially in the second half, and they answered the bell to it. So I was really proud of them. I thought Amir, coming off the injury, he played a lot of snaps, and he was in there fighting.
Illinois quarterback Luke Altmaier did not reach 100 yards passing. John, there were other factors like a solid running game and probably even more importantly some short fields for the defense to deal with, but the secondary felt like one of the few bright spots in that trip to Champaign.
It did, and I like the way Zeke Berry, Quentin Johnson, Amir Hall, how they were playing much more aggressive, not always given the big cushion. There were a couple of PIs in there. They'll learn from those, but you've got to have that aggressive style of play, especially in a game like this.
Michigan State's offense has had its ups and downs. Sophomore quarterback Aiden Childs, who also made the move from Corvallis to East Lansing like the new Spartan head coach Jonathan Smith. He's one of the more exciting players in the country, and that's because you really never know what may happen on a given play for Childs. He's shown flashes of brilliance and also has committed at least one turnover in every FBS game this year. Here is Wink Martindale on Childs and the rest of that MSU offense.
I think you got to try to keep him in the pocket. It's one of those things that's easier said than done because of his athleticism and his mobility. But you got a plaster on the back end in coverage because he can extend some plays and create some throws downfield. I think they have a very, maybe the best receiver group that we've faced. When you put all three of them together, they got two backs that can run the football, and of course they got the tight end that is their C-Love.
That's Oregon State transfer Jack Velling. He's third on the team in catches and receiving yards. Top two wideouts, receptions leader Montori Foster Jr., receiving yards leader Nick Marsh, a true freshman from River Rouge. Several other weapons as well, no doubt. Jonathan Smith has turned around an offense that Michigan just overwhelmed a little bit more than a year ago up there.
Yeah, and I mean, this is an offense that's much more dynamic. They use more motions. There's a lot more going on pre-snap than they've really seen against a Michigan State Spartans teams past. So there's a lot of a mental side of this game of making sure they're following their keys, understanding where they're supposed to be, and operating as a unit in the secondary. Taking what they did last week and playing a much better, a much better team. In the receivers this week, they've got to take that next step.
Doug talked about it off the top, how a crowd can influence a game like this. Blake Corum, Michigan legend, he's here after that mini bye, helping out the Lions to the Rams in that win on Thursday night. He has been added as an honorary captain. That'll get the juices flowing in this place when that's announced.
Yeah, it's great to see him back, and I know that he's going to get a standing O, as he should. I hope it goes on for a long time, and I hope the players, the fans, they feed off of that initial juice of just having Blake in the building, what that provides.
We will hear from a Wolverine who will try to slow down Michigan State's offense. That is junior D lineman Kenneth Grant. His thoughts next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
McClellan up in the air. Touchdown, Michigan! Do you believe this comeback?
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Michigan State, quite a rivalry matchup coming up here at the bottom of the hour. Great to visit with Michigan defensive lineman Kenneth Grant. You always seem to have a smile on your face, a very positive disposition. This program has thrived on that 24-hour rule, and for much of your time here, that 24-hour rule has been to forget about a big win. How's the 24-hour rule worked with these last couple of losses? How quickly and how well have you guys been able to flush it and focus on the next task at hand after losses?
I mean, just same as always, ever since, whatever win or whatever loss we have, had that 24-hour rule. So, I mean, just treating it no different. And, all these losses are lessons for us. So just trying to, learn off those and be better next time.
What lessons have you guys learned over the last couple of games? Because this past game against Illinois, felt like the defense played well. How can you take it to that next level?
We play well, but there's a lot of things that we really have to work on. Just waking up and trying to get better. The lesson is that we just got to play collectively as a team, special teams, offense, defense, trying to get a team win together.
Take us through some of the younger guys or the inexperienced guys getting some run. Ike Wuna, a great story. He waited his turn and is playing a lot. Cam Brandt, a young player. How has the depth of that defensive line developed in your eyes?
It developed on a tremendous rate, just continually growing upwards, although they're young guys and haven't got their opportunity, they're still doing good, but they're also still making mistakes. So, just trying to keep them focused on they're not there yet. You still have a lot to work on.
How proud of you or were you of the secondary? Will Johnson goes out, obviously a huge component, yet it seemed like those guys continued to push and grind. Wink told us earlier in the week that they played every play with a great spirit and attitude. A lot of youth, a lot of inexperience back there. How much did those guys step up?
They stepped up a lot, just they continually play hard, they trust the defensive line, the back end trust the defensive line, the defensive line trust the back end, whenever we need them. But, they did a really good job, one guy I could shout out Mason Curtis, when he, a freshman, when he got in the game, I just told him to lock in on his key, and he's just going to be fine. And he said, all right. And then next couple of plays later, he made a tackle. So, yeah, they're doing pretty good.
That's the KG effect right there. To this game, this rivalry, what does Michigan State mean to you?
It means a lot. In-state rivalry, bragging rights, being able to keep Paul Bunyan. There's a lot on the line. They're going to play different. They're going to play harder. So, you just have to be ready for all the things that a rivalry comes with, just knowing that it's a rivalry, so they're not going to play how they play other teams,
Your thoughts on Michigan State on film? What stands out? What challenges do they present, led by a quarterback who can do the throwing and the running as well?
They do a really good job. Cut off blocks. The quarterback, like you said, he's really fast and tall. He could sling the rocks. Kudos to him. So just trying to take away their threats and trying to take away what they want to do and force them to play left-handed.
KG, appreciate the time. Good luck today.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
There's Kenneth Grant for the Michigan defensive line, Wolverines and Spartans. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house. Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, soft pretzel, some dog food. Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands, and it's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd. Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
A spectacular 92-yard punt return for a touchdown!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The 2024 F-150 is built Ford tough and proud to be the official truck of your Detroit Lions. With intelligent functionality already built in, everything from home renovation to tailgating just got better. Right now, returning Easy Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,909 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist and $1,500 renewal cash. Offer ends November 13th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
It's the rivalry clash in the state of Michigan. Wolverines, Spartans coming up. We are about 40 minutes from kick. Michigan football brought to you by the leaders and best at Michigan Medicine. Jobs in healthcare can open unlimited career potential with the added benefit of knowing your work makes a difference. For more information about Michigan Medicine and how you can unlock your potential with the leaders and best, visit michigananswers.org/careers. Before we hear from Jason Avant and Jack Miller, let's pause 10 seconds to allow our network stations to identify themselves. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Back here at the Big House, Brian Bush and Jack Miller high atop. Jason Avant on the floor. All right, guys, let's talk about this rivalry. Jason, start with you, my friend. How would you describe it and what it's like to play in this game?
Well, I don't like them much at all. I remember, when I first got here and seeing a bunch of the guys on their team, they would spit and do all type of just vile things on the field. So it kind of initiated me into the game. So I've just found just a hatred and a dislike for Michigan State just because I think that they're just gross human beings. That's just the gist of it. No, in all seriousness, it goes back so many years. They want to beat us. We've been at the top of the state of Michigan for a long time. They've had their runs. But Michigan has the heart of the state, and it goes to that. It speaks to most teams or most people in our state loving Michigan more than Michigan State. So it creates this hatred for us, and we have it back. Jack, what do you think?
Yeah, this game, it does feel a lot like a sibling rivalry. It's house divided. Every fan, alum, player, this means a little more to. It's bragging rights for a year. It's bragging rights around the state of Michigan. This game always felt really personal between the players. Guys from the state of Michigan that got recruited by these schools that chose one or the other and wanted to prove why their decision was right. Didn't want to have to go back home and see their hometown friends and have to, take grief from a guy that doesn't play and, goes to the other school. And it feels very personal. It was always chippy when I played in this game. It was always super intense. It was always kind of flirting with the boundary of being a dirty game. And that's just the way the game is always weird. It always feels, it never gets in a real great rhythm, either team. It feels like a rock fight. It really does. And it's going to be that way tonight. And the tougher team's going to come out and win. I know we've talked about it a lot. Run the ball. Be the more physical team. And that usually ends up being the team that wins.
Hey, Jack, I always went over the line in this game. I was definitely dirty. Always. In this game, for sure.
It's always questionable in the trenches. When you hear a wide receiver saying that, then you know it's personal.
Jason's been well advised. His statute of limitations has run out.
Yeah.
Well, he can't comment on any of his NFL exploits, but in college, you're good there. Let's talk about that offense, guys. You mentioned the importance of running the football. Jack Tuttle listed out, so from all accounts, Davis Warren, the starter. Expect to see some of Alex Orji. How does this come together? We have not seen this offense and this quarterback position do a whole lot this year. Jason, how can that change?
You know what? I'm a loss for words here when it comes to the quarterback situation. I will say this is that, what do you have to lose? Let it fly.
Yeah.
You've been benched before. The guys behind you didn't do as well, so forget it. Just let it go. Just go out there and have fun. go out there and be confident, you got nothing to lose. So I think that there's an advantage in this situation because you're playing with house money, so to speak.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly, Jason. I think you can take, he obviously Davis Warren goes and gets benched, has an opportunity to sit there, study film, watch the other quarterbacks not excel and maybe learn from some of those mistakes and, have a second chance at this thing. And to your point, you can play a little bit more free and loose and learn some of those things that you're able to in the film room and take them and just go let it happen. What can help him, though, Brian, is a good running game. And we've seen when they run the ball successfully, it opens up play action. It opens up a little bit and makes it easier for any quarterback out there. So being able to run the football is key tonight. It always is. It always will be. But particularly when you're struggling at quarterback play, particularly in this game. And look, we've seen moments that they look really, really good doing that. Don't get away from it. John will talk about it as his key to the game. First down's big. Getting second and medium, third and short. That keeps the defense on its heels. You can do different things. You have the the element of surprise. Because when you know it's a passing situation, that's when we get in trouble right now.
Yeah. And getting Miles Hinton back at left tackle, that's key, no doubt. We'll see how he can enhance that Michigan offensive line. Defensively, no number 2 today. Will Johnson out. I thought, Jason, that one of the few positives from Champaign was that without Will Johnson, Michigan's secondary held up fairly well. There were many issues in that game, but the secondary was not one of them. What do you expect in game 2 and a full game without Will Johnson?
Well, last week definitely built their confidence up. I saw Amir Hall come in and play bump man on, one of the better receivers in the Big Ten in Bryant, and he did it repeatedly, and that's what you have to have. You have to have that mentality that I'm better than you, and I'm willing to be in your face, and I'm not scared of you. When we played here many moons ago when there was Marlon Jackson and Leon Hall and those guys, that's what they had. They had, okay, I can line up in front of you. I don't care what you run because I'm going to put my hands on you. And so I thought Amir Hall did that a bunch. I thought Jair Hill was tighter in coverage, and we're going to see some young guys out there. But I want to see Jair Hill a little bit tighter at times, and I think that they did a good job, especially after the bye week of coming up closer in coverage. And I thought Illinois was only running the ball. They didn't have much success throwing the ball last week, so that was a good thing. So hopefully we see more of that and not big plays.
Yeah, I thought the secondary was definitely a bright spot last week. Will Johnson didn't play a lot, and they took what, they got exposed a little bit at Washington, and they were able to correct some of those mistakes, played more in the face of those wide receivers like you were talking about, Jason, and were able to correct those things. That was a positive sign, I think. That's going to be big tonight. The strength of Michigan State is Aiden Childs and those wide receivers, and if the defensive line can disrupt the timing of that, and those cornerbacks and secondary in general are on top of the wide receivers, we'll have a good chance. That's a good matchup to watch tonight.
Going to be a lot of fun here tonight at the Big House. Wolverines and Spartans. We'll talk with the guys about what they think we'll be breaking down in the post-game show. Try to see the future. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, Wolverine fans. I'm Miles Hansen, offensive lineman for the University of Michigan. My job on the field is keeping the quarterback safe. Off the field, I have a passion for the outdoors and protecting our planet. One of the best ways to do this is by recycling. Last Recycle Bowl, Michigan fans diverted over 20 tons of waste from landfills. I'm calling on Wolverine Nation to step up our recycling game. On November 2nd, against the Oregon Ducks, we'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product in the recycling bins in and around the Big House. I challenge you to do your part and help us beat last season's record. Remember, when we all recycle, it's the planet that wins.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers. And please drink responsibly.
This great call in Michigan history was presented by T-Mobile. November 27th, 2021, the Wolverines knock off Ohio State on a snowy day in Ann Arbor behind an epic day from Hassan Haskins.
McNamara gets the snap, gives it to Haskins. Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line. His 5th of the day, and the Wolverines extend their lead.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on an iPhone 16 Pro.
Wolverines, Spartans. Another chapter of the Michigan State rivalry is upon us. And today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com.
We're under the lights here at the Big House for meeting 117 all-time between the Wolverines and the Spartans. It feels like there's a pretty good idea of if Michigan is to win this game. We know kind of how they're going to have to do it, Jason Avant. What do you think we're going to be talking about post-game after hopefully a fun 3 hours here in Ann Arbor? Jack, how about you?
It's going to come down to turnovers. That's been the Achilles heel for both teams really to this point in the year has been the turnover margin. I think both of these teams are the two worst in the Big Ten when it comes to that. The team that can take care of the ball better has the opportunity to win. It's even when we were on our winning streak, it wasn't always pretty. It wasn't always working. But they found ways to win as the game went on. Things started to work. It's okay if you have to punt. It's okay. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to solve everything every possession. Play smart football. We're the more talented team here tonight. It doesn't feel that way. Michigan State's on the climb. We're certainly not over the last couple weeks. That's all right. And not everything has to be perfect out there. Trust your teammates. Trust your game plan. Go out and execute at a high level. Don't make mistakes. Good teams don't do good things for the other team. Just if it's not going to work in your favor, make it neutral. Don't give things away to this Michigan State team. And I think a fast start's important too. This is going to be a hostile environment tonight. It always is in this rivalry game. If Aiden Childs gets rattled a little bit early, that'll force that turnover battle to start happening into Michigan's favor.
I think it's important to get off to a fast start offensively. And you mentioned Aiden Childs. He has lost a turnover in every game against an FBS team this year.
Yep.
Make it multiple because it's possible it's within the range of outcomes. He can make some splendid plays. He probably will make a few. Just how this goes, the ebb and the flow. But make sure that he is unable to get out of here turnover free.
Yeah, exactly. And then offensively, too, look, we've been saying it all year. We'll say it the rest of the year. You got to be able to run the ball, but you have to do other things in order to do that. John talks a lot about it. We talked a lot about it in the pregame show about being good on first down. When you're not good on first down, for an offensive coordinator, it's really tough on 2nd and 10, or if it goes backwards, to commit to wanting to run the ball. So you have to be able to get ahead of the sticks, give yourself the opportunity to pass the ball. The defense then has to respect that. It opens up the running game. You can't bail on the run then. And if they're able to do that, play action starts to open up, that defense loosens up a little bit, and things get easier. The picture becomes a lot clearer. You can execute at a higher rate when things happen like that. So start fast, play good football. No bad plays. It can be an okay play. It can't be a terrible, tragic play, and that's what's plagued them to this point in the season.
Jack and I will be back at halftime. Rob Joyce is up next with a check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Then Doug Karsh visits with a head coach, Sharon Moore, all in preparation for a 7:40 kick between Michigan and Michigan State. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by the Progressive Keys to Progress program, providing cars to veterans in need. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
This is University of Michigan football, live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Go Michigan!
Michigan fans, it's time for the next chapter in the battle for the Paul Bunyan Trophy. Will it remain in Ann Arbor for the 3rd year in a row? We're about to find out. But first, let's say hello to Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. How are you, Andy?
I'm fired up, Doug. Let's tee it up and add another chapter of the Michigan-Michigan State rivalry.
All right, so Andy, I'm at a point where it seems like my first memories of this rivalry are getting a little distant. We're getting older with every Michigan-Michigan State game. For many of us, in case we need reminders of the fact, they come in the form of aching and sore muscles and joints.
Well, Doug, I prefer to say I'm getting more seasoned, but I hear you. And those conditions you mentioned are related to muscle and joint pain. Things like arthritis, fibromyalgia, and carpal tunnel syndrome affect millions of Americans. Those conditions account for more than $600 billion in healthcare costs every year.
I remember reading that on bcbsm.com. I also saw the help is on the way for Blue Cross members who are dealing with these conditions. Tell us more about that, Andy.
Sure thing, Doug. Blue Cross is introducing a suite of virtual solutions for people suffering from muscle and joint conditions. Our members will have access to clinical guidance and advice from leading muscle and joint specialists. That includes personalized plans to help meet their physical needs, as well as dedicated support and convenient exercise therapy sessions.
So you're getting support from your own team's board-certified health coaches and physical therapists. It's like a digital clinic. And for some Blue Cross members, it will include one-on-one coaching, an exercise kit, and even an FDA-approved wearable device to provide additional pain relief without the need for drugs or surgery.
That's right, Doug. This new digital solution is a great example of what Blue Cross means when we talk about whole-person health care. Chronic pain, mental health, and access to care are all connected. So this solution provides our members with a comprehensive health resource that supports their overall health, both body and mind.
It will be available for members with employer-sponsored Blue Cross health insurance beginning January 1st, 2025. So help is on the way and just a few months away. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Counting you down to Michigan and Michigan State. 7:40 our kick time for the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the network studios with a look around the rest of college football. The mid-afternoon slate in the Big Ten is complete. The big one, well, in theory the big one, came in Eugene, Oregon, playing its first game as the nation's top-ranked team since 2012. Ducks looked the part, throttled number 20 Illinois 38-9. It was a 35-3 game at halftime. Ducks put it in cruise control after halftime. Dylan Gabriel, 3 touchdowns in the win. Oregon comes next week 8-0. To Ann Arbor. Elsewhere, Iowa scored 28 third-quarter points to pull away from Northwestern 40-14. Caleb Johnson over 100 yards rushing with 3 scores. That was a 12-7 game at halftime before Iowa turned on the Jets in the second half, thanks in part to a new quarterback. Cade McNamara got benched in the third quarter for Brendan Sullivan came in and rushed for a touchdown, 9 of 14 passing, 79 yards. And Minnesota burst out of the gates against Maryland. Gophers cruise 48-23 the final. Minnesota scored 3 first-quarter touchdowns. Never really looked back. Max Brosmer, 320 yards passing with 4 touchdowns. Earlier today, Ohio State survived a scare at home, outlasting Nebraska 21-17. Buckeyes jumped out to a 14-3 lead, actually trailed in the fourth before rallying with a touchdown drive, while Indiana, without starting quarterback Curtis Rourke, handled Washington at home 31-17. Backup Taven Jackson, 124 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, including 1 on the ground. Indiana 8-0 for the first time since 1967, has not trailed in any game through the first 8 games this season. Still one game to come in the conference alongside ours. Also a 7:30 start. It's in Madison. Wisconsin hosts number 3 Penn State. Nittany Lions have won 5 straight against the Badgers. That dates back to 2012. As for the day nationally, of note right now includes a pretty good top 25 battle in Nashville between Texas and Vanderbilt. The Commodores, yes, they're ranked for the first time since 2013. Trails Texas 24-17. Longhorns have 4th and goal inside the 5 with 2 minutes to go in the 4th. So an all-important field goal coming to make it a 2-score game, likely a Texas win. Earlier today, 11th-ranked BYU stayed unbeaten down in UCF in Orlando, 37-24. Number 12 Notre Dame emphatically handed 24th-ranked Navy its first loss of the year, 51-14. Mids turned it over 6 times, and number 15 Alabama pasted 21st-ranked Missouri 34-0. The big one still to come at the bottom of the hour. The 2 remaining teams without an SEC loss meet in College Station. Number 14 Texas A&M welcoming an 8th-ranked LSU. Again, Michigan and Michigan State in a few minutes. Pregame continues. We'll get the thoughts of head coach Sharon Moore. He chats with Doug after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on the beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
Go Blue. Go Long. Go 5.5% ABV. Go sparkling citrus and real liquor. Go gluten-free and full flavor. Go with the drink that's the fastest growing spirits brand in the world 2023 and is unlike anything you've had before. Go with the Finnish Long Drink, a drink that goes with cheering on the maize and blue unlike any other spirits brand out there. Long Drink, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume, gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024, The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Sharon Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Getting you set for Michigan and Michigan State. Night affair at the Big House. And we're joined by the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore. And Coach, we'll start with practice. How's it been this week? How's the team responded?
It's state week, so energy's high, focus is locked in, and they're excited.
Losing 2 in a row is tough. But Thursday, you guys had a memorial service. The university had a memorial service for a great administrator and motivational guy in Greg Harden. And you said you drew something from that helps you navigate this as a head coach. Yeah,
G was always there for me, and we had a lot of great times, had some down times, and he always talked about being where your feet are and being pressed in the moment, not worry about what happened in the past, but really attacking the future. So we're really excited about just attacking today and trying to win the day.
With that said, last week after the Illinois game, or during the week, did any player step up, say anything that really showed you that this season, nobody's given up?
Yeah, I mean, I have a meeting with the captains every Tuesday, and they were all awesome. But out and loud, it was really Donovan and Colson on offense, and a guy like Josiah Stewart stepping up on defense. But those guys just really talking to the team about, what do you want the rest of the season to look like? What do you want it to be? You can't focus on what happened, and we can only control the future.
Well, let's talk about your team. Defense shorthanded last week, losing Will Johnson, but it looked like the pass defense really responded.
Yeah, I thought those guys really stepped up. Jair Hill, Amir Hall really stepped up and took some pride in it at a high level. I thought those guys played well. I thought up front they played well. They got us in a couple of draw plays early, but really they held them to it was 21 points, and they got the ball on the 15-yard line once, and then ball off a turnover on the 38-yard line. So our defense is playing good football, and they can always play better, and we'll continue to emphasize that.
In the secondary, and you can tell us if it's true, it looked like philosophically it was like, all right, we're walking up and we're playing aggressive, and that was a good group of receivers. Was that part of the plan? Yeah, we wanted to play a little tighter coverage on those guys and adjust a little bit, not give them free access throws and make them earn. And our guys responded. So it'll be a mix-up to be able to do both things and not just play off and make them earn it the whole way down the field, but make them earn it with press coverage as well. And looking at tonight's opponent, they have some talented wide receivers. Yeah, especially Marsh. He's a freshman, but he doesn't play like a freshman. Big, strong, physical guy, so we'll have to do a lot of different things to mix it up. You also mentioned the defense having to defend short fields. One of the hallmarks of Michigan football the last few years has been great complementary football. How do you get back to that, making sure that you're not putting your defense in bad spots? The offense and special teams contribute to giving them a chance to be elite. The number one thing is taking care of the football, and there's many things we've stressed, repercussions we've had in practice for anything, even the ball even being loose in practice this week, and chance for the quarterback to turn the ball over or anything like that. So we've done emphasize it at the highest level, and we'll continue to do that. But in the special teams game, just being aware. We gave up that punt, the fake punt last week, and that was critical to the defense. Giving up that touchdown. So for us on offense and on special teams, we got to do a great job of just taking care of the football. Playing the field position game, Tommy Doman against USC averaged 50 yards a punt. It's been hit or miss with him. How important is he in a game like tonight? He's huge. We challenged him at the beginning of the week, said, hey, man, your job is going to be challenged. And he definitely responded throughout the week, so that was good to see. I look forward to him taking those steps tonight. And can you keep the block kick streak alive? 3 straight games, 3 straight block kicks. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'd love to get one and block it and take it to the house. That'd be great. But we'll continue to push, and those guys give great effort. We'll talk more about tonight's game and the quarterback position when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option, at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
We're back with more from head coach Sharon Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Continuing here with Sharon Moore, Michigan and Michigan State coming up. We talked about your pass defense. Evaluate where your run defense is right now.
It's really good. We gave up a couple of draws last week, but besides that, it's hard to run the ball on us. Our guys do a really good job of leveraging blocks and playing blocks and doing good things. And the biggest thing we said that we had to work on as a defense is just rush lanes. Quarterback getting out the pocket, getting to the B gap, doing different things. So we got to contain this guy because Childs obviously can do that at a high level.
Their running backs, they come at you with two of them. What do you see on tape from them?
Fast, physical, good mix, good change of pace. Both those guys have ability to take it to the house, but also could make you miss. So we got to do a great job just rallying and taking great angles to make sure we get the tackles.
All right, let's talk about your offense, the plan at the quarterback position tonight.
Yeah, tonight, Davis will start, but Orji will play a lot. So we're going to play both guys. So I think for us to win, we got to take care of the football. It's the number one thing, and we've stressed that at wholehearted. And if we can do that, we'll be successful. And obviously, I think Orji will provide us some spark in the run game.
Behind the scenes, how much have those two improved when they weren't playing in games?
Yeah, they have. And to both of their credits, man, they're consummate professionals. They just work their tail off. They don't say anything bad. They're always rooting on the other guy. And, two guys that you want in the foxhole with you.
I remember Jim Harbaugh mentioning it's about Game 7, Game 8 that a lot of young players grow up. Yeah. Is there a player or two you'd put in that category that might be making a bigger impact? I mean,
look forward. There's a couple on offense. Channing Goodwin, I think he could take a step forward and get some playing time this game. On defense, Dom Nichols and Josiah Edmonds are two guys. Both those guys have played. Dom, can see him taking a bigger step, and then Josiah Edmonds, man, he's got a chance to be a really good player, and he's really taking the steps forward at the DB spot.
Your offensive line got shuffled last week. What did you think, and will you go with the same group tonight?
Yeah, we'll have Miles Hinton back, which will be huge for us. He's definitely a tone setter up front, and having him back with Josh will be good, and the rest of those guys will be the same.
All right, Coach, big rivalry game, night game, lights on at the Big House. Last week, I think we saw a special game at Illinois and how that team fed off that. Mm-hmm. Is your team prepared to feed off all that goes into college football, great rivalries like this one?
Yeah, I mean, we had a great team meeting. We talked about the trophy and what it means to the state, what it means to this rivalry, and the record of, the past history of it. So our guys are educated on what this rivalry actually means to the university, and they're ready to go.
Coach, best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is Sharon Moore. You'll hear from him after the game. Kickoff is next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Basketball season is here, and both Michigan programs just launched some exclusive promotional ticket packs that include a game ticket at a special item or experience. We're talking holiday mugs, themed sweaters, a sneakerhead t-shirt, and a whole lot more. Head over to mgoblue.com/tickets for full promotional, pricing, and availability details. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for your Wolverine basketball tickets and promotions during another exciting season at Chrysler Center.
The whole entire state is excited for this football game.
This is the state championship.
It's a statement game. This is a trophy game.
Being able to keep Paul Bunyan.
This isn't just another game. This is different.
They all count the same, but these ones mean more to us.
Every game's big, but especially when you're facing your rival.
This game means absolutely everything.
And trust me, we're chomping at the bit to go out there and play at home, too, which is nice. Have our energy, have our fans.
It's going to be a physical, tough, hard-fought football game.
Play the game with controlled emotion.
And we go win this game for 365 days. We stay state champs.
Michigan football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Once again with national champion John Jansen, here's Doug Karsh.
Night has fallen over the biggest stadium in college football. It's Michigan and Michigan State here at the Big House. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside John Jansen for this in-state rivalry, a pair of 4-3 teams, a pair of teams that both feel like they need this win. And, John, I know that the juices, well, the blood gets flowing for this one.
This is as good as it gets in college football. And these programs may not be where they ultimately wanted to be at this time of the year, but they're facing off. It's the in-state rival. It's the state championship. It's going to be one of the most physical games both of these teams will play in. They will remember this one the rest of their lives.
Michigan State first-year head coach Jonathan Smith, 4-3 overall at Michigan State, 38-38 when you include his previous stop at Oregon State. He played quarterback for the Beaver program. West Coast roots, Idaho, Montana, Boise, and Washington. Stops as an assistant. Now he's in the Midwest, and he's got this Spartan program feeling good about themselves after a little uneven start to the year, but a good game last time out against Iowa.
Yeah, they had a bye week. They came out, they played well against Iowa, and they kind of beat Iowa at their own game. They were able to stop the run, hold them down, and it was really Aiden Childs playing a disciplined game, taking what the defense gave him. And he's a guy that you don't want to let get confidence early, because we saw last week against Iowa, when he does, he's a problem the entire game.
Yeah, his turnover margin, well, the Spartans' turnover margin is -6 this year. Their rush offense ranks 13th in the Big Ten. The pass offense ranks 10th. They got a pair of good running backs in Lynch Adams and Nate Carter. Lynch Adams leading the way with 424 yards. The Wolverines, of course, coached by Sharon Moore, won 4 games last year, filling in 4-3 so far this year. Michigan leads the all-time series 73-38 with 5 ties. And the Wolverines have gathered in the Eastern Tunnel, the Lloyd Carr Tunnel, where they get set to take the field. Prior to this one, the lights are dimmed. The blue hue is over the stadium. It's a great scene.
It's a great build-up to this game, and I believe this is the first game with the new lights. That we played a night game here 2 years ago, but I don't believe that we had this setup, and it just adds even more to the build-up before we see the team take the field.
Wolverines, it's interesting. I really wish the fans and alums could get into Schembechler Hall during the week, because if you could, they believe they're going to win this football game, and you'll walk out of that building believing they're going to win this football game.
Yeah, this team has nothing else on their mind other than, one, getting better, protecting the football, playing better in all 3 phases, playing more consistent. But ultimately, it's all about the win. And I don't care how you get there. It can be beautiful. It can be ugly. But it's all about the win against Michigan State.
The Wolverines have taken the field, and led by Davis Warren. He knows a little something about bouncing back. Let's face it, the kid beat leukemia to get here today in the first place. The stories of, while undergoing chemotherapy treatments, he's doing push-ups in the hospital. He's throwing a football to his dad in the hospital courtyard. 3 games started this year. He completed 48 of 72 passes, which isn't bad, 67%, 444 yards, 2 touchdowns, the 6 picks. That's the issue, the 6 interceptions.
And coming out of camp, the word was from Sharon Moore that he was the one that protected the ball the most. Now, not every interception was singly and wholly on the quarterback, but they're ultimately responsible for it. And he's got to be better. And as you mentioned, this is not the biggest challenge that he's overcome in his life. And everybody asked this week, well, if it's him, how does he retake and how does he handle being the leader of this offense? And my answer has always been the same. He's been able to overcome so many challenges in his life that this is just the next step.
Can't be PTSD Davis Warren. He has to be free and loose Davis Warren, as Jason Avant said. Hey, let it fly tonight. Here's a thought, John. Back in 2003, Chris Perry carried the ball 51 times for 219 yards in a 27-20 Michigan win. Last year, Michigan ran it 32 straight times at Penn State, a 24-15 Michigan win. Kalel Mullings is averaging 6.2 yards per carry. I have an idea.
Run the damn ball.
Run the damn ball.
I agree. And that's got to be a huge part of this game plan, and probably a large part of what Alex Orji is going to do, obviously, when he's in there. But they can't just run the ball every time that Alex Orji is under center. They're going to have to find a way to involve him a little bit more, get more of the offense as a part of the Alex Orji package. But, hey, if it's Kalel Mullins 52 times, 53 times, or a combination of him and Donovan Edwards, I'm okay with that.
The Wolverines making their way to the center of the field for the coin flip, and the honorary captain tonight, number 2 from last year's roster, Mr. Blake Corum, who's back in town following a Rams victory on Thursday night over Minnesota. We appreciate that here in the Metro Detroit area. Blake Corum's out there for this coin flip. Speaking for the Spartans will be one of their captains, Cal Halliday. Speaking for the Wolverines will be Rod Moore. And
Michigan has won the toss. Will defer. Michigan State will receive.
So we'll see the Wolverine defense first. And that defense, keep your eye on the secondary today. They'll be without Will Johnson. That is a huge loss. Jair Sugarhill and Amir Hall did a decent job last week. They were tighter in coverage at Illinois against a pair of good receivers, and that was part of the plan.
Yeah, and I like the aggressive nature. I don't like the cushion that they had been playing with for the first 6 weeks. So this gives them an opportunity to, again, be physical. We saw the pass interference calls last week, so how have they taken what they learned last week in an aggressive style on defense, in man coverage, and use some of those techniques to improve upon so they don't get some of those cards? Cost of doing business, but it doesn't always have to be.
Last year's record was perfect, 15-0, but the team wasn't perfect. What they did was they played complementary football. It was a hallmark of last year's team, playing to their strengths, not turning it over, forcing teams to have to go 80-plus yards against that outstanding defense, playing solid special teams, and that's a big part of it. We need USC Tommy Doman here tonight, not Illinois Tommy Doman. Against USC, Tommy Doman averaged 49 yards a punt.
And we saw how beneficial that was. Even on USC's first possession, he pinned him down at the 6-yard line, and it seemed like every time he was either able to flip the field or pin USC deep. Now, with Michigan kicking off, they're going to have an opportunity. You talk about complementary football. We talk about turnovers. Field position is going to be a huge part of this game. If they can, start off with a 3-and-out defensively, they'll start with good field position offensively, and they can build on that throughout the first half.
Paul Bunyan awaits the winner of this one, Michigan and Michigan State. It's the Wolverines and the Spartans. Michigan defensive tackle Kenneth Grant put it this way this week: it's the in-state rivalry. We got to come and take their souls. Spartans will move from right to left here at the Big House as Doman has the football on the tee. Alante Brown, a transfer from Nebraska, is back. He's had some injury issues. He is deep for Michigan State. As the battle for Paul Bunyan State bragging rights is underway as Tommy Doman puts his right foot into it, and it will sail over Brown's head and out of the back of the end zone. Let's set the Michigan defense for you, facing Aiden Childs up front. It'll be Derek Moore, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, and Josiah Stewart. The linebackers, Jashawn Barham and Ernest Hausman. In the secondary, Jair Hill, along with Makari Page, Zeke Berry. Quentin Johnson listed as questionable. We'll see if he gets the start, along with Amir Hall. And facing a Spartan quarterback, a sophomore, Aiden Childs, who's been very good, has Childs transfer from Oregon State. Quentin Johnson is on the field for Michigan this first snap with the ball on the left hash. Michigan State wearing the all-whites with the Spartan on the side of the green helmet. Michigan in their traditional winged helmet, blue jerseys, and maize pants. First snap of the game is Childs on a quarterback keeper up the middle. Gets a couple of yards before he is dropped out near the 29-yard line. Brought down by Ernest Hausman on the first play of the ball game.
And knowing that he's such a big part of the rushing package, they're going to have to be very disciplined on the backside. I know Josiah Stewart, we've talked about him a lot of times, about being able to close down and make some plays on a running back. You got to be disciplined because you never know. They're really good with their ball handling skills. Whether he hands it off or keeps it, you've got to be disciplined in your keys.
Childs in a shotgun. He's got Nate Carter in the backfield next to him. Jack Velling goes in motion, the outstanding tight end. Childs takes the snap, back to pass. Looking to his right, here comes the rush. He's going to bail out of there. Now he's going to take off and run, and he's got first down yardage across the 35. Gets dropped at the 37-yard line again by Ernest Hausman.
Good coverage downfield. Everybody was covered up, and that's the risk that you run, especially when you are able to put pressure on them. A lot of those passing lanes that the offense is trying to develop, they become the exit route. And when you've got everybody with their back turned downfield, it's really hard to come up. I do like the fact that Ernest Hausman broke down, didn't miss a tackle. He's hard to tackle in the open field.
1st and 10 for Michigan State from the 37-yard line. Childs will take this snap from under center. Works some commands to his teammates. Nate Carter, the lone setback. Childs takes the snap, handoff to Carter up the middle. Not much room as he is dropped at the 39-yard line, given 2 on first down.
This is going to be a big game for the big boys up front, specifically Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant. No Rayshawn Benny today, so they're going to get a lot of reps. But whoever is in there, it's really going to be a matter of how do you stand up those guards, stand up the center, and read what's happening. You can make some plays at the line of scrimmage, but when you flip that switch from run to pass, you can't allow Aiden Childs to escape.
Wolverines going big up front with 3 defensive tackles on the field. Trey Pierce made that last tackle. Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham still in there. 2nd down and 8. Childs play action, back to pass, setting up a screen to Nate Carter. He's got it, 40, 45, 50, gets a block, 45 into Michigan territory, and knocked out of bounds in front of the Michigan bench at the Wolverine 34-yard line.
That was a good setup. Great block out in open field by Luke Newman, local product out of Brother Rice. Their left guard, transfer from Holy Cross, did a nice job of getting out into space, and he's the guy that blocks Jayshawn Barham and really sets that play in motion.
Gain of 26 on the screen pass to Nate Carter. From the 34-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Spartans. Just underway here at the Big House, we are scoreless. Childs in a shotgun. Going to toss sweep to Lynch Adams, looking like he wants to throw. Now he's going to tuck it and run. Get across the 35 down to the 34-yard line. Give him a yard. Wolverines not fooled on that one. Looked like he might be trying to throw it back to Childs.
Yeah, I think that was the whole target. They were trying to throw it back there. A nice job setting the defensive edge there by Cameron Brandt, reading that one and smoking it out. But when you have a play like that should go for lost yardage plays to allow a yard, even a yard gain, you got to find a way to get them down in the backfield.
3 receivers here on 2nd down and 9. Carter, the lone setback. Childs will take a snap from under center. From the Michigan 34-yard line, Childs takes the snap. Hand off to Carter. He's got a little bit of room, squeezes through it across the 30, down to the 26-yard line, where Cameron Brandt brings him down. It'll be 3rd and short for Michigan State.
Yeah, and this really opens things up for Michigan State. 3rd and short. They're going to go quick to the line of scrimmage, trying to go tempo.
Wolverines have gotten a line. It's Childs in a shotgun. Snap. Handoff to Carter. He's going to bounce it outside. He's got the 1st down inside the 25, down to the 20-yard line, where he's brought down by Josiah Stewart. 1st down, Michigan State.
Design cutback by Michigan State on that play. They start everything is motioned to the left, trying to play to the aggressive nature that Wink Martindale calls and this defense plays with. All of a sudden, everything starts to sway to the defense's right side. He cuts it back, and there's a lot of yardage to be gained on the backside.
Spartans 19 of 26 in the red zone. That is 17th in the 18-team Big Ten. Hand off to Lynch Adams. No, it's Childs keeping it on a quarterback run around the left end. And he gets down to the 15-yard line and is tackled there by Jair Hill. Gain of 6 on 1st down.
Well, this Michigan defense should be very keyed in to having a quarterback like Aiden Childs. They see Alex Orji in practice all the time. I'm sure that he was running some of the scout team to give a look of what it's going to be like to try to defend a mobile quarterback.
Inside the Michigan 15-yard line, Spartans have it. Childs under center. Lynch Adams in the backfield. He's the lone setback. 2 receivers split out wide. Childs puts Velling in motion. Turns, hands it off to Lynch Adams. Running right. He's going to get stacked up short of the 1st down and push backwards. Give him a yard. It'll be 3rd and short once again for Michigan State. Josiah Stewart leading the Michigan tacklers.
Yeah, it's those big boys up front. They're going to have to stick those offensive linemen, put your hands right in their chest. Eventually, you're going to have to go with one hand so that you've got one free. And on that one, Josiah Stewart did a tremendous job of shedding a block and closing down the hole that was there.
Spartans well within Jonathan Kim's field goal range. He had 7 field goal attempts last week, made 6 of them. 3rd down and 2. Childs will take this snap from under center. Barks some commands. Now looks like he wants to change the play. 4 on the play clock. Takes the snap. Turns and hands it off to Carter, who's got some room inside the 10. He's got the 1st down. The Spartans will have it 1st and goal from the Michigan 6. Ernest Hausman taking him down. Gain of 6 on 3rd and 2.
All Michigan State is doing right now is overloading everything to the right. They're showing 2 tight ends. They're showing wide receiver out there, nothing to the left. Michigan's defense is matching that. So when Michigan State cuts back, there's really not much support there behind the defensive line.
Spartans with 9 runs and 1 pass so far. They've got it 1st and goal from the Michigan 6. Childs under center. Snap. Goes reverse to the 10, to the 5, and hit at the 3-yard line is Montori fostered Jr. by Makari Page. It'll be second down and goal.
Michigan State's really been good on their opening drive. We saw it against Boston College. We saw it a couple of weeks ago against Oregon. They didn't end up sealing the deal. It ended up being a turnover. But their opening drive, they have been able to get down inside the 10, the 5, and quite often, whether it's a field goal by Kim or a touchdown, they've scored on their opening drive.
Second and goal from the Michigan 3-yard line. Spartans break the huddle. A little late. Lone setback is Lynch Adams. Childs will take this snap from under center. Snap, turns, toss sweep. Looking for Lynch Adams, who's got it inside the 5 down to the 2-yard line, where Amir Hall brought him down. Little misdirection there on the quick pitch.
Little misdirection, but Amir Hall did a great job of reading the wide receiver that went in motion. I think it was Nick Marsh, and as soon as he went in motion, he went down to crack block. That's a great tell. He just sat outside and waited for the reverse.
Long drive here. We got 7:15 to go first quarter. Spartans have it 3rd and 2 from the Michigan 2-yard line. 3rd and goal. Can the Wolverines get a stop here? Childs under center. Snap. Play action. Rolling out to his right. Looking. Fires into the end zone. And it's batted away. Broken up there. Quentin Johnson on a pass intended for running. And it'll be 4th down for Michigan State. Jonathan Smith has a decision to make, and it looks like he's going to go for it.
Great play by Quentin Johnson, and he had a decision to make. He was going to come up for Aiden Childs, and then the antenna went up. Hey, wait a second, that's not my responsibility. And he located the tight end and just was in a perfect position to make that play.
From the Michigan 2-yard line, a huge play. Here midway through the first quarter, it's 4th and goal from the 2. Spartans will go for it. Childs under center. Carter back in the game at running back. He's the lone setback. Childs puts Velling in motion. Snap, when we get a whistle and a flag, and it looks like a false start, or was it a delay of game?
Either one.
Delay of game. Offense number 2. 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
Well, there you go. It'll be a field goal attempt now for Jonathan Kim.
There was a late motion there and a late stem by the Michigan defense, and as the clock ran out, left guard ended up twitching a little bit as the defense stemmed, so it was going to be a penalty either way.
This is a 25-yard field goal attempt from Jonathan Kim, who's hit on 15 of 16 this season. To give the Spartans a 3-0 lead. Snap is good, hold is good, the kick is up, and he missed it! Pushed it wide right, and the Wolverines get a stop here in Ann Arbor on the Spartans' opening drive, and Michigan, the defense gets off the field.
How big was that delay of game? Because if they don't convert, Michigan gets the ball on the 2. Instead, they missed the field goal. Now they're going to get the ball on the 7-yard line. That was a big penalty.
We'll have Michigan's first possession when we continue scoreless in Ann Arbor. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
You saw her crush on the Tom Brady roast. Saturday, May 24th, 2025, see the hilariously honest Nikki Glazer live at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
You always dress like a 9-year-old who just found $1,000 on the sidewalk.
Tickets start at $62 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. Saturday, May 24th, 2025 at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Don't miss the unfiltered Nikki Glazer.
That is the look now. Dewey, that means you've been left out overnight.
More at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season, and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Let's welcome in the third member of our broadcast team, Jason Avant, down on the field. Jason, how's the atmosphere?
Well, the atmosphere is unbelievable. Everyone's into this game. The sideline has a lot of energy, unlike last week, so that's a good sign. So hopefully we can go 80 yards here, like John said.
Did you get accosted by a bunch of former teammates in the pregame show?
Yeah, Braylon Edwards kind of took me hostage there and made me take photos, him and his girlfriend.
Everybody wants pictures with number 8. All right, Michigan has the football on their own 20 with Davis Warren at the helm of the Michigan offense, which we will set in a moment. He's in a shotgun with Kalel Mullings in the backfield. We are scoreless here in Ann Arbor. Snap, handoff to Mullings, hit in the backfield and drop for a 1-yard loss. Daquan Dowse with the stop. The Michigan offense up front, Miles Hinton, Josh Preeb, Greg Crippen, Gio El Hadi, and Andrew Gentry, who got his first start last week. The tight end is Colston Loveland. Donovan Edwards, Kalel Mullings, split time in the backfield. Starting receivers, Samaj Morgan and Tyler Morris. And, of course, we mentioned Davis Warren at quarterback. Handoff to Mullings running left, and he gets across the 20, pushes forward for a couple of yards, but that's it. It'll be third down and long for Michigan.
You got to find a way to get some movement up front. Play one, there's penetration. I guess you showed a little bit of improvement by not allowing the penetration. They're trying to go behind Hinton and Preeb, they're the best pair that Michigan has. Most reliable now that Miles Hinton is back from that 1 week hiatus.
Okay, here we go. This is a 3rd and 9. Take care of the football. Warren in a shotgun. He's got 3 receivers split wide right. That's Colston, along with C.J. Charleston and Tyler Morris. Peyton O'Leary split wide left. Kalel Mullings in the backfield on this 3rd down and 9. Here comes the blitz. Warren back to pass. The offensive line gives him all kinds of time. Warren bails out of there, looking downfield. He's going to fire and completes. Right in front of the sideline. Lots of time, but nobody open. And eventually did the right thing and just kind of got rid of the ball. It looked like he threw it at the feet of Colston Loveland, who was covered.
Well, he had Colston Loveland coming across the formation early. His eyes were right. Colston was running from right to left, and he just didn't see him. I'm not sure what he was looking at. Colston has always been the #1 target, and I would think that his eyes on 3rd down would go directly to him.
Yeah, he was looking at the O'Leary on that play. O'Leary was #1 because they set mesh concept on the opposite side, but he didn't uncover.
Tommy Doman is in and gets off a high punt that will be fair caught at the Spartan 38-yard line by Montori Foster Jr. We are scoreless here in Ann Arbor with 5:23 to go first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan has realized its destiny and won the national championship in the Rose Bowl.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think forward first.
right now. Check out the 2024 Ford Escape at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Escape comes with Bliss, blind spot information system, with cross-traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, Easy Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit red carpet lease. Payment includes $4,000 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by October 31st. See dealer for qualifications and details. So lease a Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Cars, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Scoreless here in Ann Arbor, 5:23 to go first quarter. Spartans long opening drive that consumed 8 minutes and 8 seconds of the clock, but a missed field goal. Michigan then goes 3 and out. Spartans have it back on their own 38-yard line. Childs under center. Turns and hands it off in the backfield to his running back, who's dropped immediately. I believe that was Mackay Frazier. Derek Moore on the stop. Give him maybe half a yard there for Frazier.
Yeah, nice job by Derek Moore. Those guys up front are going to have to shed blocks. It's a big offensive line, and they've got some new components this year. But by week 8, I don't know that you can necessarily say new components anymore. They're playing really well as a unit for Michigan State.
2nd down and 9 for Michigan State. Childs splits 2 receivers wide left. Now motions both tight ends from left to right. From the right hash, Michigan showing a 4-man front. Childs takes the snap. Here comes the blitz. He's got to bail out of there to his left. Going to unleash one deep. It's caught by Nick Marsh in Michigan territory, where Quentin Johnson, Jayshon Barham take him to the ground at the Michigan 46-yard line.
Well, you had zone coverage deep, and as soon as he caught the ball, they were able to close on him, which is nice. But you've got to be able to close just a little bit quicker. And I believe it was Quentin Johnson that just got his eyes taken away by the crossing route.
15 yards there for the Spartans. They've got it at the Michigan 46-yard line. Childs under center with 2 receivers, split wide right with the ball on the left hash. Lynch Adams in the backfield. They got 3 defensive tackles in that Michigan front once again. Adding Ike Awuna to Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham. They go jet sweep, and the Wolverines sniff it out and dropped immediately. Is the wide receiver Montori Foster, and it's Jayshon Barham. No gain on 1st down.
Nice job by Jayshon and Amir Hill. Neither of those guys were fooled on it. And this is really what it's going to take to be good against this Michigan defense is discipline, understanding your keys. And when you do, you have plays like this. When you don't, you allow drives like they had on that opening drive.
Correction, that was Alante Brown on the jet sweep. No gain, 2nd and 10 for Michigan State from the Michigan 46-yard line. 3:19 to go first quarter. Childs in a shotgun back to pass. Fires over the middle to Velling, and he can't hang on. Low throw. And it'll be 3rd and long for Michigan State. Makari Page in coverage on a crossing route.
Well, the big boys up front were able to get a hand up and in the face of Aiden Childs. They hit him just as he was thrown. I believe it was Kenneth Grant had the pressure, and that's what threw that pass off. They've got to find ways to continue to pressure him, but keep him in the pocket.
See what Michigan defensive coordinator Wink Martindale will dial up here on 3rd and 10 for the Spartans. Wolverines crowding the line of scrimmage here. Childs in a shotgun with 3 receivers, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Snap. He's got it. Hands it off to Carter, who's got some room, and he's got the 1st down, and he's in the clear. 25-20, knocked down inside the Michigan 15-yard line. They catch the Wolverines on a 3rd and 10 draw play, and the Spartans are knocking on the door.
It looked like there was miscommunication at the snap of the ball. Two guys in the middle of that Michigan defensive front are talking to each other. When the ball is snapped, they're not on the hand on the ground, not ready to go. And when you've got 6 guys up at the line of scrimmage, there's nobody there. If they bust through that line of scrimmage, there's nobody there to make the tackle. There's no support. Everybody is up at the line of scrimmage.
34 yards on the run down to the Michigan 11-yard line. Spartans have it, 1st and 10. Childs in a shotgun. 2 receivers split wide left. Teron Glover split wide right. Carter in the backfield, and Spartans saw something they didn't like, and they're going to take a timeout.
Michigan State, it's their first and a half.
2:25 to go, first quarter. We are scoreless here in Ann Arbor, but Michigan State knocking on the door for a second time in this game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
At Greenleaf Trust, we're prepared to help you win. Our clients, having achieved financial success in their own endeavors, come to us not for what they already know, but rather to benefit from our considerable expertise. With a nearly 100% client retention rate and specialized wealth management disciplines, Greenleaf Trust's Michigan-rooted team helps clients play the long game from one generation to the next. A brighter future begins at greenleaftrust.com.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Honey, did you pay the rent this month? Because I just received a late notice.
Sorry, what's that?
Wait, are you gambling online again?
Me? No, not at all.
If managing the bills and your betting has become a challenge, self-excluding from online gambling or sports betting might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Paul Bunyan Trophy is on the line as the Wolverines host rival Michigan State. And today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com.
When rivalries heat up, choose chill. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Please celebrate responsibly. Scoreless in Ann Arbor, but Michigan State really has controlled play here. They've had the ball for 10 minutes and 26 seconds. Michigan, just a minute 29 in their lone possession, a 3-and-out. And the Spartans have it inside the Michigan 15-yard line out of the timeout. And the defense needs to stiffen again. Jonathan Kim missing a 25-yard field goal on Michigan State's opening possession of the game.
Got to find a way to get off the field. 3rd down, now that you've reset it with first inside that 15.
Childs in a shotgun. Puts Marsh in motion from left to right. Takes the snap. Childs going to keep it. Quarterback run. Cuts up the middle to the 5, inside the 5, and knocked down at the 3-yard line. A gain of 8. Makari Page on the stop for Michigan.
Well, there's one thing to be in position. TJ Guy was in position. He didn't bite on the fake. He overplayed Aiden Childs, and when you overplay an athlete as good as Aiden Childs, he's going to cut inside. Now, that's what you want. That's where all your help is going to be coming from, but you at least got to slow him down at the line of scrimmage.
Jimmy Roller's getting a lot of run at linebacker. Jayshawn Barham left the field earlier this drive. Michigan defense needs to step in here. 2nd down and 2 from the Michigan 3-yard line. Childs under center. They're going to have a play action back to pass. Aiden Childs floats one out here to Foster. He breaks one tackle, but that's it. But he might have a first down at the 1-yard line. It depends on the spot. Spartans could get a first down. It looks like he's short of the first down. Amir Hall, the man that brought down Montori Foster.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they got about 6 inches to go, and they've got to find a way to get a stop here, force them into another field goal. I don't know what Jonathan Smith would do in this situation. We know what he was going to do last time.
3rd and inches for Michigan State. Giles will take this snap from under center. Fullback in there. They go handoff. Nate Carter, who's hitting the backfield, pushes forward. I don't know if he got it.
Well, if you believe the line judge to our side, he did not.
And they're saying 4th down. Umpire on the far side has his fist in the air, which indicates 4th down.
Nice job by that defense to stiffen up, and they can still give up a 1st down, obviously, without Michigan State scoring.
Wolverines bringing a host of substitutions in, including, here's Barham back. So we see Jadon Hood in the ball game. On this 4th and inches for Michigan State from the Wolverines' 1-yard line. Giles under center. Takes the snap, hands it off to Carter up the middle. Did he get it? They're saying touchdown, and he got it. Touchdown, Michigan State.
Well, Michigan just got blown off the ball in the interior of that defensive line. Surprised to see that.
Ernest Hausman met Nate Carter in the hole, but he pushed into the end zone, and the Spartans lead it 6-0 here in Ann Arbor.
John, it seems like the line, the unbalanced line and the tight end switches is causing the defensive line to be confused a little bit, which is making them uncertain.
Well, they're uncertain, but they're also not set at the snap of the ball,
exactly.
And so they're starting at a huge disadvantage.
Jonathan Kim on for the extra point. Snap is good, hold is good, and the kick is up, and it is also good. With 10 seconds to go in the first quarter, the Spartans lead it 7-0. Drive goes 62 yards in 9 plays and chews up 5 minutes and 13 seconds of the first quarter clock. Let's throw it to the update desk for a check of the scoreboard with our Rob Joyce. Hi, Rob.
Hey, Doug, there's just one other game still going on in the Big Ten. Still early on at Camp Randall. 2:38 to go in the first quarter. Wisconsin early 3-0 lead on Penn State. Badgers had an impromptu fake punt that eventually turned into the game's only points in a field goal. Everything else is a final. Oregon will come to town next week, a perfect 8-0, ranked first in the nation after lambasting Illinois 38-9. It was 35-3 Ducks at halftime. Ohio State survived an upset scare at home against Nebraska. Buckeyes hang on 21-17. Indiana 8-0 for the first time since 1967, downing Washington 31-17 with a backup quarterback. Taven Jackson the win in his first start. Iowa pulled away from Northwestern 40-14, 28 third quarter points, the big one for the Hawkeyes. And Minnesota blasted Maryland 48-23 behind 21 first quarter points. That's your Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Absopure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Absopure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. One notable top 25 game going on right now, no score. 10 minutes in College Station, number 8 LSU, number 14 Texas A&M. Tigers stuffed on 4th and goal in their opening drive. Texas A&M fumbled on its opening drive. We'll run through what else happened around the nation, give you the first half highlights and more during the halftime show, driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor. For now, back to Doug and John. Guys.
7-0 Spartans, 10 seconds to go first quarter. Michigan will get the football back following the Spartan touchdown drive. Wolverines go 3 and out. The early story of this game is Michigan's inability to get off the field defensively, and Spartans have put up 135 yards to 1. They possessed the ball for 13 minutes and 13 seconds. They've run 22 plays to 3.
Yeah, I mean, the time of possession, the inability of the defense. I mean, Michigan State right now is 3 of 5 on third downs, and they just, obviously didn't get that last one, but they were able to get the touchdown on 4th down. You got to find a way to stop this rushing attack, because as soon as Michigan State figures out that, hey, not only can they rush the ball, because Michigan's going to have to, maybe commit another guy to the rushing game. Now all of a sudden you're going to start seeing Aiden Childs become a passer more so than he has been, and that's going to be tough to defend. But the key right now is for Michigan, 3 plays, 1 yard in the first quarter. You have to find a way to be good on first down. Give your quarterback a chance. If you do get into second and medium or third and short, you just got to be able to be good on first down. And they lost yardage on the very first play of the game.
Jonathan Kim will kick off. Keyshawn Harris is deep for the Wolverines, along with Joe Taylor. As the Spartans kicking from right to left. And it's Kim will sail it over the head of Harris and into the end zone, and Michigan will take over on the 25-yard line, trailing 7-0 here in Ann Arbor.
A note, Christian Boyven went to the tent. I'm trying to locate him now, but I'm trying to see about Christian Boyven.
Okay. Donovan Edwards will see his first action on Michigan's second possession here. Wolverines offensively playing without Amarion Walker. He is out with an undisclosed injury. Peyton O'Leary split wide to the left. Tyler Morris in the slot. Davis Warren in a shotgun with Edwards off his left hip. Davis back to pass, fires. Colston Loveland's got it. Wide receiver screen to Loveland, and he's got first down yardage across the 35 out to the 38. Called the 39-yard line. Move the chains. Michigan's first down of the game on the final play of quarter number 1. Spartans lead at 7-0 here in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is the place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and a close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you ready to raise your game? Introducing 50 States Vodka, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Born and bred in Chelsea, Michigan, 50 States Vodka is crafted from sweet, organic, non-GMO corn and is gluten-free with 0 additives. That's right, every drop is pure, American-made excellence from the heart of Michigan to your glass. It's time to experience the best vodka around. Make sure you're toasting with 50 States Vodka, the pride of Michigan and the choice of champions. Cheers to victory and pure Michigan spirit with 50 States Vodka. Drink responsibly.
Planning for retirement, it's like building a strong defense. You've got to protect what matters. At Foguth Financial Group, the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we're here to help you lock down your financial playbook. Whether you're just starting out or about to blow that final whistle of retirement, visit FoguthFinancial.com and secure your financial future. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Go Blue! Advisory services provided by Foguth Wealth Management LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. For additional information, visit advisorinfo.sec.gov and search 327434.
First quarter stats, Michigan State 135 yards to Michigan's 15. 13 minutes and 21 seconds of possession time to Michigan 139. Wolverines just got their first down of the game on a 14-yard screen pass to Colston Loveland. And John, if I recall correctly, it was a Keon Coleman touchdown reception here 2 years ago that gave the Spartans a 7-0 lead. And
yeah, that was down here in the corner of the south end zone, I believe.
Yeah, Spartans didn't score again after that. Wolverines defensively are going to have to find some answers because those are long, time-consuming drives.
They are, but I like the first play to Colston Loveland. Get the ball in and out of the quarterback's hands, get a little confidence for Davis Warren. But what I really liked about it was Giovanni Elhadi, Andrew Gentry, the way that they weren't distracted. They threw that one right into the teeth of the blitz. Michigan State was bringing it off the right side. They ran past all of the blitzers. It's really easy to get distracted, get slowed down. But if you get slowed down, your timing is thrown off, and you're not able to get some of those blocks downfield for nice awareness for those guys.
Well, you heard in the pregame show Sharon Moore say that Michigan would work Alex Orji into the game plan, and he's out there for this 1st and 10 snap from the 39-yard line. Also, we see Kendrick Bell on the field. He was listed as questionable. Orji in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off to Edwards, running right, 40, and he just can't break that last tackle. Give him 2 yards before he was taken down, and one step away from that being a big gainer. Malik Spencer comes up from his safety spot to get the stop.
Well, and that's what you're going to get a lot when Alex Orji's in the game, is Malik Spencer is a safety. He's playing in the box, and he's going to play up tight until that they show, anybody can show that they could beat this Michigan State defense down the field.
Davis Warren back in the game. And he will take a snap from shotgun on the 2nd down and 8. Ball on the right hash. Wolverines going right to left. And Michigan put 2 men in motion. They might have to take now. Now they set. Warren's got the snap. Back to pass. Looking. Hits Edwards out of the backfield. Can he make a man miss? He can't, and gets dragged down at the 44-yard line. Caught it in the right flat. Give him 3 more yards there. It'll be 3rd down and medium.
Yeah, and I mean, Michigan State right now is doing what Michigan's not. They're making open field tackles. They're not letting them getting any yards after catch or after contact. Whether it was, excuse me, Spencer coming up from the safety position, hoping that, Donovan could shake him, couldn't, and then they throw it to him on this one, and he's not able to make Wiley miss from the corner position.
3rd down and 5 for Michigan. Warren in a shotgun. Empty backfield, back to pass. Flips it to Edwards on a little wide receiver screen or wide receiver pop pass, and he gets dragged down in the backfield for a loss of 3. That was doomed from the very beginning, and Michigan to be forced to punt once again.
Well, whether it was the first play of the game or it's the little pop pass to Donovan Edwards, you cannot allow penetration. This time it was Greg Crippen, and I understand him trying to get front side, but you can't get beat so bad backside that your defender ends up 5 yards in the backfield.
Tommy Doman standing on his own 25-yard line. Montori Foster deep for the Spartans. And Doman gets off a nuke. Foster backing up. He'll let it hit inside the 10, and he'll take a right turn and roll back to the 9-yard line, and that's where the Spartans will take over. As Tommy Doman, that's a well-timed, good punt, and the Spartans will be looking at a 90-plus yard field. Leading 7-0 early second quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on a beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin voted for 100% of Biden and Harris's disastrous economic policies that wrecked our economy. That's right, 100%. In Washington, Slotkin created the mess we're in. We're struggling, and Slotkin's wasting time pushing her far-left agenda instead of doing anything useful for Michigan. Slotkin wrote the bill to force schools to let biological men compete against our girls in their sports. That's right, Slotkin wrote the bill to let men compete in girls' sports. Slotkin even voted to let men use girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. We have real problems, but Slotkin is focused on this BS. We need a change. Mike Rogers will protect our daughters' sports teams and fight for things that matter, like lower prices, lower rent, and protecting Michigan jobs.
I'm Mike Rogers, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message. I'm a dad. I'll fight to protect our girls' sports for my daughter and every daughter.
Join Mike's team by donating at MichiganVictoryCommittee.com. Paid for by Michigan Victory Committee.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant. Down on the field, Michigan trailing 7-0. Spartans have the football back inside their own 10-yard line, following a 49-yard punt from Tommy Doman. This would be a good time for a 3-and-out, huh?
Yeah, or a turnover.
Lynch Adams in the backfield alone. Aiden Childs will take this snap from under center. Wolverine showing a 5-man front. Childs hands it off to Lynch Adams, running left. He's got some room across the 15, out to the 16-yard line. Jayshawn Barham brings him down. Gain of 6 on first down.
Now, Michigan State's doing a really good job of cutting this Michigan defense in half. I talk about the cutback plays on those first couple of drives, and they're getting good movement on the nose. Kenneth Grant's getting blown off the ball, and when that happens, your linebackers get separated. Jayshawn Barnum's able to come in and make the play, but not till it's 6 yards downfield.
From the 16-yard line, Spartans have it. Got to get it across the 20. Childs in a shotgun. Wolverines showing blitz. Childs takes the snap, hands it off to Lynch Adams. He runs into the pile, and he pushes forward for the first down out to the 21-yard line. Mason Graham on the stop there.
Mason Graham does a nice job of shedding his block, but when you swim a defender, that will open up a little bit of a rushing lane. Now he's able to close it, but again, it's not plays that are being made at the line of scrimmage. These are all plays that are being made 3, 4, and in the case of that first down run, 8 yards downfield.
1st and 10 for Michigan State from the Spartans' own 21-yard line, leading 7-0, 11:31 to go in the half. Childs in a shotgun, takes the snap. Back to pass, looking downfield. Here comes the rush, and he escapes one tackler, then another, and then down he goes, but he gets 2 yards before the Wolverines bring him down. It was Jayshon Barham. He is tough to bring down. It'll be 2nd and long for the Spartans.
There's 3 different guys that had the ability to tackle Aiden Childs in the backfield. And we talk about blocking and tackling. They just haven't been very good at either one of those things today so far.
Yeah, when Michigan State wants to take shots down the field, they usually put their receivers in cut splits, tight splits toward the line of scrimmage.
2nd down and 8 for Michigan State. They go I formation with Lynch Adams deep. Childs under center. Wolverines showing a 5-man front. Childs takes the snap, handoff to Lynch Adams, and he's dragged down in the backfield. It was Jayshon Barham on the blitz, brought him down for no gain, and it'll be 3rd and long for Michigan State.
Yeah, they brought Jayshon Barham off the right side, and he just uses his speed to run him down.
3rd down and 7. Spartans got to get it across the 31-yard line. The ball's at the 24. And the Wolverines get off the field here. 3 wide for Michigan State. Childs in a shotgun with Lynch Adams in the backfield. Now they got 4 wide. 3 to the left, 1 to the right. Back to pass is Childs. Fires. Lynch Adams has it, and he's dropped immediately. Ernest Hausman, a 6-yard loss as Hausman sniffed out the screen pass to Lynch Adams, and the Michigan defense will get off the field.
I tell you what, here's the one thing that we learned at Washington about Ernest Hausman. Maybe we should have learned it earlier. His ability to learn on the run and see and diagnose what an offense is doing, and then be able to execute on the field, or whether it's, hey, I'm going to go to the sidelines, I'm going to look at the iPads, going to see what's going on. He is really a really smart football player.
Ryan Eckley to punt for Michigan State. Samaj Morgan standing on his own 32. Eckley puts his right foot into it, and Samaj will signal for a fair catch and make it at the 30-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over with 9:12 to go in the first half, and the Wolverines trailing it 7-0 here in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Is that intercepted? Holy cow, Jordan Lewis!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Wolverines will have the football trailing 7-0 here. 9:12 to go in the first half. And John, quite frankly, it feels like this could be worse than 7-0.
Well, yeah, I mean, Kim, a very reliable field goal kicker, pushes it easy, 3 points wide right early on. So you come away with that one. Now Michigan State goes down, another long drive. They punch the ball in the end zone. You're fortunate to be down 7. And our friends at the Big Ten Network that are right next to us just flashed a stat to me that it's disheartening, and it's one that needs to change quickly now that Michigan does have the ball. Michigan State has 8 first downs, and Michigan has only run 7 offensive plays. Now, they got a chance here, and we saw on first down that quick pass to the tight end screen on their last drive to Colston Loveland. They've got to find a way to get the running game going. We all know that this is a run-first team. Michigan State did a nice job last week against Iowa, but there's still some yardage to be gained down there.
We see the freshman Channing Goodwin in for the first time. Split wide right. Pistol formation. Now they shift Mullings to the right. Toss sweep to Kalel Mullings. Running right. Nothing there as he gets submarined back at the 28-yard line. A loss of 2 on first down.
No, they're overplaying everything right now, and the problem Michigan is having offensively is there's no rhythm to the offense. There's no play that sets up the next play to this point.
2nd down and 12 for Michigan. 4 wide here for Davis Warren. Michigan State showing a 4-man front. Davis takes the snap, back to pass. Looking, fires. He's got Colston Loveland, 30, 35. Colston trying to get to the marker, which is the 40, gets chopped down at the 39-yard line by Angelo Gross. But good play there, sets up a 3rd and short.
And that's what I mentioned earlier. This Michigan State team, say whatever you want about them to this point this year, they are technically sound. They do a nice job of making plays in the open field and not allowing extra yardage. If they miss anything on that play, Colston picks up the first down.
3rd and a yard and a half. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. He'll take the handoff, and he's got the first down across the 40 out to the 45-yard line. Move the chains for Michigan. A good hard run and a good job by the offensive line. 6 yards for Kalel. First down, Wolverines.
That's the first time today that offensive line has come off with really nice pad level. Lower than Michigan State. That's why that play was successful. Kalel is going to pick up some yardage by himself, but you've got to give him a start.
1st and 10 Michigan from their own 45-yard line. They trail at 7-0. 7:27 to go, first half, clock running. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Puts Samaj Morgan in motion. They're going to swing it to him out of the backfield, and he slips and falls after he caught it. That's going to be a 3-yard loss. Samaj throw a little bit low, but just lost his footing.
Yeah, yep. that ball's got to be on the mark. Jason, I'm sure you've been in that position before.
Yeah, when you're catching that wheel route, it has to be on target. If it's low, you're in trouble because the receiver can't adjust at that.
2nd down and 13 for Michigan from their own 42-yard line. Kalel Mullings continues in the backfield. 2 tight ends to the right. It's Bredesen and Colston Loveland. 2 receivers split wide left. Warren in a shotgun, has the snap, back to pass, steps up in the pocket, and he's going to run 45, 50, and he's chopped down, actually just shy of the 50 at the 49-yard line, gets some of the yardage back and then some. 7 on the carry. Wayne Matthews took him down. It'll be 3rd and medium.
Now, Michigan's going to try and hustle the line of scrimmage, but since they substituted, they got to allow Michigan State time to get off the field. 3rd
down and 7. Call it 6, actually. Ball at the 49-yard line. They have to get it across the Spartan 45. This is Colston territory, who's on the end of the left side of the line. Hand off to Kalel Mullings, and he's met at the 50 and dropped immediately. Gain of 1. I have a feeling they were thinking 2 plays to get these 6 yards.
Yeah, but you got to pick up more than a yard if you're going to do that.
Yep.
And I mentioned pad level. You got to have good pad level to be able to get movement up front. If you have a stalemate up front, or if you whiff and miss, as Josh Preeb did on that one, there's no chance to get to the 2nd level and try and get a block on a linebacker.
Tommy Doman standing on his own 35-yard line. put his right foot into this one. And it'll come down, fair catch, signaled for and made at the 14 by Montori Foster. And that's where the Spartans will have it with 5:17 to go, first half, with Michigan State leading 7-0 here in Ann Arbor, 36 yards on that punt. We'll be back. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. You know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets. Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Headquartered in Brighton with other convenient locations across the state, the Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Visit FoguthFinancial.com to learn more. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
When the offensive line got off the field that last possession, Coach Moore met them at the bench and lit into them. Hopefully it can ignite them to play better, but he was very emphatic and very angry.
Well, he was the O-line coach on back-to-back Joe Moore award-winning offensive lines. Childs under center, hands it off, and buried in the backfield is Nate Carter by Mason Graham, a 3-yard loss on first down back to the Spartan 12-yard line.
Well, doing a little bit of what Michigan State has been doing to Michigan's offense. You got to get some penetration. Mason Graham does a great job of cutting across the face.
Wolverines bring an extra defensive back on the field. Brandon Hillman's out there. And Oeda comes off. Second down and 13 for Michigan State. They go 4 wide. Carter in the backfield to the left of Aiden Childs. Spartans lead at 7-0, 4:42 to go first half. Michigan showing a 4-man front. They're going to bring a blitz with Barham. Quick firing to Marsh, who's got it at the 15, but he's immediately dropped by Jair Hill. There's a flag on the play, and Sharon has given the official there an earful. What is it?
Ineligible downfield.
Oh.
I'll take that one.
So do you want 3rd down and 9, or do you back him up 5 more?
Ineligible player downfield. Offense, number 66. That penalty will be declined.
Huh. I might have backed him up a little bit more. I mean, 3rd and 9 hasn't been a great down for Michigan's defense.
So I kind of saw what's going on in the defensive backfield. We haven't seen Zeke very much, and Makari Page has come down to play the nickel position a lot.
Interesting. Football's at the 16-yard line. The Spartans have to get it across the 25. Can Michigan force a 3-and-out? Childs barking some commands. Play clock down to 5 in a shotgun. Just gets the snap off inside, handoff to Carter, and he bounces outside, 20, and chopped down. Ooh, just shy of the sticks at the 24-yard line.
Wesley Walker, that was a great open field tackle, forcing a punt. If he doesn't trip him up, He had nothing but green grass ahead of him.
Well, and he was the last defense against a first down. It would have been the second time the Spartans on 3rd and long handed it off for a first down, but they needed 9, they got 8.
Like John said, we've been missing tackles. Makari Page had him dead to rights right there and missed it.
Tyler Morris is deep for Michigan, standing on his own 23-yard line. Field the punt from Eckley. 4th and 1. Be wary of the fake here. Illinois burned Michigan last week, excuse me. Eckley standing on his own 10. He's got the snap, and he will punt. Tyler Morris will get a chance to return this one from his 21. Makes the first man miss, now bounces outside, 25-30. Tyler Morris up the field across the 35, and the Wolverines will be set up with good field position. He's dropped at the 37-yard line, and that's where Michigan will take over with 2:58 to go first half.
We got a Spartan down on the field, and I really don't like the way that one looked. That was one of the gunners, and as he was coming down, it's like he just lost complete control. And
John, I thought it was a block in the back the way he went down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it originally looked, but you saw the same thing. Like, he came down, he was unblocked, and then all of a sudden lost control. I just think he couldn't stop. Something malfunctioned on the lower half. But for this Michigan offense, as they take the field, and I've been hard on the offensive line, but you've got to play with good pad level. You've got to be able to get good movement up front on some of those double teams. And this offense is designed perfectly to create double teams against the way Michigan State's defense is. They're going to give you a shade 3. They're going to give you an off 1. And you're able to get guards with double teams with center and guard and tackle on the backside. But if you're not getting movement, or if you're not staying square and you're not low enough, you can't get off on those linebackers, and it's all for naught.
The injured Spartan is the long snapper, Caden Schickel.
Oh, wow. He got down there fast.
Yeah.
That's a huge injury, though. A long snapper is a pretty important position.
You know what, Jason? I agree with you, and I'm glad to hear you say that. It has been 25 years since I've heard somebody say the long snapper is important.
John, of course, the long snapper on the 97 national championship team. As bad as this first half has been, Michigan gets the ball to start the second half. They've got it here. They only trail by 7 from their own 36-yard line. Snap, handoff, Donovan Edwards. Bounces outside to the right, gets a yard, maybe 2, before he's swarmed by a host of Spartan tacklers. Not much movement up front. That'll be second down and long.
Well, that's a positive for this Michigan offensive line because it wasn't a lost yardage play. You actually gained 2 yards. There was a little bit of movement. Now, can they build upon that?
Michigan's got all 3 timeouts, and of course the 2-minute timeout. 2.5 minutes to go here. First half, clock running. Warren in a shotgun is going to look to the sidelines. Wolverines showing 4 wide. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Warren puts Colston Loveland in motion. A little handoff to Edwards running right. Nope. It's a swing pass to Colston Loveland from Davis Warren, and he gets across the 40 to the 41-yard line. And it's tackled there with 2:06 to go. It looks like Michigan will use a timeout.
I believe that's Andrew Gentry.
We do have an injured Wolverine.
So we got Joe Taylor going to the locker room right now. Christian Boyven left the tent and went to the locker room, and now we have another down.
Well, those 2 players valuable on special teams, and of course Andrew Gentry got his first start last week at right tackle, and he is the injured Wolverine here. And the Wolverines will be looking at a 3rd down and 5.
Well, at least it seems like it's 3rd and manageable.
Yeah.
And, I mean, on the last drive, they had been really bad on first down. 2nd and 11, 2nd and 13. And now, in this one, at least they were able to pick up 2 yards on first down. So it gave them what felt like a manageable 2nd and 8, looking at 3rd and 5. It's, again, you're always putting yourself in passing situations, because nothing of this run game makes me believe that they could pick up 5 yards if they hand the ball off to Khalil O'Donovan.
By the way, with that catch, Colston Loveland moves past Jeremy Tooman to number 3 on Michigan's all-time receiving list for the tight end spot.
And Gentry's headed toward the locker room.
Yeah, it looked like maybe his right ankle. I don't like the way he went down. I don't want to speculate, but that's an odd-looking injury as he's making his way up the tunnel.
Yeah, with only 2 minutes left, no point going to the sideline. See if you can get up there, see if you can get a wrap on it, whatever it might be, and maybe return. But Evan Link, who started the season, I'm sure will be the right tackle.
They're going to run the clock down to the 2-minute timeout with the Wolverines trailing 7-0 here in the first half. Michigan looking at a 3rd and 5. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown!
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's gonna go all the way.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The 2024 F-150 is built Ford tough and proud to be the official truck of your Detroit Lions. With intelligent functionality already built in, everything from home renovation to tailgating just got better. Right now, returning Easy Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,909 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist and $1,500 renewal cash. Offer ends November 13th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. The 2-minute timeout of the first half. It's 7-0. It feels like it's 20-0, but the Wolverines actually have the football here on their own 41-yard line facing this 3rd and 5. And how do you get 5 or more yards with an offense that really hasn't found its footing?
Well, I mean, Jason was talking at the at the break there. A nice slant route by a receiver. Somebody that can just, stick their foot in the ground. But you're going to have to be accurate. You're going to have to throw a ball with some zip on it to fit it in there.
We've been running a bunch of crossing routes in order to get guys open. We got to depend on Colston Loveland to do a slant or out route right here in order to get open versus man.
Well, and not only that, but you've got to count on an offensive line, and Evan Lake's coming in. This could be his first snap to be able to pass protect because that takes some time.
And Michigan State right now is showing press coverage across the board right here.
Colston's in a slot right on this 3rd down and 5. Warren in a shotgun. Claps his hands now, looks to the Michigan sideline. Samaj, a lot of cushion there on Samaj, you're right. Warren back to pass. Rolling out to the right, looking, he's going to fire, and he's got Samaj for the first down.
I tell you what, that was a great job by Samaj because at the top of that route, when he turned to come back down, he fell down, got back up. He refused to be denied. That was a great play and great job by Davis Warren of buying time.
Dropped at the 47-yard line, 1st and 10 Michigan. Davis back to pass, fires. He's got Peyton O'Leary at the 50, makes a man miss. 45-40, Peyton O'Leary steps out of bounds at the Spartan 38-yard line. And there's your possession receiver getting a first down.
And making a man
miss. Making a man miss, Jason.
Okay. I'm loving this. Come on. Receiver you right now, baby.
Okay, 38-yard line, 1st and 10 for Michigan. 1:41 to go first half. 4 wide for Davis Warren. Wolverines trail it 7-0. They'll look to the sideline. And they'll move Donovan Edwards from left to right in the backfield. 10 on the play clock. Davis ready to go. It's got the snap, back to pass. Here comes the rush, fires. He's got Colston Loveland at the 31-yard line, and he steps out of bounds at the Spartan 29-yard line. With 1:36 to go first half, a gain of 9.
What is this timing passing game that we've found here the last 3 plays?
I don't know when the last time we completed 2 passes to a receivers in a row.
Or 3 passes in a row?
They gave him 7 yards. They said he stepped out at the Spartan 31. Minute 36 to go in the half. Wolverines have it at Michigan State's 31-yard line. Shotgun for Davis Warren. Claps his hands. Wolverines now change the play. Play clock down to 6. 2 receivers split wide right, 1 to the left. Hand off, Donovan Edwards, first down, 30, 25, and he's dropped right there. Is Donovan Edwards moved the chains. Drop by Malik Spencer.
Stop the clock.
1st and 10, Michigan.
Sometimes it works opposite. You throw the ball in order to get the run game going.
1st and 10, Michigan from the Spartan 26-yard line. Warren with the snap, handoff to Donovan Edwards through a crease, and gets dragged down from behind at the 22-yard line of Michigan State. And we're going to get a timeout with 1:16 to go.
Timeout, Michigan. Their first of the half. It'll be 30 seconds and late.
Well, the way this half has gone, with Michigan knocking on the door here, if they can stick it into the end zone and take some momentum into the locker room, because this game, in spite of only being 7-0, feels like it was all Michigan State.
Well, it was all Michigan State. I mean, the time of possession is still lopsided by 10 minutes. But here's the thing. Michigan State is going with 3 defensive linemen right now, 4 linebackers, and so you may get a chance to break through. And like we've seen, Donovan Edwards there breaks through 4 or 5 yards, gets tackled by a linebacker. You've got to be patient. You've got to be okay with 4 and 5 yard pickups at this time if you're going to run the ball on defense.
Davis Warren, first pass of the game was incomplete. He's completed 8 consecutive passes. 2nd down and 6 for the Wolverines from the Spartan 22-yard line. Wolverines with 2 receivers split to the short side of the field, 2 to the wide side of the field. Warren will bring Peyton O'Leary in motion. Takes the snap, toss sweep, Donovan Edwards, 25, 20, first down inside the 15 and knocked out of bounds at the Spartan 12-yard line. Spartans thinking pass, Wolverines go run. Move the chains for Michigan, 10 yards for Donovan Edwards.
C.J. Charleston had a great block out front, did a nice job of cutting down a defensive back and allowing the opportunity to get out there, and did a nice job of not getting called for holding.
They bring that 4-man front back.
Yep, coming out of the timeout.
1st and 10 for Michigan from the Spartan 11-yard line. Donovan Edwards continues in the backfield. 3 receivers split wide right. Now they motion Bredesen in to go tight end right. Marlon Klein in the ball game, tight end left. Snap, handoff, Donovan Edwards hesitates, bounces outside, inside the 10, gets what he can down. Well, they're going to mark him at the 10. Anthony Jones on the stop, clock running with inside a minute to go now, 56 seconds to go.
Yeah, plenty of time for Michigan. Still has 2 timeouts. This is where you'd like to see a shot maybe in the end zone.
Colston Loveland back in the game. He'll line up tight end left. 42 seconds to go, clock running. 2nd down and 8 for Michigan from the Spartan 10-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Rolls out to his right, wide open in the end zone is Colston Loveland. He's got it for a touchdown. Davis Warren with his 3rd touchdown of the season, and the Wolverines are an extra point away from tying up this game with 29 seconds to go in the first half.
Well, scored a passing touchdown, baby.
How do you lose Colston Loveland?
Well, how you lose him is he started off on the right side and came all the way across. They did a nice job, a little play action in the backfield, getting those linebackers to bite up. And all of a sudden, Colston Loveland just sifts his way through to the back corner of the end zone, and a great delivery by Davis Warren.
Zavada on for the extra point out of the hold of Tommy Doman, and Tommy drops it. Picks it up back there, and he's going to fire it into the end zone, and the Spartans are going to intercept it, and the extra point is no good.
Had that same issue last week. Got to get the details fixed. It's always the little details. Snap, hold, kick. Last week it was a block. This week it cost you the ability to tie up. Now you've got some momentum because you scored. but you lost a little juice because you're still behind by one.
That snap looked good.
It was just a bad hold.
We'll take a look at the replay here. Snapper's Will Wagner. Yeah, snap was good.
Yeah, right over top of the hole.
A 10-yard touchdown pass to Colston Loveland, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 7-6, Spartans on top, following the Wolverines' actually rather impressive drive to close out on their final possession, we assume, of the first half. 10 plays, 64 yards, over 2 minutes and 29 seconds.
And before that 3rd and 5 conversion, we were just hoping for, hey, let's get a first down. Nice to see him finally punch the ball in the end zone.
Tommy Doman will kick off. And a fair catch signaled for him made by Alante Brown at the Spartan goal line. And Michigan State will have it with 29 seconds to go in the first half. Now, just a reminder, of course, Michigan gets the ball to start the second half after winning the toss and deferring.
Yeah, they're going to get that chance to double dip.
Yeah, those long drives really help our defense, because being down on the sideline, sometimes you can tell that the defense gets a little bit annoyed every now and again.
Oh, well, and they should. But here's the best thing about what this defense has done. They started off with those 2 long drives, but then it's 5 plays off the field, 9 yards. 3 plays off the field, 9 yards.
Spartans have 2 timeouts if they want to try and make something happen, and they got a great field goal kicker. And Nate Carter's going to get some room across the 35 out to the 38-yard line and move the chains. Good gain there, and the Spartans are going to take a timeout. Now they're going to stop the clock on the first down. They should take a timeout. They're not going to. Childs in a shotgun with Carter in the backfield from the 39-yard line. Takes the snap, back to pass. Bails out of there to the right. Josiah chasing after him, and he's got it. The ball's out. And Kenneth Grant bounces on it at the 34-yard line of Michigan State with 12 seconds to go in the first half. Josiah Stewart tracked down Aiden Childs. There's the turnover, and Michigan has a chance here to add to their 6-point total late in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the question. With 2 timeouts, Jason, 12 seconds left, do you just try and take a shot in the end zone, or do you just get a little bit closer so you could get a field goal and go into halftime up?
No, you're trying to get a first down. Try to get a first down so we can get a field goal.
Yep.
Hopefully our holder can get it down this time, but that's the goal there.
That's a gift, an absolute gift.
Well, Zavada's been good from this distance. In fact, he's got 4 kicks of more than 50 yards this season. That ties a Michigan career record.
Josiah Stewart's been playing unbelievable. One of the NFL scouts stopped me just to talk about him for a good 20 minutes.
With 14 seconds to go, they change the clock. Michigan has it at the Spartan 34-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Snap back to pass.
Donovan
fires it to Donovan Edwards out of the backfield. 35-30. Donovan down the far sideline. Is going to run out of bounds inside the 20 at the 19-yard line. He wants a flag as he got chopped down late. There's 6 seconds to go in the half. And I don't think there's going to be time to run a play, or is there?
Well, no, I don't think so. I don't think you want to risk it. You got your 3 points. You can go in up at halftime.
Which is a remarkable turn of events given the way this first half has gone.
That was a late hit.
Yeah, the refs missed that one. I understand Donovan asking why he wasn't. He was clearly going out of bounds. He was on the white and got hit out there.
Oh, Zavada makes this field goal. It's, for the most part, inconsequential. And Jonathan Smith is going to use a timeout.
The second of the half.
Wolverine snapped and kicked it anyway.
He missed that.
Wow. They snapped and kicked it as the timeout came right before Wolverines were ready to execute. And Zavada missed it.
Now, you go through the process, and whether it goes in or not, it's irrelevant. The big thing is you got to give Dominic Zavada a chance to make the kick. It is snap, hold. They've got to be perfect. And you have dedicated long snappers. You've got a guy that's all they work on during practice. If he's not punting, he's catching extra points, field goals.
When I held at the NFL level, always had a glove on my opposite hand.
Well, this will be a 37-yard attempt for Dominic Zavada out of the hold of Tommy Doman to give Michigan the lead here. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is up, and the kick is good. With 2 seconds to go in the first half, it feels somewhat miraculous. Michigan leads this football game.
It does. 162 yards of offense for Michigan State, only 116 for Michigan. Time of possession is 19 minutes and 29 seconds for Michigan State to only 10 minutes and 29 seconds for Michigan. I mean, Michigan State has dominated this first half, but I will say this. Other than those 2 drives to start the game for Michigan State, this Michigan defense has come up big time.
Wolverines lead at 9-7 here, and we'll kick off to Alante Brown. Tommy Doman will be the man that kicks off here. Total yards, as you mentioned, 162 to 116, but I would bet that most of those 162 came on the first 2 drives, as you mentioned. 130 of the 162. Fair catch signaled for by Brown inside the 5, and the Spartans will have it at the 25-yard line. That field goal was brought to you by Citgo, top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Michigan fans, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go.
Well, both teams have had 1 touchdown drive, and Michigan State obviously had a drive to start the game that ended in a missed field goal, a little chip shot. But what did we say was going to be the difference in this game? And it's certainly been the difference in the first half. It has been a turnover margin. You can lose the time of possession, you can lose the yardage battle, but if you win the turnover possession, you give yourself the best chance to win the game.
Childs will take a knee, and we'll go to the locker room as the 2 teams will head up the Lloyd Carr Tunnel, with Michigan leading 9-7 here at the break. What a weird first half.
I mean, I don't know what to say other than, phew.
9-7 Michigan on top. Lots to do during our halftime festivities, including analysis from Jack Miller and Jason Avant. Brian Bush will host. Rob Joyce will have scores from around the country. Sharon Moore will speak to his team. We'll tell you what the tenor of this conversation is before we get the second half underway. Wolverines lead by 2 at the break. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Well, bit of an unusual end to the first half, and kind of against the run of play, Michigan has the lead through 20 minutes. It is Michigan 9, Michigan State 7. We will recap a quirky 30 minutes after we pause 10 seconds for station identification across the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. first half highlights. Spartans had the ball first. Took just 4 plays to get inside the Wolverine 35. That includes a 26-yard screen pass. 8 plays into the red zone. Most of the damage done by quarterback Aiden Childs and running back Nate Carter on the ground, eating up a ton of time. Spartans would work it inside the 5 midway through the first quarter, get as close as the 2-yard line before ultimately trying to kick a field goal. A 14-play, 68-yard drive ate up over 8 minutes to start things off, and it ends in nothing. After going 6 of 7 last week, kicker Jonathan Kim pushed it wide right, missed the 25-yard attempt. We remained scoreless. So a bullet dodged as Davis Warren of the offense took the field in a scoreless game. First start for Warren since the Arkansas State game. Goes 3 and out, gives the ball right back to MSU. And Spartans will go on the move again. A key 3rd and 9 run goes for 34 yards down to the Michigan 11. Eventually the Spartans would face a similar situation as the first drive. 4th and inches from the 2-yard line, and Jonathan Smith will keep the offense on the field.
On this 4th and inches for Michigan State from the Wolverines' 1-yard line. Childs under center. Takes the snap, hands it off to Carter, up the middle. Did he get it? They're saying touchdown, and he got it. Touchdown, Michigan State.
We'll come with 10 seconds left in the first quarter to make it 7-0 Spartans in the first period. Michigan State ran 22 plays to Michigan's 4, held the ball for over 13 and a half minutes. Wolverines would pick up a lone first down on its second drive before punting early in the second. Defense would match it with a much-needed stop, of the defense for the remainder of the half was very good. First sustained drive of any kind for Michigan came midway through the second, but it flamed out at midfield. Would get the ball back, though, starting from its own 36 with 3 minutes left in the half. Would convert a 3rd and 5 right after the 2-minute timeout to Samaj Morgan. Peyton O'Leary next play picks up 15 yards. Donovan Edwards, a pair of first downs, first to the Spartan 26, then again to the 12, and Michigan's able to punch it in.
Davis Warren in a shotgun. Rolls out to his right, wide open in the end zone is Colston Loveland. He's got it for a touchdown. Davis Warren with his 3rd touchdown of the season, and the Wolverines are an extra point away from tying up this game with 29 seconds to go in the first half.
A 10-play, 64-yard drive. That's more yards than Michigan had in the entirety of the first half prior to that. However, that game-tying extra point never came. A drop snap would spoil it. So it's 7-6 Spartans, 29 seconds left. You think, all right, the half's basically over, right? Wrong.
They're not going to. Childs in a shotgun with Carter in the backfield from the 39-yard line. Takes the snap, back to pass. Bails out of there to the right. Josiah chasing after him, and he's got it. The ball's out. And Kenneth Grant bounces on it at the 34-yard line of Michigan State with 12 seconds to go in the first half.
A gift. The Spartans fumble. Kenneth Grant recovers it. Donovan Edwards picks up 15 yards. Dominic Zavada, a 37-yard field goal. So Michigan scores twice in the final 29 seconds. Will get the ball to start the third quarter with, out of nowhere, a 9-7 lead. Today's halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Check out LexusofAnnArbor.com. We'll take a timeout and come back, tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten and Top 25 next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
He's hit as he throws, and it is intercepted! It's the Ohio native!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Planning for retirement, it's like building a strong defense. You've got to protect what matters. At Foguth Financial Group, the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we're here to help you lock down your financial playbook. Whether you're just starting out or about to blow that final whistle of retirement, visit FoguthFinancial.com and secure your financial future. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Go Blue. Advisory services provided by Foguth Wealth Management LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. For additional information, visit advisorinfo.sec.gov and search 327434.
Leave
those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on the beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
Michigan leads Michigan State 9-7 at the break. Time for another check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Just one other game still going on in the Big Ten at Camp Randall. 18 seconds till halftime. Wisconsin leads number 3 Penn State 10-7. Badgers just took the lead on a 10-play, 73-yard drive with just over a minute to go. So Penn State trying to steal things right before halftime and perhaps tie things up. Everything else is a final. Oregon pounded Illinois in its first game as the nation's top-ranked team since 2012.
And the snap, keep. Going to run now. Oh, shovel pass to Whittington for the touchdown. It looked like it was going to be a quarterback option, go left. Whittington was going to block for him. Now, if I pitch it to him, he can score.
And he gets a touchdown pass out of that, doesn't he?
He does. That's a forward pass.
Jerry Allen from Learfield. That capped what was a 35-3 first half for the Ducks, who wallop Illinois by a final of 38-9. Ducks will come to the Big House next week, a perfect 8-0. Elsewhere, Ohio State survived an upset scare at home against Nebraska. Buckeyes hang on 21-17. Indiana 8-0, down in Washington 31-17. Hoosiers are the first FBS team since 1998 to not trail at any point in its first 8 games. Elsewhere, Iowa pulled away from Northwestern 40-14 behind a big third quarter. Minnesota blasted Maryland 48-23 behind a big first quarter. So that's the day in the Big Ten. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. Going on right now, the SEC leaders are doing battle. Not ones many would have guessed in July. Number 8, LSU leads at 14th-ranked Texas A&M. It's 17-7 in favor of the Tigers. 2:46 to go until halftime there. Elsewhere, number 6, Miami has a 17-7 lead on 1-6 Florida State. 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. 16th-ranked Kansas State just took a 16-7 lead on rival Kansas midway through the second in Manhattan. And number 22, SMU, undefeated in ACC play, is tied at Duke 7-7. The score. Mustangs, though, have the ball inside the red zone. 6 minutes to go till halftime there. Among the finals from earlier, 5th-ranked Texas held off number 25 Vanderbilt, 27-24 Nashville. 12th-ranked Notre Dame handed number 24 Navy its first loss in emphatic fashion, 51-14 Irish the final. Navy turned it over 6 times. And 15th-ranked Alabama shut out number 21 Missouri, 34-0. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete. Michigan 9, Michigan State 7. Brian Bush, Jason Avant, and Jack Miller break down the first half when we return as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Taylor to the 20, down to the 15, down to the 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Billy Taylor!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Been a weird one right now. 9-7 Michigan in front of Michigan State. Welcome back to the halftime show. It's driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. Well, you guys are the experts. Jason Devon on the field, Jack Miller to my left. I'm going to make you guys explain this. Jason, how the heck is Michigan leading right now?
A wing and a prayer. That's how they're winning. But I will say this. They took advantage. One thing that Aiden Childs does is that he's a turnover machine. He's thrown a lot of interceptions, and when you get close enough to him, he can turn it over. And you saw Josiah Stewart do that at the end of the half, and I would say that was the big play. And also, our 2-minute offense actually was successful today. We had 2 plays where receivers caught the ball consecutively. I don't know if that happened all year. Right, so that happened. O'Leary makes the guy miss, then Colson Loveland scores a touchdown. So that's how we're up.
Jack, we were talking about it right after the first half ended. That was probably the best first half by a Michigan quarterback this season. Now, I know that's not a high bar, but after that initial incompletion on 3rd and 9 in a play that really didn't have any chance, Davis Warren, perfect, at least in terms of completing passes.
Yeah, and we talked about it before the game. Just don't do things the other way. Don't grant them opportunities. If either make a play yourself or nothing, right? It's okay to settle for nothing. You can't go backwards. You can't have turnovers. You can't have stupid penalties. You can't do, tackles for loss, things like that. They were able, as I think it's fair to say, they played pretty poorly the majority of that first half until the end of it there. And that being said, they're finding a way to win this game. Why? Because like Jason said, it's the turnover factor. And when you take care of the ball and the other team doesn't, you're always going to give yourself a chance to get ahead. They capitalized on it. So good on them. Hopefully there's a little momentum that builds on the last couple minutes of that there. They go in the locker room, shore up a few things. Michigan State's got to be deflated that they played pretty well the majority of that first half and yet somehow have found a way to be down going into the third quarter here. Again, just don't do the tragic mistakes. It's okay to be neutral, to have a mediocre performance and good at times. They can win this game playing that way, just playing smarter, and they did it in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, Jason, what was that mindset, that vibe on the sideline after that late surge? Because remember, you talk about Michigan State kicking themselves. They were outgaining Michigan 130-1 after 3 drives, 2 for State, 1 for Michigan. The time of possession's 19.5 for Michigan State, 10.5 for Michigan. And yet, there was some momentum for the Wolverines heading into the tunnel.
Yeah, it seems like the offensive production is extra credit for this team. No one's expecting it at all, right? So the sideline was pretty amped up about it. All the coaches jumped out of their seats. I know the fans were excited. I heard a guy in my ear saying we scored a passing touchdown. I said that on the broadcast. Right, so
he said what you were thinking.
Yeah, right. So it's one of those things that they were excited. Here's the thing: we're doing a good job. Like Davis Warren, his completion percentage is good. We're 2 for 2 on our red zone opportunities. We're at 40% on third down right now. So there's a lot of things that we're doing okay. And like Jack said, okay may win this ball game.
Yeah, I believe that. Okay is good enough to win this ball game. You can't play bad. You can't make mistakes that allow the other team free opportunities to get ahead of you. One thing that we have got to do better in the second half is tackle better. They're not playing a physical downhill style of defense right now. A lot of missed tackles, a lot of waiting in space, waiting for the guy with the ball to come to you. They got to play a little more aggressive. They have got to be short tackling. They have got to figure that out, or Michigan State's going to continue to move the ball on them.
Yeah, it's hard to be aggressive with Aiden Childs being such a threat in the run game, and also they're moving a bunch up front when it comes to formation changes. Our defensive line doesn't know where to line up, and they're not even getting in their stance half the time by the time the ball is snapped. So it's a struggle for us up front. Hopefully we can get some halftime adjustments going, Jack.
Yeah, and the key for Michigan here, if you want to try to shorten the game and really bleed some clock, win that time of possession battle, got to be better than 13 carries for 37 yards. I'm going to be fascinated on what running game adjustments they can make.
Well, you got to get Khalil Mullings downhill. He's not a side-to-side runner. Donovan can be at times, but Khalil has got to get downhill. You got to get him the ball quick, get him running with a full steam behind him. He can break tackles. He's going to fall forward for a couple yards. I like the way they use Donovan at the end there. I think Donovan's running hard tonight. He's not a guy who's going to bounce off tackles and find extra yards. So I think they had something going the last few minutes there of that first half. It felt like they started to figure out that running game a little bit. And then what happened? All of a sudden the passing game opens up. So hopefully they can grab onto something there. Michigan State's not going to be able to adjust. They didn't see enough of it because it was such an anemic offense for the majority of the first half until the end there. So, again, got to keep playing hard. Got to tackle better defensively and offensively. It all starts in the run game. They got to figure out a couple more plays to get Mullings downhill quick.
Hold on, Jack. The passing game got the run game going today. Give us our credit.
All right,
Complimentary football.
Complimentary football. We'll work on complimentary broadcasting there by these two complimenting each other. Jason has Sharon Moore's halftime comments coming up next. Jack and I will be back on the SeatGeek postgame show. Stay tuned for what should be a fascinating second half and a wild one so far here. The 117th meeting between Michigan and Michigan State. Wolverines 9 and the Spartans 7. Doug, John, and Jason back for the second half next as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive is helping to drive veterans' lives forward through their Keys to Progress program. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and business. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Al Bordeaux Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance are on your team. Visit Al Bordeaux Insurance Agency today at www.albordeaux.com. That's www.albordeaux.com.
Get out there and have some fun in a new Toyota. With more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, anything's possible. Like the family-size Highlander with room for up to 8. Now through November 4th, you can lease a Highlander XLE all-wheel drive for $489 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. We're live for the in-state rivalry between Michigan and Michigan State. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Michigan leading at 9-7 here as we get set for the second half. And John, Wolverines get a drive right before the half, and it feels like one of the huge breaks of this game is Nathan Carter goes 14 yards on the first play of a drive where the Spartans are probably willing to run out the clock and take a 7-6 lead to the half. And now, because they got some yardage, they tried to go for it, and a strip sack by Josiah Stewart of Aiden Childs gets Michigan a field goal right before halftime.
Yeah, they wanted to take a shot downfield, and I have no idea what was going through Aiden Childs' mind, because when you line up, you know that Josiah Stewart's on the left. At some point, the reason that you are on the run is because you got pushed out of the pocket. He knows he's being chased, and in the scouting report, you know probably the fastest defensive lineman is Josiah Stewart. He's the one that makes the sack, the fumble, and Kenneth Grant falls on it. But everybody's trying to figure out, okay, how are they winning this game? And here's the reason. No penalties in the first half for Michigan. No turnovers in the first half for Michigan. One incompletion by Davis Warren. They are making the least amount of mistakes.
Jonathan Kim's kickoff sails into the end zone, and the Wolverines down it there. They'll take over at the 25. Let's get the halftime thoughts of Sharon Moore, brought to you by Founders.
Yeah, the offense train up front, sustain your blocks, let's bring the energy for this 30 minutes for the defense. No extra yards after the catch. Remember to stay on your assignment, and let's force some more turnovers. And finally, play your best 30 minutes of football.
Welcome back, brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Kraft. From the 25-yard line, it's Davis Warren in a shotgun with Kalel Mullings in the backfield. 1st and 10 Michigan, first play of the second half. They're going to roll Davis Warren outright and fire behind Tyler Morris, incomplete. Had him open on a little waggle, misdirection, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, had some green grass in front of him, and hey, you're forcing that edge to make a decision. Do I stay with Tyler Morris, or do I come up and put pressure on Davis Warren? He got caught in the middle, and if that ball is just on the money, there's some green grass for Tyler Morris.
Those are the easy throws we have to make right there.
His first incompletion since his first pass of the game. Davis now 10 of 12 for 79 yards and a touchdown. He's in a shotgun here on 2nd down and 10. Snap, handoff, Kalel Mullings, not much room as he fights forward to the 27-yard line and is dropped there by Cal Holliday, the Spartan linebacker. It'll be 3rd and long.
And that's the difficulty of having no gain on 1st down. Now you're sitting here, you put yourself in position to be 3rd and 8.
Wolverines go 3 wide to the right. That's the wide side of the field. 1 to the left. That's Peyton O'Leary. Made a play in the first half. And a good one on that next to last drive Michigan had, the touchdown drive. 3rd down and 8. Warren in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking. Fires. And he's got Samaj for the 1st down at the 37-yard line. Move the chains for the Wolverines. Angelo Gross in coverage. Drops Samaj Morgan right there. Good throw from Davis Warren, and Samaj for the 2nd time moves the chains on 3rd down.
Something to build on there in the passing game. It was really good protection. Plenty of time for Davis Warren. He saw the field completely, went through his reads, and was able to find Samaj.
Alex Orji in at quarterback as Michigan has it at their own 36-yard line. Just underway, 2nd half, 9-7 Wolverines. Orji puts Kalel Mullings in motion, and they're going to go quarterback run. Orji trying to bounce it outside, and he does. 40, 45, 50. Alex Orji down the far sideline. 40, knocked out of bounds on the far side, inside the Spartan 35. Move the chains, and Michigan on this first drive of the second half is knocking on the door.
Alex Orji almost a little bit too quick to hit the line of scrimmage. A little bit of patience right behind Giovanni El-Hadi, and then, hey, just bounce it outside, nothing inside. When you have an athlete like that that's carrying the ball, I don't care if it's running back or quarterback, you're at a huge advantage.
29 yards for Alex Orji, and Michigan's got it at the 35-yard line.
John, we're 1 cut block away from Samaj right there.
Yeah, if we could just get those receivers downfield.
Davis Warren back in at quarterback. 1st and 10 from the Spartan 35-yard line. Wolverines are going to go flea flicker. Davis back to pass, looking for Tyler Morris, and he's got it inside the 15-yard line. Oh, look at that. Tyler Morris pulls that in between a pair of Spartan defenders, and it's marked at the 12.
Starting to build on the confidence. We've seen that flea flicker a couple of times. We saw it once with Alex Orji when nothing was there, and he picked it and he tried to pick it up with his feet, and he did. This time, Davis Warren, nice ball on a corner route, and it's just over top of the corner. Great route, great completion.
Wolverines break the huddle, and they've got no quarterback. Now they're going to shift Samaj Morgan into quarterback. Alex Orji split out wide left. And they're going to go Samaj running left. Fake a handoff to Orji. Samaj inside the 5 and knocked out of bounds at the 4-yard line. Creative play there, and Michigan has it 2nd and short inside the Spartan 5, a gain of 7.
Hey, sometimes when things aren't going well, obviously on this drive they are, but trying to generate something on offense, you give a defense a look that they've never seen before, and they're just confused at the start of that play as to what's going to happen.
2nd down and 3 from the Spartan 5. Davis Warren back in, Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Claps his hands, takes the snap, handoff Kalel. Up the middle, not much room. He pushes forward close to the marker. And it looks like he's going to be about a yard short of a 1st down.
Yeah, it's really tough to gain yards in between the guards.
Wolverine's going to go fast here. Kalel continues in the backfield. 3rd down and 1 for Michigan from the Spartan 4-yard line. Call 3rd and 2. Snap, handoff, Kalel up the middle, and he's got the 1st down inside the 2 as he pushes towards the goal line, and they're going to mark him short at the 1-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal, Michigan. Leading 9-7 here, early 3rd quarter.
Well, that's the push that this Michigan offensive line has been looking for. 3rd and 2, you remove that defensive line, and you give your running back, Kalel Mullins, the chance to get to the line of scrimmage before there's any contact. And we know that Kalel, he's just going to keep his feet moving until he picks up that 1st.
Jeff Percy checks into the game as the Wolverines go extra offensive lineman here. I formation. Bredesen ahead of Kalel Mullins from the 1. Davis will take a snap from under center. Handoff Kalel running left, and he's not going to get there. Stacked up by the Spartans. Might have even lost some yardage.
Yeah, I think Kalel should have bumped that one just a little bit wider. Max Bredesen is the lead blocker on this one, as he is on almost every run. If Kalel just is outside a little bit and follows Max, he might end up in the end zone. Just got a little bit tight on that one.
You know who's here tonight and was really good in these situations was Blake Corum.
Yes.
I formation again. Bredesen at fullback, Kalel Mullins deep. Under center is Davis Warren. Takes the snap. Fake. Back to pass. Looking, he's going to fire a jump ball to the corner of the end zone, looking for Colston Loveland, incomplete. Overthrew him, well covered there. The Spartans weren't fooled, and it's 3rd and goal from the 2.
Well, he held Colston the whole time. I'm trying to figure out why is that not defensive holding.
And Alex Orji comes in. Davis Warren goes out on this critical 3rd down play.
Well, we've seen Alex Orji make good decisions inside the 5-yard line. What was the term that I think it was against USC? It was nail it or sail it when he was throwing the ball.
Spartans substitute late, and the Wolverines now line up. Orji in a shotgun. 3rd down and 2. Takes the snap. Running right. Turns upfield. Alex Orji to the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. And Michigan extends its lead to 15-7 here at the Big House. Kalel Mullins leading Alex Orji into the end zone. Give him an assist. And Michigan, with an opening drive of the 3rd quarter, extends its lead.
Wow, what a nice look on the entire drive. Accurate passing by Davis Warren, except for that very first one. And if I tell you what, if you're going to miss your first pass of the game, the first pass of the 2nd half, and it leads to touchdowns, I'll take it.
On for the extra point is Dominic Zavada. Snap is good, hold is good, and the kick is good. And Michigan's lead now is 16-7. Opening drive of the 3rd quarter, 11 plays, 75 yards. An Alex Orji 2-yard touchdown run gives Michigan the lead. That Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 9:49 to go 3rd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Pioneer State Mutual has been insuring Michigan for over 100 years, and as a Michigan-only company, we're focused on helping our neighbors with over 230 agents statewide. You get all the benefits offered by the national companies with the convenience of an agent who works nearby. If you're ready to make a change, visit insuringmichigan.com to quote your auto or renter's insurance today, and feel confident knowing you'll also have a local agent who can answer your questions. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
From the biggest of the big games
to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Abach down on the field. Michigan leading 16-7 here at the Big House, following a very impressive drive to start the second half. And how about these numbers? They wanted to get Alex Orji involved. He had a 29-yard run on that possession and then a 2-yard touchdown run on a critical 3rd and 2. Davis Warren, 12 of 15 for 111 yards and a touchdown. And the Wolverines finally threw the ball downfield, John, on the flea flicker.
I know.
Jason?
Well, it was 3rd and 8. They found Samaj Morgan, and then the flea flicker. There was a lot of creativity in that drive. I'm not sure what to make of it.
What type of explosion did we walk ourselves into this half?
Although Wolverines hadn't done much of anything, and then late in the first half, they get a touchdown drive, then the field goal, now another touchdown, and for the second time this year, Michigan has scored on 3 consecutive possessions.
Yeah, we had 2 explosive plays in one drive. That's unheard of for us this year.
Tommy Doman will kick off with Michigan leading 16-7. Alante Brown standing on his own goal line. As Doman launches this one, Brown will have a chance to return it if he chooses, and he does from the 4, and he signaled for a fair catch, and the refs blow it dead. I didn't see the signal, but they'll bring it out to the 25-yard line.
Well, Doug, I know you talked about this beginning of the season where, hey, the defense has to step up and hold serve until the offense finds a rhythm. And in this game, the defense wasn't great when they came out in those first 2 drives, but they did enough to give offense time to find a little bit of rhythm. And now as a play caller from Kurt Campbell to this offense, we're starting to, they're giving them the ball.
Oh, they're going to say, what are they doing? What? They're giving them the ball at the 5?
What he called?
Somebody else signaled for the fair catch. That's why Alante Brown fielded it, and another player signaled for the fair catch, so the Spartans get it at the spot where he caught it. I've seen that once before from their own 5-yard line. It's Childs out of the end zone fighting his tight end, Velling across the 10, out to close to a first down at the 19-yard line. They'll mark him just short.
This is where the Michigan defense needs to create pressure on Aiden Childs. Can't let him stand back there and throw the ball. He's already got that in the back of his mind about the fumble that cost him 3 points. They go into halftime. They make some adjustments. You've got to find a way to get up in his grill.
2nd down and 1 for Michigan State. Wolverines showing blitz. Childs turns, hands it off to Carter, spins out of 1 tackle, then gets under another and gets the first down. Mason Graham is upset with himself. He spun out of the tackle of a blitzer and then snuck under Mason Graham's tackle. It's Carter out to the 18-yard line where he is dropped for a first down.
Well, that was Zeke Berry that came in like a bullet, and that's the one that should be most upset. He had him dead to rights and just blew right past him. Got to come in under control. You're in position to make a play, and you got to finish it.
8:45 to go, 3rd quarter. Michigan leading 16-7. Childs under center with Carter deep. Wolverines showing a 5-man front. Childs, quick pass, and it's caught out there by Foster, and he's flung to the ground. And the ball comes out, but they're going to say down or they're going to say out of bounds. Either way, it'll be Michigan State football. Quick pass to Foster, and it's Jair Hill who brings him down a gain of 6. Unfortunately, Jair met him at about the line of scrimmage, but as he tackled him, he threw him forward.
Yeah. Well, I just like the fact that there's an open field tackle. He's all alone over there, and he knows it. He can't let him go by any means.
2nd down and 4 for Michigan State. Childs in a shotgun with Carter in the backfield. They go toss to Carter running left, and the Wolverines string it out and knock him out of bounds at the 25-yard line for a gain of 1 on 2nd down.
I'll tell you what, I know Jason mentioned this earlier, but they're playing Makari Page up in the line of scrimmage a lot more today than they have. He does, excuse me, a great job of attacking the edge there, but then spins out as he sees that play is going to be strung out a little bit more. That's a great athletic move by Makari Page.
They mark the ball at the 24-yard line. This is a 3rd down and 4 for Michigan State. Their first drive of the second half, they trail by 9. Childs in a shotgun. Wolverines crowding the line of scrimmage. Lynch Adams in the backfield, back to pass. Aiden Childs lets it go. He's got a man downfield, and it's caught near the 50. Zeke Berry in coverage takes down Foster in Michigan territory at the Wolverine 46-yard line. Man coverage. Childs threw it up, and his guy made a play. Gain of 30.
That was an all-out blitz right there, John. We were lucky.
We were lucky. I mean, there's no help on the backside, but Aiden Childs was lucky as well because he let go of that ball right as Jay Sean Barham was going to hit him right in the back.
Spartans have it now at the Michigan 46-yard line. 6:45 to go, third quarter. Childs under center. Bunch formation to the left. They're going to go toss sweep to Nate Carter, who's going to keep it 50 and hesitates inside the 45 and knocked out of bounds. They fake the reverse, and Carter gets close to first down yardage on a sweep left.
Yeah, all Carter did as he was coming around was fake that pitch. Michigan bit on the fake, and it gave him just the little bit of time he needed to get to the edge.
Good for the first down to the Michigan 35-yard line. Lynch Adams checks in. Nate Carter checks out. Spartans started this drive on their own 4. They're down to the Michigan 35-yard line. Wolverine showing a 5-man front here on 1st and 10. Childs turns, hands it off to Lynch Adams, hesitates and bounces outside to the right. Gets dragged to the ground at the 30-yard line of the Wolverines, a gain of 5.
I think it was Eno Etta that first got a hit on him at the line of scrimmage, was spun him around a little bit.
It was indeed Etta.
But this is, I mean, the key to this Michigan State offense is they've been able to gain yardage on first down. They always seem to be looking at second medium, 2nd and 4, 2nd and 5, somewhere around there.
2nd down and call it 5 for the Spartans. Childs under center. Barks some commands to his teammates. Takes the snap, hands it off. Carter in the backfield gets past one tackler and scoots forward down to the 26-yard line where TJ Guy brings him down. Gain of 3. It's going to be 3rd and short.
It looks like it's actually about, 3rd and maybe a yard, maybe just under a yard. Got to find a way to get off the field. This game, as you mentioned, the drive started at the 4. You let them out of a really dangerous situation. Now they're in field goal range. You got to find a way to force them to kick a field goal here. Don't let them get any closer.
Spartans with everybody jammed in tight on this 3rd down and 1. Childs under center. Barks some commands to his teammate. Play clock's at 3. They get the snap off. Turns and hands it to Carter. He's met in the backfield by big Kenneth Grant. He'll lose a couple as he's dropped right there. And Michigan's defense gets the stop, and the Spartans will send on the field goal unit.
When you have to have a play made defensively in a running situation, you're looking for 2 guys, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham. Kenneth Grant manhandled his guard, discarded him, and got in the backfield. That play had nowhere to go.
This will be a 46-yard attempt by Jonathan Kim, who's 0 for 1 today. This is well within his range. He was good beyond 60 in pregame warmups. A pressure kick here with the Spartans trailing 16-7. Snap is good. It's put down. The kick is on its way, and the kick is good. Michigan State gets a field goal on their first possession of the second half after Michigan got a touchdown. The Wolverines leading it 16-10 with 3:45 to go here, third quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Players toward the end zone. Touchdown! Mario Manningham calling on the fight, and Michigan will win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
No one gets you closer to the game than SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2024. John Jansen, quick question. Donovan Edwards has a dog. That dog's name is?
Gosh, he told me this.
I know. Zora.
Zora, that's right, yeah.
Kenneth Grant, who just had that big stop on third down, told us this week that he had a dog. Didn't know what Donovan's dog was named. Named his dog Zora.
Like, where are they getting this name from?
Yeah, Kenneth said he had no idea. He found out later.
I thought you were going to say he named his dog Dono.
This is a two Zora team.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is. Zora was proud of Kenneth there on that 3rd and 1. Spartans will kick off with Michigan leading 16-10 with 3:45 to go here in the third quarter, and the Spartans go onside, and the Wolverines have got it inside their own territory at the 48-yard line. Spartans saying they got it, but I thought I saw a Wolverine fall on top of it. They're peeling people off.
Yep.
Indeed, it's Michigan football, so Jonathan Smith rolls the dice, and Michigan's going to have great field position as Jonathan Kim's kick.
Well, and
little squibber. It was one of those ones where you try and recover it yourself. It was Tavi Dunlap who fell on the football.
Well, and nice job by Michigan Michigan special teams there, recognizing a unique start for.
Offside. Kicking team. 5-yard penalty will be enforced from the end of the kick.
Wow.
First down, Michigan.
Well, there you go. Now the Wolverines will take over in Spartan territory at the 47.
So they lined up different than they had before. So instantly your antenna goes up. And, you know, all 10 guys that were not kickers were stacked up 5 and 5, and with a lead and a trailer. That instantly has got to make you think, hey, something is coming.
Wolverines will have the football with 3:43 to go, third quarter, leading 16-10. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up.
Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more rings, 2 more.
you deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hello?
Where are you?
The party started an hour ago.
I got, delayed.
Wait, are you at the casino again?
Casino? No, not at all.
If gambling is getting in the way of your priorities, self-exclusion from the Detroit casinos might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Michigan State. The state championship game is on the air. Today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen, and let's go down to the field to Jason Avant with the Wolverines leading 16-10 here late third quarter.
Yeah, so Alex Orji and Davis Warren have such a special brotherhood. When Alex Orji scored that last touchdown, Davis Warren came over and gave him the hardest handshake I've seen all day. And those guys were hyped together. I'm pretty sure they kind of bond together because they have been hearing all the noise.
Well, Davis has this possession as the Wolverines have it at the Spartan 47-yard line, 1st and 10, following the failed onside kick. And the Wolverines will go sweep right with Donovan Edwards, no room, and he'll run out of bounds right in front of the Michigan bench. Maybe give him a yard.
Well, I mean, again, you got to find a way to get hands on linebackers. But I tell you what, Colston Loveland, if you're wondering if he's a good run blocker, he just took that edge defender, number 8, Anthony Jones, 10 yards downfield and dumped him on the back of his head. Got to love to see that.
Don't forget, Zavada has a huge leg. They need probably a first down to be in comfortable field goal territory. It's 2nd down and 10. They did not give him a yard from the Spartan 47-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun, claps his hands, takes the snap. Inside handoff, Donovan Edwards, and he'll get down to the 46. This time he does get a yard, and it's going to be 3rd and long.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of gambling here, putting Davis Warren into these 3rd and long situations.
John, we got a 3rd down threat now, Samaj Morgan.
We got a 3rd down threat of an actual passing game, and nobody right now is on. Was that Colston or Peyton O'Leary at the top there? They finally covered him up.
Got man coverage here on Colston to the near side. On this 3rd down and 9, 2:24 to go, 3rd quarter. Michigan up 16-10 from the Spartan 46-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass. Blitz coming, fires over the middle. Oh, Colston dropped it. The official was in the way. Yeah. Colston couldn't see it. The official ducked out of the way, and you can tell some bad luck there, and the Wolverines are going to be forced to punt.
That's the worst right there, when the ump is in your way, because he's always trying to scramble to get in position, but over the middle is tough.
I mean, Colston will beat himself up about it, but we saw the replay. It was right at the umpire, and
yeah,
give him a PBU.
Wow, that's a tough one. That's a tough break, too, because Colston probably would have picked up the 1st down.
Foster standing inside his own 10 to field this punt from Tommy Doman, who puts it straight up the elevator shaft. Foster will signal for a fair catch and make it at the 13-yard line. Opportunity missed there for the Michigan offense. Michigan defense, meanwhile, has a 6-point lead here to defend with 2:06 to go, 3rd quarter, following the 33-yard punt. Let's go to the update desk and check in with our guy, Rob Joyce. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Doug, this Big Ten Scoreboard update brought to you by Absopure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Absopure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Just still the one other game going on at the conference at Camp Randall. Wisconsin leads number 3 Penn State 10-7 midway through the 3rd in Madison. Oregon, meanwhile, will come to town next week, a perfect 8-0 as everything else is a final, starting with the Ducks 38-9. Pounding of Illinois was a 35-3 game at halftime. Ohio State survived an upset scare at home against Nebraska. Buckeyes hang on 21-17. Indiana 8-0 for the first time since 1967, downing Washington 31-17. Iowa with a big 3rd quarter ran away from Northwestern 40-14, and Minnesota blasted Maryland 48-23 behind 3 first quarter touchdowns. That's your check of scores. We'll recap the rest of the day in college football. We'll get to the highlights of our game and get post-game reaction all on the SeatGeek post-game show. For now, back to the guys. Doug, John.
Disappointing there is an opportunity to capitalize on the recovered onside kick. Goes awry, and the Wolverines punt it back to Michigan State.
The ump in that situation normally bends down once he gets in position. For some reason, he's standing straight up. That annoys me so bad right now.
Well, yeah, it's annoying because it could have been a conversion. It wasn't, and here's the thing. Jonathan Smith took the chance on the onside kick. Michigan had good field position, didn't do anything with it, but it does pin Michigan State back inside the 20. So now they've got to rely on their offense. The rushing game has been there, 141 yards for Michigan State. And so the task for Michigan right now is to find a way to stop that rushing attack.
Aiden Childs for Michigan State, 8 of 10 for 86 yards. Nate Carter, the leading rusher for the Spartans, 15 carries, 93 yards. Only one running back has gone for 100 yards against Michigan this year. It was Woody Marks of USC who went for it exactly 100 yards.
No, but here's the thing. You've got to be able to stop the run, but I do think Michigan State continues to open up the passing game. They had that one long pass there to Foster, who was, they brought an all-out blitz, weren't able to get home, and made that big completion downfield. So look for Michigan State to open up the offense even a little bit more.
Childs in a shotgun from his own 18-yard line, and we get a whistle and a flag, and it looks like the Spartans jumped.
False start. Offense number 82. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Well, that will only bring out more from this Michigan crowd. Back them up 5. First and 15.
Well, again, keep backing them up as far as you can in the end zone there.
Ball's on the Spartan 8-yard line.
Now, this is an opportunity for this Michigan defense. I know that Wink likes to be aggressive, but you got to trust your front that you can be able to get home. We've seen big plays made by both Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant. You got to trust that those guys are going to win some one-on-one battles.
Childs in a shotgun, empty backfield. 3 receivers split wide right, 2 to the left. Childs takes the snap, back to pass, looking. Nobody to go to. Now he fires underneath. He's got his tight end at the 14-yard line, and he's chopped down right there by Jimmy Rolder. That was Brennan Parachek, the Dexter native. Give him 6 yards.
They dropped everybody back. Derek Moore, who was playing the right defensive end, rushed inside. That allowed Aiden Childs to get out, get a clean view of the field, and be able to find his receiver. Now, they were trying to keep everything in front of them. I expect this secondary to be a little bit more aggressive here now on 2nd and 8.
Lone running back is Lynch Adams. Childs will take this snap from under center. Wolverine showing a 4-man front. Snap. Childs, play action, fires, wide receiver screen. He's got Brown, who's met, and it's Jaden Hood, I believe, that brings him down at the 18-yard line. That was actually Nick Marsh, not Alante Brown. It'll be 3rd down and medium for the Spartans. Big play here with 1:05 to go, 3rd quarter, and Michigan leading 16-10.
Got to get off the field on 3rd down. Now, you've done your job. You put them in 3rd and long. This is the opportunity to take advantage of that bad field position you put them in.
Yeah, Hausman and Barham have been on the sideline this series.
Watch the draw play. 3rd down and 5 for Michigan State. Back to pass is Childs, looking to the right, fires, incomplete. He overthrows his wide receiver as he was looking for Isaiah Johnson. Zeke Berry in coverage, and the Spartans go 3 and out.
This is an opportunity for Samaj. Hopefully he gets an opportunity to return this one. I'd like to see him with the ball in his hands. See if we can't get a big play here. Get it back to the 50-yard line at a minimum. See if we can't take one to the house.
Yeah, only fair catch it if the guy isn't within 10 yards when you're about to make that decision.
Eckley will punt. Standing inside his own 5-yard line. Samaj standing on his own 30. Remember, their long snapper is out. Good snap, good punt. Samaj will field it at his own 32. Running right, cuts upfield, 35. Tries to get to the sideline to the 40, and he's knocked out of bounds right there. And Samaj Morgan gives the Wolverines decent field position with 38 seconds to go, 3rd quarter, 49-yard punt.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about that was he caught it, about the 30-yard line?
32, 33,
yeah. Yeah, he picks up 8-9 yards. Now all of a sudden, that's one less first down that this offense has to pick up. And the key for the offense here coming out, you've got to be productive on first down. Don't have a lost yardage play. You got to be able to get 3 or 4 out of first down here.
Alex Orji in. They've got a Alex Orji package, and he has been very effective today. From the 40-yard line, Orji in a shotgun, takes the snap. Going to go quarterback keeper running right. Spins out of one tackle, fights forward for a couple yards. Now they push the pile. Give him 2.5 there. And what will likely be the final play of the third quarter.
Felt like he was feeling that one out just a little bit. Felt like there was a cutback lane there that he could have taken just a little bit earlier. But we'll take that 2-yard pickup. Boy, they're giving him 3 on that one. We'll take 3 yards.
I'm sure they have a play-action pass off of this.
The final play of quarter number 3. Michigan leading it 16-10 from here at the Big House in the battle for Paul Bunyan. We'll go to the fourth quarter next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We know you're a fan, but is Michigan pride in your blood? Here's your chance to prove it. This season, Abbott and the Big Ten are kicking off the largest blood donation competition of our lifetime to fight one of the worst blood shortages in a generation. Simply visit bigten.org/Abbott to sign up for the We Give blood drive and help settle once and for all that the Wolverines give the most spirit. Again, visit bigten.org/Abbott to sign up.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Scary good shows are coming to Detroit's hottest venue, Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Join comedy legend D. Ray Davis for a night of big laughs November 8th. Catch jazz luminary Boney James on his Slow Burn Tour November 13th. Then celebrate a night of funk with Morris Day in the Time November 14th. Only at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Wolverines leading Michigan State 16-10, about set to get the fourth quarter underway. First, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Well, guys, I wouldn't exactly call it an explosive Michigan passing attack, but effective. 12 of 16 is Davis Warren for 111 yards. 1 touchdown, no picks. They did get the ball downfield there to Tyler Morris.
Well, it's been the most effective, or let's just say the most efficient passing game that we've seen really to this point this year. And I mean, at one point, Davis Warren coming out of the first half was 10 of 11. Started off with that first incompletion in the second half, then was able to go down and put the ball in the end zone. So we need to get back to that drive. And it was the creativity of not having a quarterback lined up. You put Samaj in there. We saw the flea flicker. There's got to be more tricks in the bag that they can go to. But the key is, and I kind of think, for me, the most disappointing thing is the fact that Michigan's offensive line has not been able to get consistent push up front.
Well, Kalel Mullings has 9 carries for 12 yards with a long of 6.
Yeah. John, the offense got going when they started to open it up a little bit more, and then they were able to get back to the running game. It just seems like Michigan State is committed to stopping the run.
There was some sort of penalty called here, and Michigan is getting the football at the State 42, 1st and 10. We missed what the call was. We're taking a look. Was it an illegal hands to the face? Oh, targeting. It was a targeting call. Wow. Michigan's got it now in Michigan State territory, 1st and 10 at the 42. We didn't even know they were reviewing anything.
No, Jordan Turner's ejected.
Wow.
Linebacker Jordan Turner.
He's their starting middle linebacker. So the Spartans will be without him the rest of the way. That's a huge call.
Hold on, wait. I may have the guy wrong. Hold on.
All right.
No, that's who they called it on.
Am I looking at a number 7 on the field, though?
It is Jordan Turner. Yep, he is disqualified. So Michigan has it at the Spartan 42-yard line. Leading 16-10 here, fourth quarter. Wolverines now going right to left into the student section. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Back to pass, looking downfield, fires over the middle, and it's too low and incomplete. Looking for Max Bredesen inside the 30. That's a big ask for Max to go down and scoop that one off the turf. Incomplete.
That sounded questionable there, Doug.
the downfield passing attack. 14 yards down the field for Max Bredesen, their fullback. But it was there. It just, the ball was a little bit low.
2nd and 10. Kalel in the backfield. Alex Orji in at quarterback. Now they put Kalel in motion. And they're going to run Orji right. 40, puts his head down and gets forward to close to the 35-yard line. A good gain there for Alex Orji, setting up a 3rd and short.
You know, the thing about Alex Orji, when he turns the quarter, he turns it with speed and power. And he puts his shoulder down. He's not scared to take a hit. He's willing to deliver a blow, and the fact that he's got such good balance, he kind of ricochets off some guys and still able to pick up some yardage. And he went from a 2nd and 10 to now a 3rd and 3, very manageable.
Ball's on the Spartan 35-yard line. They're within Dominic Savata field goal range, but could be 4-down territory here. Wolverines lead by 6. Kalel in the backfield. Snap. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Fires, and he's got his man, Kendrick Bell, inside the 25, down to the Spartan 23-yard line. Nakai Martinez brings him down, but it's a 1st down for Michigan.
Right before the snap, they put Marlon Klein in motion, and he goes wide to the right and then runs a wheel route down the sideline. That clears that side of the defense out, leaving a nice void for Kendrick Bell to fill.
Gain of 12 on 3rd down and 3.
Good job by Bell settling in the zone.
Yep.
Pistol formation, Davis Warren in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards deep. 2 receivers split to the left. Colston Loveland to the right. Toss sweep. Dono running right. He's going to fire. He's got a man at the goal line. Caught. Touchdown. Colston Loveland from Donovan Edwards. And Michigan makes it 22-10.
But we asked if they had any more tricks in the bag. And there it is. Donovan with his, 2nd touchdown pass. The first one came in the Big Ten championship game against Iowa.
And the Wolverines are going to go for 2. We've had this discussion off air.
Yeah, they got to go up 2 touchdowns. That missed extra point has really cost them. So they're going to line up. They're going to go for 2 instead of making it 23 to 10. They're going to try and make it a 2 full touchdown lead.
Ball be spotted on the left hash. Michigan leading 22-10 following the Donovan Edwards touchdown pass to Colston Loveland. Davis Warren in a shotgun. 2 receivers split to either side. Dono in the backfield. They motion Colston Loveland from left to right. Snap, looking left, firing. Caught! Touchdown! 2-point conversion to Colston Loveland, and Michigan extends its lead to 24-10.
Okay, Kurt Campbell with the Texas route. Fake the flat, come back inside. I love it.
What a drive there for Michigan to take a 2-touchdown lead here with 13:20 to go in the ball game.
Hey, John, they reached way in the glove compartment for those plays. I don't know how many more we got left.
Hey, keep them coming and see how creative you can be.
That 23-yard touchdown pass from Donovan Edwards to Colston Loveland, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 24-10, Michigan on top, 13:20 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high.
She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on a beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
24-10, Michigan on top of Michigan State. 13:20 to go in the ball game. It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be with the Wolverines. We'll get to that in a moment as Tommy Doman kicks off, and it'll come down fair caught by Alante Brown at his own 6. So far, the best in the game. What would you say, John?
You know, I mean, the defense really stiffened up after those first 2 drives. I would lean there, but I don't know when we're going to have a chance to talk about a quarterback again, and maybe the quarterback combo of Davis Warren, 13 of 18 through the air, and the biggest thing is no interceptions. We know how costly that fumble was for Michigan State before halftime. Protecting the football is job number 1 for the quarterback. Davis Warren has done it. And then you throw in at the quarterback position what Alex Orji has been able to do on the ground, 4 carries for 41 attempts. I'm going to go the quarterback position.
From the 25-yard line, Childs will take a snap from under center. Play action, back to pass. Here comes the rush. Goes screen pass to Velling. He's got some room to the 30 and dragged down from behind by Jayshawn Barham at the 32-yard line. A gain of 7 on first down. Could have been more.
Could have been more. Brandon Hillman was out in front. He took on an offensive lineman. I'd like to see him either chop that offensive lineman down, but what he did was he didn't allow for the receiver to figure out, do I want to cut it inside, outside? There was really no decision to make because the big boy was right in his way.
From the 34-yard line, they give him 9 yards there. 2nd down and 1. Lynch Adams in the backfield. Watch the deep shot here. Childs turns, hands it off to Lynch Adams. He's going to bounce it to the right, get the first down across the 35 out to the 37. Clock running, 12.5 to go in the ball game. 24-10 Michigan.
Boy, Enoeta is just so close to making a TFL there. He was trying to shed the block, trying to get off the block, and just was able to get a hand on the running back, but wasn't able to bring him down.
Ball at the 38-yard line of the Spartans. They've got it 1st and 10, down 2 touchdowns. Childs under center. Lynch Adams in the backfield. 2 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Wolverine showing a 4-man front. Snap. Handoff, Lynch Adams running right, and he's hemmed in, and Jayshawn Barham will knock him backwards, and they'll blow the play dead for a short loss on 1st down.
Jayshawn Barham did a tremendous job of attacking the line of scrimmage on the snap of the ball and beat Brandon Baldwin. I mean, that was just a thing of beauty. He timed it up perfect, cut right across his face, and got into the backfield.
2nd down for the Spartans. 2nd and long. Childs in a shotgun. Surveys the Michigan defense. Takes the snap. Wolverines bring a blitz. Childs fires on a slant. It's batted away by Jair Hill and almost intercepted as Childs was looking for Nick Marsh, and Jair jumped the route and gets a PBU to set up 3rd and long.
Well, great job by Jair Hill there of trying to jump in front. had both hands, sold out for it, and if Nick Marsh doesn't grab his jersey, he probably catches that ball off the tip and takes it to the house.
Huge play here. The Wolverines could force a punt. They'll have the football and a 2-touchdown lead. Spartans have been decent on third down, especially third and long. Michigan showing a three-man front. Childs, snap, handoff to Carter, running left, and he's got the first down into Michigan territory. They do it again. That's the third time.
Well, they're lining up Mason Graham as a defensive end. They brought him around. He's just not able to get there in time. They brought him down the line of scrimmage behind the defensive line, and there's just not enough time to get there. I'm fine with going 3 down, but I'd much rather have Mason Graham inside versus being an edge defender.
14 yards on that third down and 10 for Carter, who's now got 107 on the ball game, the most against Michigan this year. From the Michigan 48-yard line, Childs in a shotgun, takes the snap, pump fake. Now he's going to fire to Alante Brown. Makes a man miss to the 45, down to the 43-yard line. A good gain there on a play that looked hemmed in.
Yeah, that was Ernest Hausman. He just got a little straight-legged there and couldn't make the play out in space.
Spartans go quickly to the line of scrimmage. Childs in a shotgun, snap. Hand off to Carter, up the middle to the 40, down to the 36-yard line. And with 10 minutes to go in the ball game, 7-yard gain for Nate Carter. And they've got it down to the Michigan 36-yard line. Wolverines on top 24-10. Brandon Hillman on that stop.
Yeah, and it's been the rushing attack for Michigan State, and I'm curious as to when they're deciding to go hurry up or huddle up, because time is of the essence for them. They need a minimum of 2 possessions to be able to tie this game up.
9.5 to go. Spartans from the Wolverine 36, 1st and 10. Carter in the backfield. Childs in a shotgun. 4-man front for Michigan. Childs takes the snap. Back to pass. Fires it to Velling, his tight end. 30 down to the 28-yard line. Velling down to the Wolverine 28, where it'll be 2nd down and short, a gain of 8 on 1st down.
So they had Jay Sean Barnum was lined up on the slot receiver.
Wolverines wholesale substitutions defensively on this 2nd down and 2. Snap, handoff to Carter, tries to bounce it outside, and he won't get anything as the Wolverines bury him at the line of scrimmage. Kenneth Grant in there on the stop. Also TJ Guy. It'll be 3rd down and 2 for Michigan State.
Well, maybe this is just a situation where Michigan just can't find a way to get off the field on 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 10, but 3rd and short, they've been really good.
Spartans on 3rd down in this game, 5 of 11. Had a 3rd and 1 earlier in this half, and Wolverines dropped them for a 3-yard loss. Might be 4-down territory given the time and score. 3rd down and 2. Shotgun for Childs. Takes the snap. Hands off, and 1st down. Lynch Adams inside the 20 down to the 18-yard line. Good hard running there. Gain of 10.
Hey, John, when these cutback lanes are like wide open, should there be an extra person in the box at this point?
I wouldn't necessarily put an extra person in the box, but I'm surprised that they're getting as much push on Kenneth Grant on some of these plays that they are. He had that TFL, and I think he's getting a little bit greedy and trying to swim, and he's creating a hole.
Childs back to pass, looking downfield, gets flushed out of the pocket, and now he's wrapped up and down he goes. Wolverines with a sack and a 3-yard loss. Cameron Brandt coming up with the sack at a big time in this ball game. Back the Spartans up to the Michigan 22-yard line.
That was just a hustle play by Cameron Brandt. Aiden Childs had plenty of time to deliver the ball. Cameron Brandt runs wide around the outside and ends up coming back, retracing his steps, coming back to make the sack.
2nd down and 14. Lynch Adams in the backfield. Childs under center here. 7:04 to go in the ball game. This is kind of turning into a gotta-have-it drive for the Spartans. Snap, handoff. Lynch Adams running left, tries to cut back, and the Wolverines will bury him. Give him a yard at the 20-yard line, and it'll be 3rd and long for Michigan State.
Ernest Hausman got burned one time in the open field. This time he's not. He does a nice job of breaking down in the hole and making the play.
This feels like 4-down territory, given that we have 6.5 minutes to go in the ball game, and the Spartans are down 2 touchdowns. From the Michigan 20, they got to get it to the Wolverine 8. Third down and long for the Spartans. 3 receivers split wide right. Childs in a shotgun. Watch the draw play. Snap, back to pass. Looking, fires over the middle. He's got his man at the 10. Puts the brakes on. Marsh inside the 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Spartans. 20-yard touchdown pass from Aiden Childs to Nick Marsh on a slant. Yards after catch, and the Spartans have made this a 24-16 game.
Well, the disappointing part was, not just the completion, but the over pursuit. Michigan had 2 guys in position, Amir Hall and Wesley Walker, to make a tackle. And they just both over pursued when he stuck his foot in the ground and made the cutback.
Jonathan Kim on for the important extra point. Snap, good, hold good. The kick is up and the kick is good. And Michigan's lead is cut to 24-17. Time is an issue here with 6:12 to go. Spartans have all their timeouts.
Well, they have all their timeouts, but that possession took them just over 7 minutes, and that's why I asked the question about them hustling to the line of scrimmage and trying to preserve a little bit of time.
Wolverines will get the football back with a 7-point lead late in this one. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Escape at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Escape comes with Bliss, blind spot information system, with cross-traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, AZ Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $4,000 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer's stock by October 31st. See dealer for qualifications and details. So lease a Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Wolverines leading Michigan State 24-17 with 6:12 to go, and Michigan about to get the football back. And guys, this is one of those drives where you get a few first downs to really start to bring the clock into play, but also important to remember that Michigan has an elite field goal kicker, and Dominic Zavada has been good 4 times from beyond 50. Career long of 56. And the Wolverines get it to the Spartan 38. They'll be in good shape for that, but that's a few first downs away. And Michigan really hasn't run the ball. You'd love to be able to run out the clock here, but they haven't run the ball particularly well in this game.
I wouldn't be surprised on first down. If they're going to dial up a run on first down, that Orji is not the guy that comes out under center or wherever, but is your quarterback.
Jonathan Kim will kick off for Michigan State. Keyshawn Harris standing at his own goal line to the south end zone as this kick will fly over his head and out of the back of the end zone, and Michigan will take over at the 25-yard line.
John, they are missing Jordan Turner. He's their leading sack getter, and he's also their leading tackler, so that's a huge loss for them.
Well, it's a huge loss, but it wasn't a loss on the last drive.
Yeah.
Michigan still has to be able to move the ball, and they haven't been able to get much movement, at least consistent movement up front.
Davis Warren has faced leukemia Beat that. He has senior year wiped out by COVID. This probably feels like a pressure situation, but not what he has faced in his life, as he has a maybe kill shot drive here for Michigan from their own 25. Handoff, Khalil Mullings up the middle, not much room. Give him maybe a yard out to the 26.
We're just not getting any movement up front. And, I mean, if you're not getting any movement up front between the tackles, you got to try and get to the edge. They haven't had a lot of success there either, but the one that has had success is Alex Orji.
Quindarius Dunnigan leading the Spartan tacklers there. Clock's your friend here. Michigan's still in the huddle. They can stay there for a while.
Yeah, I wouldn't break the huddle until 13, but here they go.
Mullings 10 carries, 13 yards.
They need a misdirection, though.
5.5 to go in the ball game. Pistol formation with Mullings deep. Davis Warren in a shotgun, takes the snap. Hand off to Mullings, gets hit in the backfield and dropped for a 1-yard gain.
We're just not recognizing when linebackers come from depth. And that Cal Holiday lines up 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage, hits it on the run, and our eyes must not be open.
Wolverines facing a 3rd down and 9. Two guys have been good for Michigan. Colston Loveland in the slot right. Samaj Morgan now motions to the right from the left. 3rd down and 9. 4:51 to go in the ball game. Michigan up 7. Spartans showing blitz. They do. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Fires and bounces it in front of Peyton O'Leary, right in front of the Michigan bench. And the Spartans got what they wanted, a 3 and out with 4:42 to go in the ball game.
Nice job by Khalil Mullins at tracking his blitzing linebacker from right to left. He comes across the formation to be able to pick him up and give Davis Warren enough time to get rid of that ball. He just didn't have a lot of good options downfield.
Yeah, he chose the right guy. That's the short side of the field, and you're going to throw a comeback route. You want to do it to that side.
Montori Foster standing on his own 33-yard line to field this punt from Tommy Doman. Snap is good. Spartans set up a return. This is a low punt. It's going to bounce back towards Michigan territory, and the Spartans will get it at the 49-yard line. A very poor punt from Tommy Doman, 25 yards. And the Spartans will have it. I'm going to mark it at the 50 with 4:34 to go in the ball game. Michigan leading 24-17. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You saw her crush on the Tom Brady roast. Saturday, May 24th, 2025. See the hilariously honest Nikki Glazer live at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
You always dress like a 9-year-old who just found $1,000 on the sidewalk.
Tickets start at $62 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. Saturday, May 24th, 2025 at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Don't miss the unfiltered Nikki Glazer.
That is the look now, Dewey. That means you've been left out overnight.
More at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Are you interested in a career in metals and plastics distribution? Join the Alro team. Alro Steel and Alro Plastics have over 3,000 teammates in 80 locations covering 16 states. At Alro, you will receive extensive upfront training with many opportunities for advancement. Our core values include loyalty, honesty, and integrity. We offer competitive compensation and an excellent benefits package. Apply today at careers.alro.com.
The tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Big Ten Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See all for details at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Sports.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm going to move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
Today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. The state championship game is on the air. Let's return to Ann Arbor now for more of the action.
1st and 10 Spartans from their own 49-yard line. Michigan up by 7. 4:34 to go. Play action, back to pass. Aiden Childs, here comes the rush, and he's going to throw it away, and there's nobody there, and they're going to take a look. And if this is grounding, it'll be a huge loss as Derek Moore was in Aiden Childs' face, and indeed it's grounding. Back at the 35-yard line. This is going to be a big-time loss for Michigan State.
That's 14 yards.
Offense, number 2. It'll be a loss of down at the spot of the foul. Second down.
It's a great job of Derek Moore, one, getting in the backfield, but also not missing. He stayed a threat on Aiden Childs, causing Aiden Childs to just try and dump that ball off.
Spartans have it now, 2nd down and 24 from their own 35, 4:28 to go in the ball game. Wolverines showing a 5-man front, Childs in a shotgun, back to pass. Looking, fires, and it's caught at the 50 by Jack Velling. And they're going to mark him at his own 49-yard line, so they get the sack yardage or the intentional grounding yardage back. Gain of 14. It'll be 3rd down and 10 with 4:09 to go.
Well, you know, it's. I would think it's 4-down territory, 4-down time for this Michigan State offense, but 3rd and 10 has been. It's been very successful.
Watch the draw play. Spartans have converted 3 times on 3rd and long and a 3rd and long draw. Snap, they're going to throw it here. Childs back to pass. Here comes the rush. He'll step up in the pocket and fire. He's got Carter, and he's spun one tackle, now another. 30, 25, down to the 21-yard line of Michigan with 3:38 to go in the ball game. Nate Carter chased out of bounds by Amir Hall.
That was an unbelievably athletic play.
Well, it was. I mean, they had plenty of opportunity to get him down even before he converted the first.
Wolverines wanted a hold there. They didn't get it. 30-yard gain to the Michigan 21-yard line.
Showed great balance, though.
Wolverines up 7, 3:15 to go in the ball game. Childs under center here. Carter the lone setback. Childs takes the snap. Hands it off to Carter, running right, and he gets inside the 20 down to the 18-yard line with 3:03 to go. Trey Pierce on the stop, a gain of 3.
This is where the Michigan front has to really tighten up. This also may be where Wink has to be a little judicious in how he attacks this Michigan State team. There's plenty of time for them to be able to run the ball. I expect them to here.
From the 18-yard line, single setback is Lynch Adams. Childs under center here on 2nd down and 7. And we get a false start. Spartans moved. With 2:32 to go in the game, they'll back up 5 yards.
Brandon Hillman just went into the tent. Looks like he's suffered from a low.
Number 65. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Like I was saying, Brandon Hillman just went into the tent.
2:32 to go. 2nd down and 12 for Michigan State from the Wolverines' 23-yard line. Spartans will split 3 out wide left. Lone wide out to the right is actually the tight end Velling. Shotgun. Childs takes the snap. Looking right. Going to fire over the middle. Incomplete. Looking for his tight end Velling on a slant. Jayshawn Barham in coverage. There is a flag down. No, correction, there is not a flag down. My apologies. It'll be 3rd down and long, which is, I feel like saying right where the Spartans want them.
Well, and yeah, this is where a little inexperience, I think, is playing a role for Aiden Childs. I think he tried to put a little extra juice behind that ball, which caused him to be inaccurate. He had plenty of time, didn't have to rush it. Now's the time on 3rd down where if you can get a little pressure with your big boys up front, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant back in the game, should be fresh.
2:14 to go, 3rd and 12. Childs back to pass, looking, fires, caught inside the 20 down to the 16, but short of the 1st down by about 5 yards. And the Spartans will have to go for it as we reach the 2-minute timeout. 4th and 5 from the Michigan 16-yard line. This last call is presented by Founders Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, welcome to Craft. Whew, the dramatic finish of this one when we continue. Wolverines leading 24-17. 4th and 5 for Michigan State. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Honey, did you pay the rent this month? Because I just received a late notice.
Sorry, what's that?
Wait, are you gambling online again?
Me? No, not at all.
If managing the bills and your betting has become a challenge, self-excluding from online gambling or sports betting might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to visitors, Ann Arbor wants you. You as you are. You as you want to be. We're a place for originals, unlike anywhere else. We are creators, innovators, and visionaries. We're a world-class spot for arts and culture where you'll find the trailblazing as well as the traditional. We're home to a global dining scene, and we're a year-round outdoor oasis. You're an original. We love that. We invite you to see yourself in Ann Arbor. We urge you to be yourself in Ann Arbor. Visit annarbor.org for more.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Back at the big house at the 2-minute timeout. Michigan leading Michigan State 24-17. The Spartans have the football on the Michigan 16-yard line. 4th down and 5. Who's going to make the play?
In this situation, Coach Wink Martindale usually likes to blitz and usually like an all-out, but I don't know in this.
I don't know, Jason.
I don't know at Michigan. With the Giants, he would all-out blitz every time.
Wolverines playing without Will Johnson tonight. Somebody's got to step up and make a play here on this 4th down and 5. Full house backfield for Aiden Childs from the Michigan 16-yard line. Now they motion Montori Foster out of there. Childs in a shotgun.
It's an all-out blitz.
Got the snap, back to pass, looking. Here comes the rush. Childs bails out of there to the right. Looking downfield, fires to the end zone, and it's broken up in the end zone. Incomplete, no flags.
Quentin Johnson is in perfect position. One pass rush, obviously flushed Aiden Childs out of the pocket. He knows he's got to try and make a play. Should have been picked off, but whether or not it was going to be Michigan's ball either way.
Yeah, Quentin Johnson had it in the breadbasket, but it's only costing him field position here as that was 4th down. Now the Spartans, keep in mind,
have all 3.
A 1st down would end it. We'd love to drain their timeouts, but move the chains once. Alex Orji's in at quarterback. Ball security here. Khalil Mullings in the backfield. They've also got Max Bredesen lined up to the right of Alex Orji. Orji takes the snap. Going to run up the middle, 25 to the 30. Bounces outside. Alex Orji's got a 1st down for Michigan out at the 32-yard line. With 1:45 to go, they'll stop the clock to move the chains. And the Spartans will have to decide if they use their first timeout. Oh, quarterback run, that was huge.
Yeah, and that's been their most productive runs, is Alex Orji running the football, and it puts the defense in extreme conflict. You get an extra blocker, and I know they sent Khalil Mullins out to the right, but you have Max Bredesen coming up in there. They've got to honor where Khalil's going.
Spartans let the clock run. 1:25 to go in the ball game. 8 on the play clock. They still have all their timeouts due MSU. Orji stays in the game. Snap, handoff, Khalil Mullings bounces it outside, gets 3 yards before he's submarined out at the 34-yard line. And Jonathan Smith will use his first timeout with 1:14 to go.
Well, I really like having the threat of Alex Orji in there right now. You know, and of all three quarterbacks that have played, he is the one that has protected the ball the most.
There's an injured Spartan on that play. It's Ed Woods, the cornerback. Can Michigan's offense get one more first down?
That's all they need as soon as they get that first down. And great awareness by Alex Orji there. He knew the yardage he had to get for the first down. And then instead of getting close to the out of bounds where he could have gotten knocked out or fallen out of bounds, he slides down. It was a heads-up play by Alex Orji.
Well, I will say this. If Michigan State forces a punt, I'm hoping for a successful snap and punt.
Why would you go there? Why would you go there? We already had our 25-yard punt, so got that out of our system.
From the 34-yard line, just get the first down, right?
Yes.
Then it becomes a moot point.
Now, in order to stop Alex Orji, you're going to see their entire defense within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. That's the only way you can. That free safety is going to be Alex's man.
Wolverines have to get it to the 41-yard line, 2nd down and 7. Minute 14 to go in the ball game. Michigan State with 2 timeouts. Orji in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Hand off Khalil Mullings, and he gets it across the 35 out to the 36. And the Spartans will use their 2nd timeout with 1:10 to go. Darius Snow on the stop. It's going to be 3rd down and 5.
I can appreciate handing it off to Khalil Mullins. I really can. But the best rushing attack that they have had is Alex Orji. You add in that extra blocker with your running back. I'm just not sure why they're not going that route. Maybe they're saving it here for. But the offensive line has struggled in just straight up runs with running backs to be able to create movement up front, whether it's been double teams, it's been linebackers running through that they just haven't been able to slow down or even see.
You throw it here?
No, you don't stop the clock. I mean, they're going to stop the clock with a timeout anyway, I would think.
Orji in a shotgun. Khalil Mullings deep. Motion Mullings out of there. Snap to Orji. Quarterback run. Outside 40. He's got the first down and he slides. And the Spartans will not be able to stop the clock with 1:04 to go. Alex Orji on a QB run left. Move the chains for Michigan. And now the Wolverines can get about the business of kneeling down and finishing this football game.
Greatest play in football.
That was a great job by the offensive coordinator putting Khalil Mullins out to the right, get all the attention over there, then bring it back left side with Alex Orji.
They're going to run the clock here. Spartans are not using their timeout. And now maybe they will with 55 seconds to go.
State, the clock should be at 1:02.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're certainly going to use their timeout because you got to make Michigan snap at that one extra time.
The clock should be at 1:04. Play clock should be at 40. They both will start on my signal.
Wolverines are going to go into victory formation. There's a lot of John down there. Davis Warren's going to huddle them up. You heard they've reset the play clock to 1:04. And now they're going to run it. I guess Jonathan Smith will have him take a knee and then use the timeout. Either way.
Yeah, either way, there's not much. I mean, they can only stop at one time. But if I'm them, I make them snap at that extra time.
I'm going to tell you, Anthony Jones for the Spartans will not stop talking. The Wolverines are in victory formation with 32 seconds to go in the ball game. Davis Warren will take a snap and take a knee. And yeah, Anthony Jones and Colston Loveland are going at it. Now we're going to get a fight. You can see this coming. Get out of there, guys. Get everybody out of there. As the Spartans are going to let the clock wind down, you could see this coming, guys.
Yep.
And they need to get the players back to the sideline. There's still 12 seconds to go in the game. But both teams get to the sidelines as they're pushing and shoving. 5 seconds to go in the game, and this one's going to end. You could see this coming. Jones was yapping at Colston Loveland, and when that ball got snapped, Jones went full speed. The game is over. Michigan wins 24-17, and they need to split these teams up as Davis Warren goes and collects Paul Bunyan. Guys, go celebrate. And indeed, they have separated the teams, and the Spartans will head up the tunnel, hung with a 24-17 loss here at the Big House, and the Wolverines will head over to the student section where they will celebrate with Paul Bunyan, and Michigan improves to 5-3. Some of the Spartans aren't leaving the field. Jason, you're down there. Are you in the middle of all this?
I'm trying to protect myself right now, buddy.
Okay.
No, they're not leaving, and Michigan is kind of edging them on a little bit too.
Yeah.
So this is what happens. They've been chippy all game, and guys have been throwing extra shots late. And so, yeah, you saw it happening before. So I couldn't get a player because of all of the ruckus on the field.
You will be in the locker room, and I'm sure they'll have a lot to talk about following this 24-17 win here at the Big House. The Spartans are headed up the tunnel, and the Wolverines are over in front of the student section now with Paul Bunyan. They just sung the victors, and Michigan will keep Paul Bunyan for the third consecutive year and get the win here, awaiting number 1 Oregon next week. 24-17 is the final post-game festivities to come, including a trip inside the Michigan locker room where we'll hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore. Also, we'll catch up with a number of Michigan players, have analysis from Jack Miller, all that coming up here on our post-game coverage here on the Michigan Network. Let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer. Our preview of the upcoming schedule was brought to you by, check that, it's Oregon. I already mentioned it. Next week, number 1, coming to town with their elite offense. They just manhandled Illinois today. Wolverines have their hands full, but that is 7 days from now. Tonight they can celebrate a victory over the in-state rival. That preview of the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Michigan with the win. Stay tuned for our post-game coverage from here at the Big House. You're listening to Michigan football